Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto's Team 7 Was Perfect? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was exactly 200 years since the fateful day that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had agreed on the truce that led to the founding of Konohagakure. The village hidden in the leaves was in celebration. The streets, narrow on any usual day of the week, were nearly impossible to navigate, packed full of performers and stalls and wonders of all kinds. Adults mingled with their friends, admired the festivities, and compared everything to how it was when they were young. They were always disappointed with how it stacked up. Children darted through the crowds, laughing and playing and singing, drinking in the kind of anniversary that only happened once every 100 years. On the rooftops, Genin, Chunin and Jonin alike participated in the festivities while also going about their usual duties. A light load of course, nobody wanted to work on founding day. Konohagakure was the oldest village of the 5 elemental nations, though only by a few years. The massive, sprawling metropolis was an eclectic mixture of old and new architecture, from grand, sweep estates that dated back hundreds of years to quick, cheap apartment buildings that had been constructed en masse only recently. Truth be told, the newer buildings outweighed the older ones. It had only been 6 years since the 9-tailed demon fox, the Kyubi, cut a swath of destruction through the city, reducing many of its old, proud structures to rubble and ash. But those were dark thoughts, for dark times, and had no place on a day of celebration. Naruto was 6 years old, and it was the greatest day of his life. For once, there were no chores to do for the orphanage at which he lived. Ichiraku's was giving out free ramen, and the hyperactive blonde had managed to eat himself full, something he hadn't thought he was capable of just that morning. The sky was clear and sunny, the air was warm and filled with delicious smells and wonderful music, and for possibly the first time in his short life, Naruto was content. He lay on the roof of a random building and looked up at the enormous cliff wall that hung over Konohagakure, imagining the view from up top. "I remember you." Naruto's ears perked up at the sound of a voice behind him, high-pitched, even for a child, and feminine. He turned and saw the source of the voice, a girl his age, grass-green eyes slightly obscured by bright pink hair. He remembered her too, she had been at the academy entrance exam a few months back. "Hi," he said back. "I'm Sakura," she said, taking a seat next to him. She smelled nice, Naruto thought. Not as nice as ramen, but it was close. "Haruno Sakura." "I'm Naruto," he said back. "Just Naruto?" Naruto made a face. "Kiji Naruto," he said. He hated his family name, which wasn't a family name at all. It was the name the city gave to orphan kids, those who didn't have a family name of their own. It was only slightly better than being randomly assigned a number to take as a family name, and sometimes Naruto thought he might have actually preferred that. Sakura bit her lips slightly and nodded. "But you don't have to call me that," Naruto said quickly. "You can call me Naruto. Just Naruto." "Okay, just Naruto," she said with a giggle. "Did you get into the academy?" Naruto's face lit up like the sun. "Yeah," he half said, half shouted. "I did. What about you? Did you get in?" Sakura nodded happily, and a grin spread across her face. "Yeah, I did too," she said. "My parents were super happy for me. We had a little party and everything." "That's so cool," Naruto said, leaning back and putting his head down on the brightly colored tiles of the roof. "I wish I had gotten a party. That would be so cool." "It was," Sakura agreed. They lay there in the sun for a long time, enjoying the festival below and each other's company. Eventually the sun began to dip lower in the sky though, and the sounds of Naruto digesting the mountain of ramen he had eaten earlier faded. "You want to go exploring?" Naruto asked, sitting up. He suddenly felt ready to go out and do something, but he wanted to do it with Sakura if at all possible. She blinked once, the setting run glimmering in eyes, and cracked a smile. "Okay," she said, with a delicate shrug of her shoulders. "Where should we go though?" "Oh man, I know the best places to go exploring," Naruto said. It was true, Naruto didn't care much for chores, and he found that by fleeing to the rooftops and scampering about, he could sometimes avoid doing his share of the work. "Come on," he said, sliding down the roof they were standing on and onto a teal-colored one below. Sakura followed him, hesitantly at first, but then with more confidence, and soon they were both dashing across the rooftops in breathless laughter. Every once in a while a shinobi would spot them, but the mysterious protectors of the village never interfered. Naruto liked to think it was because they knew that he and Sakura would be shinobi themselves soon. Eventually, they reached the oldest section of the city, the Uchiha compound. Gleaming white walls separated the co-founders of Konohagakure from the rest of the populace, but Naruto and Sakura simply scrambled over them, undaunted. They continued along, quieter now in case they were caught and exiled. The Uchiha compound was much quieter and emptier than the rest of the city, but both Naruto and Sakura could hear someone speaking a short ways off. They made their way towards the voice, curiosity and adventurous spirit driving them to continue. They finally reached the source of the voice, peeking over a large banister to see what must have been the entire Uchiha clan assembled in a courtyard. One Uchiha stood on a raised platform. He seemed to be reading from a large scroll, but Naruto couldn't quite make out what he was saying. "That's Uchiha Fugaku," Sakura whispered so quietly that Naruto could barely hear her. "He's the head of the Uchiha clan." "Really?" Naruto whispered back, matching her tone. "Must be crazy strong then." "He is," came a third whisper from behind him. It took all of Naruto's self-control not to leap back in fear, and he turned around to see two Uchiha in front of him. One was his age, pale, with blue-black hair and a curious look on his face. The other was older, though not by much, maybe 12 or 14. He had long, pronounced tear troughs, and his hair was a much duller black than the younger ones. "Looks like we've got ourselves two little intruders, Sasuke," the older one whispered, just loud enough for Naruto and Sakura could hear. "Think we should escort them out before Dad gets angry?" The younger one nodded emphatically, and then next thing Naruto knew he was being unceremoniously yanked through the air. He landed but first on the other side of the Uchiha wall, back in Konoha proper, and scowled up at Sasuke and the older Uchiha. Sakura was sitting next to him, as dumbfounded by the older one's speed as Naruto was. "I'd better get back," the older one said. "Dad'll miss me." "You give him the talk." Sasuke nodded happily. "Then I'll cover for you. Later." He dashed back over the rooftops of the Uchiha district, too fast for Naruto to follow. "You can't be here," Sasuke said, crossing his arms and staring down at him. "This is Uchiha property, and it's off-limits to people like you." "What do you mean, people like us?" Naruto shot back. He pushed himself to his feet and pointed a stubby, defiant finger in Sasuke's direction. "We can go wherever we want. We're explorers." Sasuke sniffed dismissively. "You're not explorers." "Aren't we, Sakura?" "We're exploring," Sakura explained, her tone diplomatic. "Doesn't that make us explorers?" Sasuke frowned, apparently trying and failing to find a flaw in that logic. "Well, you can't explore here," he said. "Only Uchihas can explore here. You can explore over there though." He pointed to somewhere off in the northwest, where Naruto could see a large bell tower. "It's really cool," Sasuke finished. "You want to come with us?" Sakura asked, smiling. Naruto groaned, less than thrilled with the prospect of Sasuke joining them, but he kept his mouth shut. Sasuke cast a hesitant glance back towards where the rest of the Uchiha were gathered. "I don't know," he said, his voice obviously conflicted. "They're reading the history of the Uchiha clan. It's pretty important." "Oh," Sakura said, slightly crestfallen. "Well, that's fun. I guess," Sasuke said with a shrug. "I've already heard the history a million times though, so it's getting pretty boring." Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances. Sakura's face was questioning and a little pleading, and Naruto's was just screaming, "Please don't make me do this, please don't make me invite." Look at him, an ugly smug face. "Oh man, please, Sakura?" Eventually, however, Sakura won, and Naruto turned back to Sasuke. "So come on then," he said. "If you already know your clan's history, what's the point of sitting around being bored by it?" Sasuke frowned and threw another look backwards. "I guess." he said after a moment. I guess that makes sense. Itachi will cover for me. I'll bet Dad never even notices that I'm gone. He snickered and hopped off the wall, landing gracefully on the rooftop next to them. They all introduced themselves again and set off towards the bell tower Sasuke had pointed to. So, are you going to be going to the academy? Naruto asked as they ran. Don't be stupid, Naruto, Sakura said before Sasuke could answer. Of course he's going to the academy, he's an Uchiha. Pretty much all Uchiha go to the academy. Naruto did his best to suppress a groan. There would be 300 students in the academy, but he got the feeling he was going to be running into Uchiha Sasuke way more than was strictly necessary. The three of them clambered up the bell tower as fast as they could, and when they finally reached the top, all tensions were forgotten in favor of pure, childish awe. The tower wasn't the tallest structure around, but the city still stretched on beneath it for miles in every direction, and the 3 6-year-olds couldn't get enough of it. They sat up there for what seemed like a short eternity, talking and laughing in the way only children could, without hesitation or reservation. They talked about what they all expected to learn from the academy. They learned about Sasuke's brother, who was already a Jonin, and according to Sasuke, an ANBU captain. And he's only 15? Sakura asked. That's a load of crap, Naruto said. You graduate the academy when you're 15. Not Itachi, Sasuke said, shaking his head. He's the best, so they put him in the accelerated program. He only went to the academy 4 years, and he learned all the disciplines: covert, assault, scout, and diplomat. Naruto scowled. Oh really? Yeah, really. Naruto stuck out his tongue at him, and Sasuke stuck his own tongue out back. Fireworks, Sakura said, pointing out the sudden explosions of color in the darkening sky. Naruto and Sasuke, their argument temporarily forgotten, stared up in wonder as patterns of light danced across the stars. There's the first Hokage, and Madara, Sakura explained as the fireworks exploded into 2 men shaking hands. And there's the second Hokage, and there's the third, fighting in the First Great War. Now the fireworks showed a man with a long katana cutting down an enemy ninja. And there's the fourth Hokage, and the fifth, and the sixth. Naruto laughed in delight as he saw the old man's face light up the entire village. There should be more Uchiha up there if you ask me, Sasuke said, crossing his arms. Naruto shushed him, but Sakura didn't seem to notice. There's the 7th Hokage, killing the Kyuubi, she said. And oh, there's the Sannin fighting Hanzo in the Third Great War. She clapped her hands. Look at Princess Tsunade. Sasuke mumbled something about Senju, and Naruto shot him a dirty look. They both glared at each other. Until the next round of fireworks erupted above them, and both of them dragged their gazes back up to the fire and stars. Friendships rarely start how one expects them to. 2 years passed, and Naruto was 8. He was taller, and leaner, skinnier, and more muscled than he ever could have imagined he'd be. It was still young muscle, a child's muscle, but it filled him with pride whenever he flexed in a mirror. He still lived in the orphanage, sleeping on the floor surrounded by a dozen other kids his age. He would be leaving in a few years, moving into his own apartment. He'd get the money, somehow. He hadn't really been paying attention when the old lady had explained the situation to him, and he couldn't wait to finally be rid of the place. Not that he was ever there anymore. There was a permanent cot set out for him in the attic of the Haruno household that he was allowed to crash on whenever he needed to. Sasuke had a cot there too, though he rarely ever used it. He claimed his dad didn't like it when he spent too much time in the civilian part of town. Naruto sat in a chair in the waiting room, idly swinging his feet back and forth. Sasuke was still testing, and Sakura had run out to get some lunch for the 3 of them, so he sat alone, staring down a few of his classmates. Senju Kaiken smirked at him from the far corner, and Naruto just barely managed to repress the urge to shove his face in. A Hyuga girl tried vainly to hide as his gaze swept over her. He smiled. None could avoid his all-powerful stare. Tremble before the might of Kiji Naruto, who will certainly not be dead last for the 2nd year in a row. Sakura sat down in the seat next to him, handing him a wooden bowl full of steaming hot ramen. Only one? He asked, his tone somewhat offended. She rolled her eyes and used her foot to nudge a bag towards him. It was filled with 2 other bowls, and Naruto smiled happily as he dug in. "How do you think you did?" he asked in between bites. Sakura bit her lip with her canine, something she always did when she was thinking about what to say. "I think I did well," she said, somewhat hesitantly. "I know I passed." "Good for you," Naruto said. "Your parents will be happy about that." "My whole clan will," Sakura said. "But that's not the problem." "There's a problem?" Sakura sighed. "Naruto, after this year we get sorted into our pre-DSPL in school." "I know," Naruto said. "So what?" "So you're obviously going to be going to pre-assault school," Sakura said. "Sasuke could technically go pre-covert, maybe, but he's most likely going to pre-assault too." "But me?" She placed a hand on her chest. "I don't know. They might put me in pre-diplomat." "Ew," Naruto said, making a face. "Look, it's not that bad," Sakura said. "I don't mind the diplomat stuff. But I'd rather be with you and Sasuke." "Yeah, that would suck if we went to different disciplines," Naruto said, cracking open his second bowl of ramen. "Then we couldn't all be teammates." Sakura nodded glumly. "But don't worry about it," Naruto said. "If you don't pre-assault and me and Sasuke do dash. Sasuke and I. Me and Sasuke do, then we'll go to Iruka-sensei and make him transfer you." Naruto finished happily. "And if he doesn't do it, we can go to Old Man Hokage and make him do it." Sakura gave a reluctant smile. "Sounds like a plan." Sasuke came back into the waiting room a few minutes after that, looking just as smug and self-assured as usual. "Piece of cake," he said, sitting next to Sakura and taking a bowl of ramen and a tomato from her bag. "I'll bet you anything I'll be first in the class again." "You're on," Naruto said. Sakura shook her head and sighed. "No bet." "Oh come on Haruno," said Keiken, sauntering up to the 3 of them. "Uchiha here might think he has the top spot locked up, but he's forgetting about me." Keiken was tall for his age and lanky, but Naruto knew from personal experience how strong he was and how hard he could pack a punch. He had pale skin and spiky white hair, and a red band tattoo on his face, stretching from temple to temple. "I didn't forget about you," Sasuke said, not bothering to look up from his meal. "I just decided that you were irrelevant." Keiken snarled. "Really funny," he said, turning and walking away. "But we'll see who's laughing after the grades come out, Uchiha." Sasuke didn't deign to give a response, but Naruto grinned and shot Keiken the bird as he walked off. "He's such a jer," Sakura muttered once he was out of earshot. "He's a senju," Sasuke said. "It's to be expected." Sakura shook her head. "His cousins are all right," she said. "It's really just Keiken." "His cousins are just as bad," Sasuke said, draining the last of the broth from his bowl. "They're just more subtle about it. Let's get out of here." "That's what I'm talking about," Naruto said, grinning and grabbing his last bowl. "One for the road. This place is so boring." They both stood and threw a glance back at Sakura, who was chewing on her lip, a conflicted look in her eyes. "Are you coming?" Sasuke asked, in a tone that made it very clear he didn't particularly care whether she was coming or not. Naruto knew he cared though. Sasuke liked to act like he didn't give a shit what Sakura thought, but his carefully sculpted, aloof BSRD personality slipped far too often for it to be anything other than an elaborate mask. "It's just, the teachers don't want us leaving until all the testing is done," Sakura said. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged looks, sky blue eyes meeting obsidian. They both smirked simultaneously. "So what?" Naruto asked, extending his hand to Sakura. "Come on Sakura. Take a walk on the wild side." Sakura gave a very undignified little snort. "You two are ridiculous," she said, taking his hand with her own. "And you're going to get all 3 of us in trouble. The only reason they want us to stay is because the Hokage is speaking later," Sasuke said as they pushed open the door. "Into the bright sunshine. And they want us all to go see that. So we'll go to that and they won't get mad at us." "I guess," Sakura said, her hand slipping out of Naruto's. The world seemed suddenly a little darker and colder, but only for a moment. The smell of something delicious filled Naruto's nostrils, and he bounded ahead of his 2 friends in search of the source. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted. Where are you going? I'll be right back. Naruto promised, before squeezing between two large women carrying baskets and shoving his way through the crowd. He followed the mystery scent across the street, scrambling over a chain-link fence and emerging in a small garden. He glanced around. Koi pond, immaculately cut grass, colorful trees and flowers. The architecture was old-fashioned, and he could see several banners with a red setting sun on them. Naruto bit his lip. It was obviously a clan compound of some kind, but he couldn't for the life of him figure out what clan it was supposed to be. It looked small, maybe Hatake? No, their symbol was a tanto. It could have been Kamizuki, but their symbol was a moon. Naruto kicked a rock in frustration. He wasn't good at this. He wished Sakura were here, so she could tell him whose yard he was standing in. Enjoying the view? Naruto spun around to see a man sitting idly behind him. He was older than Naruto, but he wasn't old like the Hokage, more old like the teachers at the academy. He had shaggy black hair and wore a shinobi headband on his forehead, with an oversized green jacket hung loosely around his shoulders. The faintest wisps of a beard clinged to his chin, and a cigarette was clenched beneath his teeth. He sat in a lawn chair, with a small table in front of him. The table had a few drinks and some food. Naruto smelled octopus and immediately remembered why he had even come here in the first place. That smells good, he said, pointing at the table. The man gave a bemused grin. Good, he said. I made it myself. Naruto took a hesitant step closer. Why are you sitting here? He asked. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Hold up on the questions for a minute, the man said, holding up a hand. It's my turn. What's your name? Naruto. The man gave him a curious look. Family name? Naruto grimaced. Kiji. Ah, the man said, taking a short drag on his cigarette. Hello then, Naruto. Hi. I'm Sarutobi Asuma, the man said. You don't live here, Naruto said immediately. He knew the Sarutobi clan crest, a mess of lines and circles. The Hokage kept on in his office. Asuma nodded. I don't, he admitted. I'm just waiting for someone. Who? Naruto asked. A girl, Asuma said. He blew a cloud of smoke in Naruto's general direction. Naruto scowled and waved it away. It smelled awful and stuck to his tongue. What kind of girl? Just a regular girl, Asuma said with a shrug. He paused, however, and then shook his head. Actually, not a regular girl at all. He took a long, heavy drag. On his cigarette. You want to hear a story, kid? What kind of story? It's a love story, Asuma said. Hopefully. Naruto made a face. Bleh. Oh, come on, Asuma said, laughing. It's short and not all that bad. See, there was this kid in the Shinobi Academy once, right? And he was friends with a girl. Naruto nodded. He was in the Shinobi Academy, and he was also friends with a girl. He had the sneaking suspicion this story was about him. This kid's name was Asuma, Asuma said, and Naruto promptly lost interest. The girl's name was Kurinai. And now, Asuma, you see, had a bit of a reputation with the ladies, if you get what I'm saying. Yeah, Naruto said, although he didn't really get at all what Asuma was saying because he was too busy watching a bumblebee go from flower to flower. So Asuma played around a bit because he was young and stupid and kid. When you get older you'll really start to appreciate what women have to offer. Asuma chuckled slightly. But after a while he realized something. What did he realize? Naruto said, still watching the bumblebee. If hours of sitting through boring academy classes had taught him anything, it was that parroting back statements in the form of questions was a great way to pretend to be engaged. He realized that all the fun in the world didn't mean anything if you couldn't find the right girl when it was all over, Asuma said. And then he realized that the right girl had been next to him all along. Asuma either didn't notice or didn't care that Naruto was obviously more interested in a solitary cloud than the story, because he kept going. He blew sloppy, misshapen rings of smoke as he did so. The only problem was that by the time Asuma figured out who the right girl was, she had already moved on. And rightly so. Because Asuma... He sighed, and glanced wistfully off towards the clan compound. Because Asuma had been kind of a jackass, he admitted. Naruto glanced up at him. Oh, for the love of, forget I said that last word, Asuma muttered, waving his hand around. She'll be here soon, kid. You should scram. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Maybe I don't want to scram, he said, crossing his arms and planting his feet. Maybe I want to stay right here. Asuma laughed and stood, and Naruto realized for the first time how tall the man really was. Come on, kid, he said. Don't make me remove you. Naruto scowled and began to settle into his fiercest taijutsu stance. But before he got the chance to kick the fight off, he was interrupted by a high-pitched shout. What are you doing here? Naruto glanced around Asuma to see a dark-haired girl in a Chunin flak jacket and red pants. She was standing with her arms crossed, staring at both of them with angry, rippled red eyes. Naruto snapped his fingers happily as the clan name jumped to mind, Yuhi. Sasuke had told him that they were a clan that had served under the Uchiha during the Warring Clans era. Their eyes were red because of the gene. Mixing with the Sharingan, many of them were also proficient with Genjutsu. Naruto beamed with pride. The history lessons Sasuke and Sakura insisted on giving him were helping. There was no way he'd be dead last again. Kurenai, Asuma said, whirling around. I was waiting for you. Kurenai shook her head and walked past him, keeping her eyes fixed on Naruto. I brought vodka, Asuma said as she walked past. And Takawasa. Kurenai grabbed Naruto's wrist, long thin fingers with a surprisingly tough grip. Naruto didn't even struggle as she pulled him up the steps into the clan compound. He was too busy watching Asuma collapse into grass below, running both hands through his hair. Kurenai shut the door with a loud thud, and Naruto collected himself. The inside of the Yuhi compound was quiet and sparsely decorated. White and red were the dominant colors, but Naruto caught a bit of orange mixed in as well. He smiled to himself. He loved orange. You're Naruto, Kurenai said. She shrugged off her flak jacket, hanging it on a hook near the wall. Her arms were bare, pale, and almost delicate-looking. Yeah, Naruto said, not in the least bit surprised that she knew his name. He was more surprised when people didn't know him, which unfortunately meant he was surprised a lot. What's it to you? Just surprised to find you here, Kurenai said. She undid the heavy knot of black hair, letting it tumble and cascade around her shoulders. I should get this cut, she murmured to herself, glancing at a mirror. It's getting to be a handful. She looked back down at Naruto, then cast a quick look out the window. Were you talking to Asuma? She asked, leading Naruto into a small kitchen. Yeah. And what kind of nonsense was he filling your head with? Kurenai asked. She poured herself a bowl of cereal and began munching on it, no milk. Naruto shrugged. Just some stuff about a pretty girl he really likes, he said, taking a seat at the counter. Can I have some? Kurenai smiled and poured him a bowl, which he tore into ravenously despite having eaten 3 bowls of ramen just a few minutes ago. Did he really say that? Yup, Naruto said in between bites. The cereal wasn't the best, but he was too hungry to care. Smelling the octopus out in the yard and not being able to eat it had been practically torture. He looked up at Kurenai, then checked to make sure the coast was clear before leaning towards her. I think he was talking about you, he said in his best whisper. Kurenai's eyes sparkled, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Yeah, I'll bet he was, she said. That boy has the gall to treat me like I wasn't even there for sage knows how many years, and once he finally gets it through his thick skull that maybe, just maybe, I have actual feelings like a human being, She sighed. Sorry, Naruto. I'm a little on edge. You can keep talking, Naruto said, doing his best to keep his words decipherable despite the mountain of cereal in his mouth. Got any milk? In the fridge, Kurenai said, turning away and pacing around the kitchen. Naruto pulled open the fridge, careful not to disrupt the seals that kept the whole thing cold, then grabbed the milk. He also helped hide himself to some grapes while he was at it. It's just, my life is good right now, you know? She asked nobody in particular. I have a huge promotion coming up, mine for the taking. Sure, Danzo has a reputation, but the pay is fantastic. And I'm engaged, she said. Was that a banana? Naruto snagged that too. He had found that one could never go wrong with a banana. Of course, it's a political engagement, Kurenai said. Her voice had taken on a nervous edge, and Naruto noticed that she was talking much more quickly than she had been when the conversation had begun. But I've met him. He's very nice. An academy teacher. And our relationship with the Yumino has been fragile recently. So this is a very good thing. She nodded to herself. Sounds like you've got it all figured out then, Naruto said. Yeah, doesn't it? Kurenai said with a laugh that didn't sound like she found anything particularly funny. Naruto stared up at her and she stared back at him. He swallowed down another spoonful of soggy cereal. Are you not happy? He asked finally. What? That's beside the point, she said, turning away. Shinobi serve as tools for their clan and their village. Happiness comes from successfully performing your duty. Well, yeah, Naruto said, nodding. He had heard that sentiment countless times since enrolling in the academy. But some duties make you more happy than others. Like the duty to practice taijutsu and become a better shinobi makes me way more happier than the duty to clean the toilets. He made a face, and Kurenai hid the beginnings of a smile with her hand. So yeah, he said with a shrug, jumping back down off the chair and grabbing an apple from a nearby counter. The trick is finding the happy jobs, and not letting them make you do the unhappy ones. Kurenai said, looking at him with a look on her face that Naruto couldn't quite place. Exactly right. And impossible. I don't know what that means, Naruto said, rubbing the apple on his pants to make sure it was clean. You're an orphan in the Shinobi Academy. Kurenai said, rushing out of the kitchen and beckoning Naruto to follow her. He did, and watched as she began putting her flak jacket back on. No clan connections, no special skills, horrible grades dash. Hey! Sorry Naruto, but it's true, Kurenai said. She opened the door and peered outside. The table was still there, along with the chairs, but Asuma was notably missing. Your grades might set an academy record. Come on. She grabbed his hand and pulled him outside, past the walls that separated the Yuhi compound from the rest of the village. They emerged into the bustling streets of Kanahigakure, Naruto hanging on for dear life as Kurenai weaved in and out of the pedestrian traffic. He stumbled along as best he could, trying to keep up, but Kurenai was simply moving too quickly for him to do anything except hope she didn't let go. And then suddenly, they weren't moving. Naruto felt Kurenai's grip unclench and she was gone, reappearing several dozen feet down the road in front of a tall, gangly figure who was most certainly Asuma. Naruto couldn't hear what they were saying, and he didn't honestly care. He was hungry. Naruto. He turned and saw Sasuke and Sakura staring at him curiously, popsicles in their hands. Sakura handed him one, which he happily accepted. What's going on with those two? Sakura asked, nodding towards Asuma and Kurenai. I don't really know, Naruto said. Think we should go see the Hokage speak? That's why we were looking for you, Sasuke said. Where did you go? An adventure, Naruto said, and they started walking towards the Hokage's office. It was a pretty boring one though. From one end of it, perhaps. The Hokage stood on the balcony outside his office, red and white robes flapping majestically in the wind. Naruto stared up at him, tossing the now bare popsicle stick to the ground as he waited for the old man to speak. The plaza below the Hokage's balcony was packed full of people, shinobi and civilian alike. An almost unnatural quiet had settled over the entire crowd. The only sound that could be heard was the wind whistling idly through the empty streets. When the Hokage spoke, people listened. People of Kanahigakure, the Hokage said, his voice clear and strong and hard as steel. I come to you today with good news. He glanced out over the crowd, and Naruto could have sworn that the Hokage had given him the tiniest fraction of a nod. 8 years ago, he said, after the tragedy of the Kyuubi attack, I took the mantle of Hokage back from Namikaze Minato, the 7th Hokage. I intended to take it back for only a short time, until a suitable replacement could be found, but no candidate was. You don't think? Sakura whispered to the two of them. But now, finally, I have found a worthy heir, the Hokage said, and Naruto could feel the tension in the plaza skyrocket. Though he is young, he is our village's brightest and most talented shinobi. I will take him under my wing, and in 4 years' time, he will replace me and become this village's 8th Hokage. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your Hokage to be Uchiha Itachi. Dude! Naruto shouted at Sasuke, as the rest of the plaza erupted into cheers. Your brother's gonna be Hokage. 2 years passed, and Naruto was 10. He sat outside a thin wooden door that led into an office, where a lecture would be awaiting him. A decision would be made in just a few minutes, regarding his future as a shinobi, the only future that mattered. Come in, Naruto, came the voice from beyond the wall. Naruto stood, screwing up his confidence, and pushed open the door. The silver-haired instructor sat behind a desk, studying a few folders and scratching his head idly as he did so. His hair was silver and chin-length, and he wore his forehead protector in a bandana. Take a seat, he said, not looking up from his files. Naruto sat, cracking his knuckles impatiently. He didn't know what was about to come, but he wished the instructor would hurry up and get it over with. The waiting was killing him. Kiji Naruto, the instructor said. You passed the graduation exam. Naruto slumped in his seat, exhaling heavily as he did so. By the skin of your teeth, the instructor continued. One more missed question on the written test, one more misplaced punch in the taijutsu exam, and you would have been gone. But here you are. Naruto grinned. Don't smile, the instructor said. Truth be told, it's a miracle you're still in the program. I'm being completely serious when I say there may be divine intervention involved. Naruto shrugged. I just do my best. And it's just barely good enough, Naruto, the instructor said. You're an anomaly. A point of data that makes no sense. You've got no clan, no sponsor, no heritage of any note. You're an orphan who somehow has wormed his way into the Konohagakure Shinobi program and has refused to let go. Naruto swallowed. Kurenai was always telling him how odd his case was, how he shouldn't have been admitted into the academy with his heritage, but he had never really realized exactly what that meant before. Coming from Kurenai, it sounded like something vaguely interesting, but not all that relevant. Coming from an instructor, it sounded like something that would and could threaten his entire life. The last person to do something like this was the 7th Hokage, the instructor said. But he was a prodigy amongst prodigies, and you, Naruto, are not. He glanced up at Naruto, eyes boring holes in Naruto's blue t-shirt, and then returned his gaze to the files in his hand. The prospect of sending you off to one of the non-Konohagakure Shinobi academies has come up several times. What? No. Naruto said, shooting to his feet. You're not gonna make me, are you? I mean, I passed. You said I passed. Relax, the instructor said, holding up a hand. Nobody's sending you to any of the other academies, no matter how much better for you it might be. Naruto scowled, but sat back down and shut his mouth. Look, it's really not all that bad, the instructor said, after making sure Naruto was done shouting. I know there's a bit of a stigma here, especially among the academy kids, but our shinobi organization wouldn't function without the other academies spread across the Land of Fire. Konohagakure only graduates a little over 100 shinobi a year, but we need much more than that to keep our ranks steady. We have a high-risk job. I don't want to be a second-rate shinobi, Naruto said. I want to be the real deal. The instructor rolled his eyes. True that the standards the Konohagakure Academy sets are higher than the other academies. That's why many people think you would fit in better outside the village. But Naruto, the shinobi created from the other academies are the backbone of our forces. And while the Konohagakure graduated shinobi might be more powerful on average, it isn't always the case. Might Guy, a highly respected jonin, studied outside the village. He has a student who did the same. Sanin Jiraiya began his career outside Konohagakure as well. The kids there won't be from the noble shinobi clans, they won't be as naturally skilled or as hyper-competitive as the students here. You might not be the top of your class, but you'd be up there. It would be a better environment for you, in all honesty. Naruto shook his head emphatically, blonde bangs swishing across the top of his field of vision. The instructor sighed, but didn't press the issue further. Well, if you're not going to consider reassignment, We might as well move on to other things, he said. First of all, congratulations on graduating pre-assault school. You'll be moving on to assault school, which is your final step to becoming a true shinobi. He sighed. You'll attend assault school for 5 years, and good news for you, it's much more difficult to fail out than either basic or pre-assault was. How come? Because after 2 years of shuffling you kids around, seeing what 3-man cells work the best, you've been assigned a team, the instructor said, leafing through a heavy file. Failure to graduate would present problems to your teammates, and besides, the general rule is if you haven't failed yet, you're most likely in for the long haul. So, who's on my team? Naruto asked, doing his best to keep the anticipation out of his voice and mostly failing. Shouldn't really come as any surprise, the instructor said. Most kids get a sense of who they work best with long before the instructors make any official decisions. He plucked a paper from the folder and threw a quick glance at it. Here we are. You've been put on Team A209D with Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto couldn't stop the grin from spreading over his face. Yeah, you're allowed to be happy, the instructor said. They're your friends, and that's good, because you're going to be spending a lot of time with them. And, coincidentally, with me. What? Why? Because I'm your new personal tutor, the instructor explained. Your grades are horrible. I'm going to make them better. When you graduate this academy, you'll probably still be last amongst your peers. But by every demon god in the Northern Pantheon, you won't be the worst in the history of the village. Naruto nodded. I can get behind that. Good. Our lessons start at 4:00 tomorrow morning. Report to Training Ground 16. Ask for Mizuki. It's going to be a long 5 years for both of them. Training Ground 16 looked a lot like all the other training grounds surrounding it, flat terrain, carefully trimmed grass, posts lined up along one side. For weapons practice. Mizuki stood in the center, Naruto struggling to balance himself on one hand. The basic structure of an assault team is rather simple, Mizuki said, nudging Naruto's leg with a finger. Naruto grunted and readjusted his weight, doing his best to keep balanced and ignore the sweat dripping down his face. It relies on 3 parts, a sword, a shield, and a net. The sword's job is to deal massive amounts of damage very quickly. They forego defensive strength for offensive, using any means necessary to put opponents down. In your team, Team A209D, Sasuke is the sword position. Makes sense, Naruto grunted. Mizuki responded by nudging him again, and he felt his arm buckle before crashing exhausted into the ground. Back up, Mizuki said, and Naruto got back up. The shield's job is draw enemy fire and endure it. They fight defensively, force the enemy to focus their attention on them, and allow the sword and the net to operate with relative impunity. You are your team's shield. Which is good, because endurance is the only thing you have going for you. Naruto didn't bother responding to that. He knew it was true. He could take hits like nobody's business, and just keep getting up. Even Sasuke had to push himself to put Naruto down for good. Finally, the net's job is battlefield control, Mizuki explained. Its role offers the most variation in how this is accomplished. Some do it with weapons, herding enemies into areas where the sword can strike them easily. Some use genjutsu, forcing the enemy to pound away at the shield. Some use seals, to limit effectiveness or redirect attacks. Sakura is your team's net, and based on her performance review she'll be very good at it. Yeah, she's pretty awesome, isn't she? Naruto asked, beaming. You can get down now, Mizuki said. I want you doing sit-ups. Naruto groaned but complied. What's even the point of this? He asked as he began cranking out sit-ups. You said yourself that I've got great endurance. This isn't endurance training so much as physical conditioning, and something for you to do while I lecture you, Mizuki said. Since it's obvious that you learn nothing in a classroom environment, I'm seeing if adding exercise to your studying routine helps some of this information stick. Makes sense, I guess, Naruto said, shrugging. Anyway, Mizuki said, I wanted to go over our itinerary for however long it takes you to get up to speed. I'll start by outlining your strengths and weaknesses, and then explain exactly how we can improve on what you're good at and shore up what you're not. Sound good? Yeah. At the most basic level, you're not so bad off, Mizuki said. In fact, you being able to compete with the academy's other students without any kind of clan advantage is fairly incredible. You have none of the special breeding or early life training that usually defines shinobi of this caliber. As said before, your endurance is excellent. You're strong and clever, quick to adapt in combat and use the terrain to your advantage. And your chakra pool has got to be some kind of mistake. Nah, Naruto said, carefully regulating his breathing like they had been taught, to maximize his efficiency. I've just got a lot of chakra. A ridiculous amount of chakra, Mizuki said. Your test results, I don't have that much chakra. I know Jonin with less chakra. He ground his teeth. It's too bad your chakra control is sheet, or else you could be a monster. Hey, Naruto said. I don't get that. If I have more chakra than everyone else, why does it matter how much control I have? Mizuki rolled his eyes. Because more chakra doesn't. He paused. You're never going to get the textbook explanation. Look at it this way. Imagine a shinobi's chakra pool like a pond. Okay. The water is the chakra. The more chakra, the bigger the pond. Sakura, for example, has an average-sized pond. Sasuke has a little more than that. You dwarf both of them. You have an ocean. Cool, Naruto said, grinning. Kind of. See, now imagine a jutsu like a cup. In order to power the jutsu, you need to pick up the water from your pool and then fill the cup with it. Now, chakra control is where it gets a little tricky. The better the chakra control, the easier it is to transfer water from your pond to the cup. Imagine it like, Sakura's chakra control is excellent. She uses a thimble to move the water, which means she's able to fill the cup right up to the brim and not spill any. Right, I guess. Sasuke has a cup, which means that he spills a little water in the process, but he manages to get most of it in. You though, you use a DMN bathtub. You get a little water in the cup, but most of it spills all over the ground. And so all that chakra goes to waste. And your jutsu doesn't work like it's supposed to, because in the process of throwing your massive amounts of chakra around, you barely got any water in the cup. It's only half full. Mizuki paused and glanced down at Naruto. Does any of this make sense? A little bit, Naruto said. But I mean, I have a lot of chakra. So it's not my fault that I can't really control it. Oh, good job Naruto, Mizuki said, though Naruto got the sense that he hadn't actually done a good job at all. You completely bullshitted all responsibility off your own shoulders. Oh, it's not your fault you have horrible control, you're just too awesome. Forgive me, please, for ever doubting you. Naruto frowned. Chakra pool size and chakra control aren't related at all, Mizuki said. Just because you have a small chakra pool doesn't mean you have good chakra control, or vice versa. They're two unrelated statistics. He sighed. So obviously, chakra control you're going to need to work on. Do push-ups. Naruto dutifully rolled over and started doing weak push-ups, staring at the grass as if it would burst into flame if he stared hard enough. We'll work on your speed and taijutsu form to enhance your close range effectiveness, and once your chakra control is good enough, maybe move on to a bit of ninjutsu. Hell yeah, Naruto said, grinning and doing his best to not collapse into the dirt. That's more like it. But that's a long way off, of course, Mizuki said, and Naruto was sure he saw a quick smile flash across the instructor's face. You have a wind release affinity? Yeah. But a report here says Sarutobi Asuma has taught you a fire release, which you proceeded to attempt to use on a fellow student in a taijutsu-only spar. Naruto grit his teeth. Keiken deserved it. As you deserved him beating the shit out of you after he realized you had missed, Mizuki said. You were in the hospital for only a few days? Surprising. I heal fast, Naruto said, shrugging. Can I stop doing push-ups now? Mizuki frowned, flipping through the papers in his hand. Sure, whatever, he said. Naruto happily rolled over onto his back, panting and staring up at the pre-dawn sky. It was still littered with stars from the previous night, and Naruto did his best to identify the constellations as the dew cooled his sweaty back. Your file is full of all these odd little notes, Mizuki said. I can't make any sense of it. But He let out a soft little laugh. I guess that's not what I'm paid to do. I'll see if I can't teach you an earth release. The style of molding chakra for them will help with strengthening your body, which is important for any shield. Aha, Naruto said, panting. Sit up, Mizuki said. We'll get started with a little chakra control. Now close your eyes and image the chakra inside you spiraling. It's strange what sticks in our memories long after the context has faded. 2 years passed, and Naruto was 12. He dashed through the familiar streets, pushing past pedestrians, blurting out apologies as fast as he could. He hadn't had a pre-dawn lesson with Mizuki, which had thrown off his sleep schedule. And it wasn't like anyone in the orphanage was going to wake him up. He got the feeling that a lot of the kids there were scared of him, now that he had proved himself a halfway competent shinobi in training. Well, halfway competent might have been pushing it, but he was getting close. His chakra control, while not yet average, was climbing up from miserable. His taijutsu form was leagues ahead of where it had once been. Mizuki had still refused to teach him any cool ninjutsu, but Naruto managed to struggle on despite that. And besides, they had a match today. He skidded to a stop outside the assault building and waved to the pair of Chunin stationed on the roof above the entrance. They waved back, and Naruto shot inside, practically flying down the hallway. They had a match today. He threw open the doors to the auditorium, where the 29 other assault school kids were sitting, lying down, or generally preparing. He spotted Sasuke and Sakura sitting towards the back of the room and headed towards them, slumping up against the wall in exhausted relief. It's about time you got here, idiot, Sasuke muttered. I thought you were going to miss the whole thing. Are you kidding? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his neck. You know me. Not always on time, but always there. Right. Almost always, Sakura said. Anyway, they finalized the rankings from last week. What? Seriously? Naruto asked, looking around wildly. Where? Where? Right where they always are, Sasuke said, his tone only slightly annoyed. Naruto leapt back to his feet, tiredness forgotten in the face of seeing where they had placed after last week's competition. He saw the screen mounted on the wall, eyes scrambling across the words displayed, trying to make sense of them. His excitement didn't help. The words began swimming, letters getting out of place and mixed up, but he forced himself to take a deep breath and power through it. Year 209 Assault Rankings. Team J, Team C, Team B, Team B. You've got to be kidding me, Naruto shouted. How are we still number 2? We rocked Castle Attack. Kiken's team was a little bit faster, Sasuke said, cracking his knuckles and staring furiously at the floor. It's Misha. She was a DM in Blur on the ropes. She's been holding back in trials and spars, that's why we didn't know about it. So what now? Naruto asked. We wait for the game to be announced, Sakura said with a shrug. There's not much else we can do until we know who we're going up against and how. So they sat in silence. Naruto did his best to entertain himself as the last few minutes ticked down, staring at the wall and then the clouds outside, one of which looked kind of like a funny duck, if you looked at it right, and then the ranking board, and then the other students. Kurenai's cousin, Musu, gave him a happy little wave, which he returned. She was part of Team F, technically Team A209F, but that was just for outside the assault school, who was currently sitting comfortably in the middle of the rankings. And if he remembered it right, she was dating Eichu, who was Team I. Naruto winced for Eichu. Team I had been looking good at the beginning of the year, but had quickly spun into free fall for reasons unknown. The sounds of someone on stage, and then the lack of sounds from everyone in the room immediately going quiet, shook Naruto out of his thoughts. He directed his attention to the stage, where one of the instructors was motioning towards the large board that until just a few seconds ago had been obscured by a curtain. The game today, he said, loud enough for the entire room to hear clearly, is Capture the Scroll. Ah man, I hate Capture the Scroll, Naruto said, watching the instructor begin hanging team names up, revealing who would be competing against who today. I really wanted to just wail on someone today. Might still get your wish, Sasuke said, staring intently at the board. Team A209D versus Team S209F. Naruto stared. then exchanged a confused glance with Sasuke before both of them turned to look at Sakura. "They can't be serious," she said, running her hands through her hair, which reached almost down to her waist. "We have to fight a scout team? And Team J is going against Team F," Sasuke said. "They'll get the win, which means we're going to have to beat them off with a stick next week. Kiken's got to love this." "This isn't fair," Naruto said. "Why do we have to go against a scout team? Everyone else gets to fight assault. Now it doesn't even matter if we win. But if we lose," Sakura said, shaking her head. "Look, it isn't the end of the world. Everyone has to do this eventually. It's bad timing for us because now we can't really close the gap between us and Team A." "Of course we get them this week," Sasuke said, his face twisted so deeply into a scowl Naruto was afraid and somewhat hopeful that it might get stuck. "This is basically the most important week, and we get the match that doesn't matter." "As much as I'd love to angst about it," Sakura said, grabbing Naruto's wrist and hauling him to his feet, "we're the third match and we don't have long to figure out who we're up against." "Come on, Sasuke," Naruto said, hurrying after Sakura as she slipped through the crowd that had gathered. He pulled up alongside her as they hurried through the hallways, glancing back every few minutes to make sure Sasuke was keeping up with them. "Does Sasuke seem on edge to you?" Naruto whispered to Sakura as they walked. "Like, more than usual, I mean." "He's just worked up about Keikan," Sakura said, shrugging. "And he has good reason to be, especially given this matchup." She looked back, making sure Sasuke wasn't in hearing range, and her next words barely reached Naruto's ears. "And you know, their little feud has gotten worse since Itachi officially took office and Sasuke became their Uchiha heir." "Oh yeah," Naruto said, nodding his head. He didn't understand the legalities of interclan politics as well as Sakura, but he knew enough to understand why Sasuke and Keiken were always at each other's throats. Despite being the two founding clans of Konohagakure, the Senju and the Uchiha had always had a strong rivalry. The era of warring clans had been long and bloody, and both sides produced powerful, prideful shinobi. The blood between Sasuke and Keiken, however, was especially bad. Before Itachi had been appointed Hokage, the top prospect for the title of the 8th had been Senju Keisai, Kiken's older sister and heir of the Senju clan. Had she actually become Hokage like expected, Keiken would have ruled the Senju when he came of age. But when Itachi got the position instead, Keiken lost hope of becoming clan head while being forced to see Sasuke take on the title himself. It was a bad situation all around, not helped by the fact that Keiken was in butt and Sasuke could be kind of a stubborn JRK when he wanted to. Sometimes, Naruto was glad he didn't have to muck around in the complicated clan bullshit. Uchiha or Senju, Sarutobi or Yuhi, they all sounded needlessly complicated and annoying. He glanced back over at Sakura, only to find himself in the main hallway of the scout building. He noticed his trap's teacher, Irika, in one of the classrooms and gave a happy wave, receiving a somewhat confused one in return. "Got them," Sakura said, clapping her hands and drawing Naruto's attention back to her and Sasuke. "Team S209F. Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata." Sasuke grunted. "I know the Hyuga. Quite. Stutters sometimes." "I remember Kiba," Naruto said. He and the Inazuka had gotten along well in basic, but after being assigned to the specialty schools the two of them had drifted apart. "He was cool." "Shino and I are in the same advanced physics class," Sakura said. "He's scary smart. But they are a scout team, so we should be able to beat them if we make it our game." "Yeah, make it our game," Naruto said, though he wasn't entirely clear on exactly "make it our game" was supposed to mean. Sakura was always going on about battle plans, strategies and tactics and major and minor objectives. Naruto only understood about half of it. He just liked hitting things. "They're a scout team," Sakura explained. "And this is capture the scroll. They're going to want to make it cat and mouse, hit and run, get our scroll with as little combat as possible. We have to force them to fight us." "Genjutsu?" Naruto asked. "We could hide the scroll and then they'd have to fight us for it." "Right. It's a good idea, but they have a Hyuga," Sakura said. "I don't know what the world looks like through a Byakugan, certainly not well enough to make a convincing illusion." Do you guys? That was a rhetorical question, right? Naruto asked. Sasuke exhaled in a manner that might have been a quiet laugh if viewed in the right light. From the corner of his eye, Naruto could see Sakura's face flash with the mix of emotions Kurenai had assured him was puppy love. It stung Naruto a little bit that she wasn't looking at him like that. He ignored it. He was getting much better at ignoring things like that. We'll give the scroll to Sasuke, Sakura said finally, her face returning to its natural state of passive bemusement. And then we'll make them fight us for it. If they want to get the scroll, they're going to have to knock us out, or at least incapacitate us in some way. Sasuke, you can use fire release dash. I can too. Naruto cut in. And Naruto can too, sort of, Sakura amended. That'll keep Shino's Kikaichu at bay. What about Kiba's nose? Maybe some smoke, Sasuke said. It could neutralize his sense of smell, but we'd honestly be better off with. He trailed off, looking at Naruto with a weary curiosity. Stink bombs. Naruto's grin stretched its way out until it covered his entire face. This match was going to be fun. Understatement of the century, really. Naruto couldn't see the opposing team from where he stood, but he didn't need to see them to know where they were. He, Sakura, and Sasuke stood in the main gym, a massive, roofless arena that served as the academy's primary training ground. Dense forestation, courtesy of the Senju clan, nearly blotted out the sun, but Naruto could see a few bold tendrils of light poking through the leafy branches. He glanced over towards the stark stone wall that separated the gym from the rest of the building. He couldn't see the instructors that were watching the match, but he knew they couldn't be far away. They were never far away. 10. Sakura said to herself, nervously clutching at the stink bombs in her hands. She was counting down until the beginning of the match, counting down the final few seconds, and Naruto found apprehension mixing with excitement in the pit of his stomach as she wound her way closer to 0. 0. The arena was suddenly supernaturally loud as Naruto kicked his senses into overdrive. His nose was never going to be the equal of an Inuzuka's, his ears never as powerful as an Yumano's, his eyes never as sharp as a Hyuga's, but he was still able to smell and hear and see things that others would miss. The snap of a branch. The shift of a shadow. The salty tinge of sweat on damp air. Beside him, Sasuke took a careful, measured step forwards. His head was ped, slightly, and he was staring intently off into the distance. Naruto saw his friend's eyes widen in realization, and suddenly everything sprung into motion. Sakura threw the stink bombs down, trying to break them on the faux forest floor, but before they could burst they were intercepted by a small swarm of buzzing Kikaichu, who vanished as quickly as they had appeared. Son of a beach! Sakura shouted, her voice high-pitched and surprised. Kunai flashed into her hands, but before she could shift into a defensive position more Kikaichu slammed into her, knocking her back. Naruto was quick enough to see it all happen, but not quick enough to react. Sasuke, his hands blurring together, flying through seals, managed to get off a single fireball before Kiba crashed into his side, both of them vanishing behind several bushes. Naruto could hear them fighting, and knew Sasuke would be alright. Sasuke was better than anyone in the academy, as much as Naruto hated to admit it. Sakura was the one that needed help. The other team had been way faster than they had anticipated. Or they were simply being more aggressive. Sakura had seemed sure they would stick to the shadows, try to separate them with genjutsu and traps before moving in for the kill, but Team S209F seemed determined to be unpredictable. Naruto's body flickered forward, the world blurring around him as he streaked toward Shino, who was pressing the advantage the Kikaichu had afforded him against Sakura. The pink-haired Shinobi was on the defensive, but the Kikaichu slowing her down meant that her dodge-oriented, fluid taijutsu style was struggling against Shino's slow but heavy strikes. Naruto planted a foot in Shino's back and kicked, but the boy simply burst into a cloud of Kikaichu, which swarmed Naruto in a chorus of buzzes and clicks. Naruto stumbled back, pressing his hands together in the seals that had become so familiar over the years. Snake, rat, snake, tiger. He inhaled deeply, the chakra in his lungs flaring to a hot, dense life. When he exhaled, it wasn't just air that left his mouth, it was a cloud of ash. Fire release, ash pile burning technique. He saw a flash of pink in the corner of his vision, as Sakura threw herself clear of the ash cloud just in time. It engulfed the Kikaichu that had been attacking them, the superheated ash roasting them alive in mere moments. Naruto could feel the heat of the ash on his face, but as quickly as it had come, it faded. Naruto grimaced. The technique still wasn't perfect, it was supposed to last much longer, and he had never been able to ignite the cloud like Asuma was able to, but it had served its purpose. He saw Sakura attack a reeling Shino, and readied himself to help her finish him off. Before he could move, however, he was thrown off balance by a leg sweeping into the backs of his knees. He let out a surprised shout and went down, hitting the ground hard. His vision flashed, and his breath fled him, but he managed to keep himself together enough to roll and avoid what would have been a finishing blow. He popped to his feet just in time to deflect another attack, and found himself face to face with Hyuga Hinata. The veins around her inhumanly white eyes bulged, and sweat stuck her short purple hair to her face. She had a new headband slung over her forehead, instead of the ratty black one Naruto remembered from the occasional glimpse on his way to Irika's class. She wore a new white one with a stylized sun printed on it. She swirled forwards, kicking up dirt and leaves as she did so, and Naruto stumbled back. Oh shit. He juked left, and then took off right, but Hinata managed to keep pace with him, forcing him to swing wide around where Sakura and Shino were exchanging blows. Naruto brought his hands together for another ash cloud, but Hinata struck at him, her palm glowing with pale fire, and he was forced to abandon the technique before desperately throwing himself out of the way of the attack. Hinata, being a Hyuga, was a practitioner of the legendary gentle fist taijutsu style. Feared all across the elemental nations for its ability to bypass almost all traditional defenses, one touch could put a shinobi out of commission. She lashed out with both palms, her mouth set in a grim, determined line, and Naruto surprised himself by managing to knock both of the attacks away. Gentle fist users were the bane of shields like him, capable of downing them in moments of their attacks landed, and so he was going to have to change up his usual taijutsu style if he wanted to survive. He ducked under one strike, then back-flipped over another, managing to land a kick on the side of Hinata's head that sent her spinning. She attacked again, but he planted his palm in her elbow and shoved her assault wide. He grinned. He could do this. All he needed to do was be quick, confident, and his side exploded in pain, and suddenly all he could see was Hinata, her arms weaving a complex chakra pattern around him. Her fingers brushed against him lightning quick, tiny explosions erupting where she touched, and Naruto gave a desperate scream as he tried to separate. She wouldn't let him, though he saw her bite her lip regretfully as she placed a palm on his chest. There was a burst of chakra and he fell back onto his but, panting heavily and doing his best not to scream bloody murder. He tried to move, to summon chakra, to do anything, but the rest of his body was being less than cooperative. Your CH chakra system is completely shut down, Hinata explained. D don't move, and UWW won't make the internal D damage too bad. I'm sorry. He couldn't go down like this. If Hinata could join the fray alongside her teammates, Sakura and Sasuke wouldn't last long. She was devastating at close range alone. She was no match for his teammates, but with someone to help create openings, she would tear through Team A209D. Naruto pulled on every trick Mizuki had taught him on summoning chakra, deep breaths, spiraling, picturing the chakra in his head, but nothing worked. He felt unnaturally cold, as if some kind of fire inside him had died. He couldn't let this happen. If they lost here, they'd go into a nosedive in the rankings. You didn't lose to scout teams. Keiken would never let them hear the end of it. And suddenly the fire was back. It roared through him, red-hot and powerful, nearly overwhelming in its potency. It flooded his veins, burning the pain away and replacing it with a raw, vicious anger. His eyes flashed open, and he saw Hinata staring at him in open-mouthed shock with her freak eyes. He felt good. He felt strong. He felt fast. He leapt to his feet and was surprised to see Hinata react so slowly. She had been quick before, but now she was painfully slow, as if moving through water instead of air. Naruto shot forward and landed a punch on her side without even trying. He could feel ribs break beneath him, and an almost comically drawn-out shriek of pain reached his ears a moment later. He grinned, and his blood roared beneath his skin, his head pounding, his vision swimming with a curious haze. He heard voice drifting inside his ears, laughter and screams and everything in between, mixing together in a primal cacophony. Wild laughter bubbled in the bottom of his throat, eventually bursting out into the open as he gleefully kicked Hinata around like a rag doll. The Hyuga's efforts to defend herself from the onslaught, while valiant, were ultimately useless. She managed to get a forearm between her face and Naruto's kick, but it simply broke as his attack connected, spraying beautiful crimson blood high into the air. She tried to body flicker away, but he was far, far faster, and slammed the back of her head into the dirt before she could get more than a few feet. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head, losing their otherworldly whiteness and reverting to pale violet, but Naruto didn't let that slow him down. She was weak and he was strong. It was really quite simple. She would be broken because he demanded it. He grabbed her collar and sked in frustration as she went limp, her eyelids closing and her blood staining the false forest floor. It wouldn't be as fun if she couldn't fight back, but Naruto wasn't going to let something as insignificant as consciousness get in the way of enforcing his will on the world. He brought his arm back to deliver the finishing blow, somewhat disappointed to realize that he wouldn't be able to watch the light fade from her eyes, but before he could crush her skull with his fist, something strong and slender wrapped around his wrist. He whirled, snarling at whatever had interrupted him, and Sakura released his wrist only to drive her forehead into his nose. It hurt, but not nearly as much as it should have, and he gave her a backhand across the face that sent her spinning. He turned back to Hinata, but somehow her unconscious body had managed to vanish out from under him. He spied a flash of blue, Sasuke, vanishing into the forest, and then Kiba crashed into his side. The attack was hard and fast, but Naruto recovered quickly and knocked the Inuzuka away. Something hit him in the back of the head, but by the time he whirled around it was already gone, and then Sakura was back, lashing out at him with a light but quick flurry of punches. He took a few to the side, blocked another, but then Sasuke landed a haymaker on one cheek, and he hit the dirt hard. "Get on him!" Somebody shouted, and Naruto tried to leap to his feet only to feel a crushing weight over him. He screeched in frustration, his voice sounding high and inhuman even to his own ears, and when he glanced up he could see two instructors over him. Then something hit the back of his head, and the world swirled into an impossibly inky blackness. Shinobi suffer higher than average rates of unconsciousness. When Naruto awoke, he didn't exactly awake. Instead, he opened his eyes to a sort of half-consciousness, a dreamy, nebulous balance between the waking world and his own dreams. Two men stood above him, talking in low tones. Their words only barely reached his ears, despite the fact that they were standing right next to him. "I was afraid this would happen," one figure said. The voice sounded old and tired and familiar, and Naruto felt like he should have been able to put a face to it, but he couldn't. "It's beginning to unravel. It can't hold back the beast much longer." "It's still got some life in it," said the second figure, his voice younger but equally tired. "And Minato's seal is different from the others. Less a wall, more a sieve. But is it even possible to filter its chakra? Why not? You can filter the others." "It is not the others." There was a long, tense pause. "I guess there's not much point in hiding it from him anymore," the second figure said. "If he has any chance to control it, he needs to know." "The decision is yours to make," the first figure said. "But I would make it carefully. There's a reason Danzo and I hid it from him, hid it from everyone. Information is power, and he already has more power than he can handle. We can't afford another incident like today," the second figure responded. "Hayashi is on the warpath. He knows not to touch Naruto, but he doesn't know why. Because I'll rip his spine out if he does, that's why." "He doesn't know why you would do that, then," the second figure said, in a tone that clearly stated he wasn't in the mood to argue semantics. "But his daughter was nearly killed. He'll try to get at Naruto indirectly. I'll have Shursui keep an eye on Sasuke, and post a few ANBU outside the Haruno household." "That's good. You're learning quickly." I always have. They continued talking, but Naruto felt himself slipping away, back into a heavy and hopefully dreamless sleep. A relief from the difficulties of consciousness. When Naruto arrived back at the academy, he kept his eyes down and shuffled off to find Sakura and Sasuke. There was a monster inside him, throwing itself constantly against the walls of its cage. There was a monster inside him, and it was slowly working its way out. Sasuke and Sakura greeted him with short nods when he sat down next to him. Naruto could see in their eyes that what Itachi had said was true. Their memories had been altered. Not completely, but slightly. They couldn't remember seeing his eyes change from blue to red, couldn't remember watching his bones crack and lengthen, his features twist into something decidedly not human. They couldn't even remember having to restrain him. All they could remember was him beating Hyuga Hinata into the ground. Are you all right? Sakura whispered. Her grass-green eyes were filled with worry, and Naruto couldn't find it in himself to meet them. Yeah, he said, doing his best to sound convincing. I'm fine. I'm good. He smiled wide, showing his teeth. Does this look like the face of a guy who's upset? Sakura didn't look convinced, but before she could say anything, Sasuke stepped in. Good, he said, keeping his voice low and staring daggers at any classmates that got too close. You don't have anything to feel bad about. Well, I wouldn't really say that. Naruto said, his smile fading. I would, Sasuke said. Ever since you joined the academy, you've been dead last, Naruto. Everyone knows that you're the weakest link in the entire school. Naruto flinched. They've all gone after you because of it, Sasuke continued. They've all tried to get at us through you, because you were always pretty much an easy victory. But that's not true anymore. You showed everyone that you're not an easy target. And if a Hyuga has to spend a few days in the hospital to prove that point. He shrugged. That's not so much a sacrifice as an added bonus. Yeah, Naruto said. Maybe you're right. He turned his attention away from his friends and towards the topic of the day's lecture. Though, of course, it wasn't long until his mind began to wander. Sasuke was right. A good shinobi would see the political value in what he had done, even if he hadn't been in control of himself at the time. A good shinobi would take the experience and exploit the positives. A good shinobi wouldn't hate himself a little more every time he thought of Hyuga Hinata laying in a hospital bed, struggling to draw breath. The lecture ended, eventually, and Naruto was only dimly aware of his feet carrying him out of the building and up towards the Hokage monument. He had more classes, but he didn't think he would be going to them. The instructors wouldn't be happy, but they could deal with it. Konohagakure looked so small from so high up, the people below rushing around like ants. He saw shinobi hopping from rooftop to rooftop, saw people speed by on bicycles, saw leaves drift across the air, pushed and pulled by the wind. It's beautiful up here, Sakura said from behind him. Naruto turned around to face her. You should be in class, he said. I don't want you to get in trouble because you followed me. Please, Sakura said, rolling her eyes and walking up beside him. I've had perfect attendance for 6 years. I think the academy will manage if I miss one history lecture. Yeah, I guess, Naruto said. They sat in silence for a few minutes, each of them looking out over the village. Sometimes, Sakura said, I like to come up here and just look at everything. It helps remind me why I'm doing all this. Naruto gave her a sidelong glance. I mean, yeah, I want to make my clan proud and all, she continued, but sometimes it's about more than that, you know? It's about the village and the people and my friends, and keeping it all safe. She smiled slightly. And that's an important thing for me to keep in mind. Because it lets me keep everything in perspective. Naruto said nothing. We all make mistakes sometimes, Naruto, Sakura said. Sometimes we let out a piece of ourselves that we don't like. That we're scared of even. Sometimes we get desperate or angry and we do things we wouldn't normally do. And that's okay. You've just got to take that anger and desperation and channel it into something good. She gestured at the village below. Like protecting this. Naruto's gaze drifted between Sakura and the village below. You are not a monster, the old man, former Hokage said. Don't ever think you're a monster. You are a shinobi of Konohagakure who has been burdened with an impossible task. He smiled. But your whole life has been impossible, Naruto. What's a little more? And, it's not like you have to face this stuff alone, Sakura said. Sasuke'll be there for you. And so will I. Naruto swallowed, and then he wrapped Sakura in a hug so tight that there was a semi-legitimate danger of her torso being crushed under the strain. He didn't notice the tears leaking from his eyes until they fell on Sakura's shirt. They stood like that for a long time. The Kanahagakure Hospital was one of the village's pride and joys. A large building of gleaming white stone, it was one of, if not the, most advanced hospitals in the elemental nations. Sanin Tsunade's multiple reforms before and during the Third Great War had jump-started medical techniques and technology years forward, resulting in fewer shinobi and citizen deaths than ever before. Naruto had visited the hospital several times before, for examinations, or because he was sick, but never had he felt such trepidation standing in front of the large double doors that lead inside. Take your time, the old man said, apparently noticing Naruto's hesitation. We're not in any rush. Naruto nodded, swallowing heavily. It was odd to have so much time with the old man. Naruto had known him since he was little, since the first time Sarutobi had visited the orphanage where Naruto lived. The old man had been impressed with Naruto's desire to become a shinobi, and had actually been the one who mentioned the academy entrance exam. The two of them had spent precious little time together after that though. The old man had had paperwork and Hokage duties, but now that Itachi had officially taken over the position, the old man seemed content to spend his newfound free time wandering the streets of the village, talking to and random passerby. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of inner debate, Naruto stepped forward and pushed open the door. The lobby, as always, was a flurry of activity, doctors and civilians and shinobi dashing this way and that. Naruto ducked and weaved through the foot traffic, the old man following him stoically as they reached the hallway that led to the intensive care ward. Naruto felt nervous, jittery, but not in a good way. It was like there was an unscratchable itch somewhere on his body, distracting him, stopping him from calming down and focusing. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, imagining the chakra in his stomach spiraling tightly. The familiar routine brought him no small amount of comfort, and for a moment at least, the itch abated. Before he knew it, they reached the door to Hinata's room. The two Hyuga guards that stood lazily outside perked up at his approach, their faces hardening, their hands stretching towards the weapon pouches strapped to their legs. Naruto took an involuntary step backwards, holding up his hands in a gesture of surrender. He felt the old man's hand on his back. It gave him a gentle but firm push forwards. Naruto took strength from that push and a little bit of courage, and clenched his teeth together in determination. Told the kid once, sir, one of the Hyuga said. He's not allowed anywhere near here. His voice was cold and hard, authority and quite a bit of resentment present in every syllable. The old man held up a hand. I am well aware that Hayashi has ordered you to guard the young Hinata, he said. His own voice was warm and understanding, a sharp contrast to the Hyuga. But I have already cleared this visit with Hayashi. Naruto seeks only to apologize for his actions, and I am here in full support of him. I will be entering the room, along with Cat and Weasel here. Two black-robed figures suddenly shimmered into existence next to the old man, their faces obscured by painted white masks. The two Hyuga's nostrils flared in surprise, eyes bulging and losing their color as they activated the Byakugan. We will keep an eye on the boy, to make sure he stays true to his stated intentions, the old man continued, ignoring the shocked reactions of the guards. You're free to join us. I understand that your clan head has tasked you with an important job, and I would not think to demand you abandon your duty. The two Hyuga exchanged uneasy glances, their shoulders rolling, bodies twitching somewhat erratically. Naruto figured they must have been talking in the Hyuga secret language. There must have been hundreds of movements they were making that were invisible to the naked eye, but perfectly visible to the Byakugan. Finally, the two turned to the old man and bowed. As is your wish, sir, one said, pushing open the door and stepping through, but keeping it held open. The two Anbu, Cat and Weasel, faded back into thin air, and Naruto tentatively stepped through the now open door. The old man followed close behind. The room looked much the same as any other hospital room, but different. Hinata was sitting in the bed, surrounded by an impressive array of flowers. She was so absorbed by something in her lap that she didn't seem to notice Naruto's approach. As he came closer, he saw her carefully placing certain flowers between the pages of a heavy dictionary. Her tongue was stuck slightly past her lips in concentration, her brow furrowed as she meticulously covered the flowers with tissues. She wore surprisingly little bandages that Naruto could see, and was dressed in a simple hospital gown with a delicate, light blue headband. "Princess Hinata, you have visitors," the guard said from the doorway. Hinata looked up in surprise, eyes widening as she saw the old man. Then her gaze shifted to Naruto, and she recoiled. Though nothing had touched him, Naruto had the distinct feeling of being slapped across the face, hard, and he came to a stop still several paces from the bed. "We'll give you some privacy," the old man said, placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder and giving a reassuring squeeze. "So that you can say what needs to be said." Naruto, still mostly frozen in a state of semi-panic, nodded sharply. He willed his legs to take another step forward, like he did when he was running with Mizuki, and was genuinely surprised when it worked. Hinata, true to Hyuga form, recovered quickly. Her face smoothed into a completely blank mask of non-emotion that reminded Naruto more of porcelain than human flesh, and when she spoke her voice was soft but even. "Hello, Kiji-san." Naruto cringed at the nearly archaic and almost stiflingly polite Kiji-san. He knew that some of the noble clans still preferred the older, more formal tongue that had been spoken during the warring clans' PRD, but he had never had it used on him before. He didn't even call his teachers sensei, and none of them seemed to mind. It was almost enough to make him not realize that Hinata had addressed him using his family name. Almost. Well, when in Sunagakure, as the old saying went. If she wanted to do it this way, that was her choice and he would happily follow along. Naruto stopped and placed his hands by his side, dipping into a bow. His eyes were practically glued to the floor as he held his position, nearly 45 degrees, which combined with the length of time he was holding it was a bit excessive, especially for a conversation with a girl his own age, even if said girl did happen to be the heir to a noble shinobi clan. But if Naruto could have held it longer, or bowed deeper, without looking like he was mocking her, he would have without question. "Hello, Hina Hyuga-san," he said, slightly stumbling over the unfamiliar style of speaking. Was "san" even appropriate in this situation? His history and language was still a mess, even with Sakura's tutoring. I have come here today because my actions have brought you great, pain, and, He trailed off, eyes darting awkwardly around the room. "I'm sorry. Can I just not talk like that? Can I just talk to you normal?" He was half sure he heard the old man give a very quiet snort from the corner of the room, but he couldn't be positive. Hinata's mouth twitched, and then the implacable mask softened, her face becoming noticeably more human as she relaxed into a more natural expression. "I suppose that would be all right," she said, nodding. Naruto's shoulders slumped in relief. Now, maybe he could get a sentence out without stumbling over every other word. "Look," he said, scratching the back of his head. I just wanted to let you know that what I did, that I didn't mean to. That I don't hate you or anything." He paused, but Hinata said nothing. She was apparently content to let him speak for now, and so he continued talking. "I don't really know how you guys do it at scout school, but at assault school, the games are like a really big deal. And I got scared that maybe I wasn't good enough, that I was going to hurt my teammates, and I hurt you instead." Still no response. Hinata's gaze had drifted away from him, and she was now looking out the window. But Naruto got the sense that she was still listening to him, so he trudged onward. "And that's not okay," he continued lamely. "I mean, you might not be my teammate, but you're still a fellow shinobi. And what I did was pretty shitty." He winced. "Sorry, I mean like bad of me. I didn't mean to swear." He scuffed his sandal against the ground, wondering why his apologies always sounded so much better in his head. "I guess what I'm trying to say is that I wish I had never done it, and I'd do anything to make it up to you. I swear to the will of fire itself, I'd do anything." He held one hand solemnly up, as if ready to pledge himself to her. And I hope you don't hate me. But I guess I'd understand if you do. For a long few moments, there was nothing but silence in that little hospital room. Naruto, sensing the conversation had come to a close, bowed again, not so deep this time, and not for so long, but still respectful. Then he turned to go. I don't hate you, Naruto, Hinata said, and Naruto whirled back around. His eyes met hers, and though she couldn't meet his gaze exactly for more than a moment, there was no flinch backwards this time. I think I understand. Naruto blinked once. You do? He asked, not quite believing it. I mean, I hope you do. But, you do? Really? Was that a smile tugging at the edge of her lips? Naruto couldn't be sure. I think so, she said. P-press. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Pressure affects all of us. It's part of our lives as shinobi. Now she did smile a bit, but it was a sad one. I used to envy you, back in the academy. You did not belong to a noble clan. I believed that meant there was no pressure in your training. But now, I understand that there's just a different kind. Naruto tried to swallow. It sort of got stuck halfway down his throat. Hinata's hands traveled up to her forehead, where she began unwinding her headband. But another thing I learned, she said, her voice now little more than a whisper, is that it gets better. Eventually. The headband fell into her lap, and Naruto's eyes were immediately drawn to her forehead. He wasn't sure what he had expected, but it certainly hadn't been the caged bird seal. Just fly away. You have a gift, Naruto, the old man said as they walked the streets of Konohagakure. It was an unfortunately dreary day, clouds hanging oppressively low in the sky, looking as if they might decide to start pouring rain any moment now. Naruto watched a shinobi bounce from rooftop to rooftop before vanishing in a blur of speed. I do? He asked. Pretty much everyone he had ever met had been sure to remind him that he had no gifts of any kind. He didn't take it poorly, he figured it just made him that much more badass, to be a shinobi with no inborn talents, but it was certainly odd to hear the exact opposite coming from a former Hokage. The old man nodded. You have the gift of sincerity, he said, casting a glance up at the sky. It is a gift that is exceedingly rare in shinobi, and even civilians. I fear that it might soon go extinct. But don't really get it, Naruto said. You're honest, the old man said. You seem to be completely incapable of being anything other than 100% yourself at any given moment. Oh, Naruto said, frowning. I thought that was a bad thing. The old man chuckled. Some might say so, Some might say so. But I think it's a gift. You saw how it affected Hinata. She could tell that you were being honest with her, and in return, she was honest with you. He smiled. Sincerity has a way of breaking down barriers, I think. We could all do with a little more sincerity in the world. Do you think I'm gonna make a good shinobi? Naruto asked. Even though you know everything? It was a question that had always lingered around the edge of his mind, ever since he had finished dead last in the academy his first year, and had recently resurfaced upon learning of the seal on his stomach. I think that depends entirely on you, the old man said. His voice was still gentle, but it had lost its slightly joking edge from before. Naruto, the measure of a man, not just a shinobi, but a man, is not what he has, but how he uses it. I guess, Naruto said, kicking at a stray pebble that had found its way into his path. The old man's answer sounded a lot like the kind of answer he would have expected from an adult, important sounding, but lacking in any practical answer. A simple yes or no would have sufficed. The first Hokage wasn't a good shinobi because he was strong, or fast, or because he invented the wood release, the old man continued. He wasn't a great man because it either. He was both of those things because he looked out across the devastation and pain of the time he lived in, he saw something better. He saw hope. And then he worked for the rest of his life to make that hope a reality. He stopped then in the middle of the road and looked at Naruto. What do you see, Naruto? Naruto frowned, but he looked around. Konohagakure, he said with a shrug. He wondered if this was some kind of trick question. The old man chuckled. Deeper than that, Naruto. Don't look with your eyes. Don't see what you actually see, See what you want to see. Naruto exhaled heavily. This was getting confusing fast. He wasn't sure how exactly to not see what he saw, but he figured the old man wouldn't be asking him to do anything impossible. So he scrunched up his face and tried to see something else. Something he wanted to see. I see, he said after a moment, face still screwed up in intense concentration. I see Sakura, and Sasuke, and Mizuki and Hinata. More people were appearing now. He could see them, walking the streets of Kanahagakure. Asuma and Kurenai, Kiba and Shino, Musu and Eichu, even Keiken and Misha, even though they were both huge assholes. As he concentrated, the streets of the village grew more and more crowded, until Naruto could barely see anything through the ocean of bodies assembled in front of him. What are they doing? The old man asked. His voice cut through the darkness of Naruto's mind, and suddenly the shinobi in training was intensely aware of what everyone was doing. They're smiling, he said. They're just smiling. He opened his eyes to see the old man smiling himself. Then whether you are a good shinobi, he said, resuming their walk, and more importantly, whether you're a good man, Naruto, will depend on how hard you work on making what you saw a reality. Sakura said something similar the other day, Naruto said, taking a few skipping steps to catch up the old man. Did she? Yeah. Not exactly the same thing, but she talked about the village and how it reminds her why she's a shinobi, Naruto said. I don't think I really understood all of it, but I guess she was trying to say the exact same thing you're saying. He looked up at the old man and grinned happily, white teeth stretching from ear to ear. I'd better go find her. I promised we'd do a little studying today. The old man smiled back. Then you shouldn't keep her waiting. Off you go. Naruto gave an excited whoop as he tore off down the streets, laughing like some kind of maniac. Hiruzen watched the boy go. It was hard to imagine being that young and optimistic, but he thanked the will of fire every day that he lived in a place with so many reminders. Sakura said all that, he said to himself, turning to go. She's a good girl. Always does what she's told. What are shinobi, after all? It was a Saturday. Across the elemental nations, children everywhere cast off the burden of training and studying and flooded into the streets and parks of their respective hometowns, laughing and playing and generally just being children. Unfortunately for Haruno Sakura, she was grounded. She had skipped class, you see, and in the Haruno household, that wasn't anywhere near acceptable. Her parents had laid out the rules in simple terms. She was not to leave the house, excepting an emergency. She was not to leave her room, except for the purpose of getting something to eat or drink. She was to sit in silence, and split her time between contemplating her mistake and doing her homework. So Sakura sat in her room and wondered what exactly she could have done to get herself put in this situation. First, Naruto, in an uncharacteristic display of brutality, had beaten the living crap out of Hyuga Hinata. He had obviously been beating himself up about it, but she hadn't realized how hard he had been taking it until she had run into the sixth Hokage. He had accidentally let slip a few things that had convinced Sakura that Naruto needed a talking to, and so she had taken it upon herself to do that instead of listening to her teacher give a lecture on the history of clan politics. Her parents, unsurprisingly, weren't very interested in her reasons behind her decision. It seemed to them that she could have easily postponed talking to Naruto until lunchtime, and they couldn't for the life of them understand why she seemed so eager to throw her future away. Not just your future, Sakura muttered to herself, her voice a mockingly high falsetto. The future of your entire clan. Whoop-de-doo. Her attention fell to a single strand of cotton candy pink hair, which had fallen in front of her face. The next 5 minutes were spent attempted to blow it back into place, which ultimately succeeded. She pumped her fist in triumph. Then she checked her sundial, set up just outside her window for easy viewing. Wow, time moved slowly. She wondered why it had never seemed to move this slowly before. Sighing, she shook her hands out and returned to her book. She very pointedly did not think of what she could have done today had she not wound up grounded. Musu had mentioned something about going shopping. That would have been fun. Name the 8 noble shinobi clans of the Land of Fire. Read the first question. Easy, Sakura said to herself, leaning back in her chair. Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Aburame. She flipped to the back of the book to confirm her answer, though it wasn't strictly necessary. Naruto could have answered that question. Question 2. Name the 7 Hokage. 8 Hokage, Sakura said quietly. This book was stupid and out of date. Why was she wasting her time here? She knew all of this, had known all of this for years. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Narashaku, Hyuga Hinata, Senju Aiko, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, and Uchiha Itachi. She checked the back of the book again. As usual, she was flawless. She groaned and kicked the chair she was sitting in onto its back legs, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. What was she doing here? Going over pages upon pages of stuff she already knew? She got that succeeding was important, and she got her grades slipping could mean a lot of bad things for people that didn't deserve it, but she shook her head, trying vainly to clear her mind of that particular line of thought. It always ended the same way, with the logical part of herself admitting that her parents were right, but the emotional side refusing to capitulate. She could almost hear it now, as if it were another person speaking to her. Why is everything on your shoulders? It asked her. Why is everyone relying on you to do well as a shinobi? You have lots of cousins. The Haruno clan is known all across the Land of Fire for producing geniuses. I'm the best, Sakura explained to the imaginary voice in her head, rubbing at her temples in a desperate attempt to stop the last of her sanity from leaking out. I have the best chance of succeeding. And if I pull it off, then, 10-20 years from now, maybe more than that, the Harunos can become a proper shinobi clan. Her manifested subconscious shot back. Whoop def and Jidu. It's a big deal. Sakura protested. What's wrong with being a civilian clan? We've done well for ourselves so far, haven't we? Half our family are doctors. Our dad is the best neurosurgeon in Konohagakure. They don't need us to succeed, it's not life or death. Maybe if I ask nicely, Dad will cut you out with a chainsaw, Sakura muttered. She slapped the sides of her head with 2 open palms. Just shut up, shut up, shut up. Miraculously, there was no answer. Sakura exhaled deeply. Maybe she needed more sleep, but sometimes it honestly felt as if her subconscious had a mind of its own. Luckily, she needed not dwell on her own slipping sanity for too long. A loud series of knocks on her window grabbed her attention, instead focusing it on the hyperactive blonde hanging just outside her room. She glanced down at her textbook. Maybe her crazy subconscious was right. Maybe she deserved a break. Thanks, Naruto said when she opened the window, swinging in and shaking some dirt out of his hair. My arms were getting tired holding myself out there. Your arms? Sakura asked. Why didn't you just wall walk? They had all learned that technique a week ago, and she was finding it incredibly useful. Naruto rolled his eyes. I haven't exactly got it yet, he explained, setting his backpack down on her bed. I mean, like, I sorta got it, but then I don't, so I figured I'd work on it later. Maybe after our tutoring session. He grinned. Oh man, Sakura said, rubbing her temples. Our session. I completely forgot about that. I'm so sorry, Naruto. No problem, Naruto says. You're here, so no big deal, right? He smiled, and Sakura shook her head in near disbelief. There must have been something about the academy, because Naruto never seemed to enjoy studying there. Sakura sighed. I mean, she said, shrugging. She really hated discouraging Naruto on the rare occasions he was actually excited about hitting the books, but she was about to scream bloody murder if she had to read another dry, lifeless biography of someone long dead, no pun intended. What if we just, she said, I don't know, skip the session today. Had a little fun instead. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, and for a moment Sakura was afraid his eyebrows might actually float off his head. Instead they settled somewhere in his bangs. Yeah, I think we could do that, he said with a grin. And could we get Sasuke? Because actually, I was kinda hoping we didn't do a session today. He reached out and snatched his backpack off of Sakura's bed, opening it to reveal that it was full of cans of spray paint. Seriously? Sakura asked as Naruto cackled gleefully to himself. I thought those were books. I was so proud of you. Ah, Sakura, Naruto said, though he couldn't quite wipe the grin off his face. I'll make it up to you somehow. I could. He snapped his fingers. I know. Let me buy you lunch. Sakura eyed him suspiciously. A platonic lunch? She asked. A lunch as friends, she clarified, in case Naruto still didn't know what platonic meant. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 5 times, shame on me. A platonic lunch as friends, Naruto assured her, nodding happily. Sighed. Good. I guess that'll be okay, she said, hopping out the window. Naruto owed her some food anyway, after so many times buying him ramen when his wallet went, mysteriously, missing. Wariawa realizio a love me halfway through. Naruto shouted, leaping hard out the window and sailing over her head. Sakura just rolled her eyes. She'd figure Naruto out eventually. Probably. But the heart muddles. By the time he was 12, Uchiha Sasuke had long since learned that the best way to enter his house was to go directly into his bedroom window. It was the quickest, easiest, and most efficient way, and had the added bonus of bypassing his mother and father entirely. Today, his routine changed a bit. Instead of leaping to the rooftop of a neighboring house, and from there into his window, he channeled chakra to the soles of his feet and pressed them hesitantly to the wall of his house. It wasn't perfect, but it stuck, and a moment later he was stepping silently into his bedroom. It was sparse, as was any true shinobi's. A mat lay in the corner, weapons and a few scrolls meticulously organized in another. On the ceiling above the mat, there was a large piece of paper, held to the ceiling with tacks. It had an old Uchiha saying written on it. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared. If you lack earth, seek advantages, run in the field. The beginning of the modern shinobi system had seen it adopted by the village's chunin, but it had been an Uchiha saying first, and that's how Sasuke would always think of it. It was the last thing he saw before he went to sleep and the first thing he saw when he woke up, a constant reminder to push and better himself. His father had put it up when Sasuke had joined the academy. The only thing in the room that could really be considered decorative was a black-sheathed Anbu Tanto mounted on the wall above the door. It had been Itachi's, given to Sasuke as a birthday gift, and though Sasuke only had rudimentary sword skills, he hoped to one day be able to wield it as well as Itachi had. Some days, that dream seemed less insane than others. Sasuke dropped his bag onto the floor near the mat, flopping down to the floor while doing his best to convince his body that it wasn't half broken. He had worked himself half to death on taijutsu, determined to never repeat the lackluster performance against the Inuzuka in their last match. Tomorrow he would take a break from physical training, give his muscles some time to recover, chakra control, or maybe meditation. For now though, he would lie on the floor and rest his aching legs, arms, head, neck, and everything in between. He had just managed to get his sandals off when the door opened. The door opened in, and towards the corner that held Sasuke's mat, which meant he could only see the opener's shadow, but it wasn't difficult to figure out who it was. Father, Sasuke said, pushing himself to his feet despite his body's protests and ducking into a stiff bow. Uchiha Fugaku entered the room. It didn't matter what you were doing. You bowed. Sasuke had once seen Itachi bow to their father 20 minutes after receiving open-heart surgery. A little post-training soreness could be ignored. Son, his father replied. He was a tall man with a broad face and a stern look. Sasuke had always looked more like his mother, thin, pale, and angular features, glossy, almost blue-black hair. Itachi had always looked more like his father's son, with a less vibrant hair color and the pronounced hair troughs. You weren't at dinner, Fugaku said, wandering over to Itachi's old tanto and idly examining it. Sasuke nodded. I apologize. I was training and lost track of time. You didn't come through the door. Them to assume you came in through your window, again? Another nod. I was practicing the wall-walking technique. We learned it last week, Sasuke explained. His tone was level, even, and carried the perfect mixture of assertiveness and respect. You learned quickly in the Uchiha clan. You had to. Only just now? Fugaku asked, sounding mildly surprised. I learned to wall-walk when I was 10. Sasuke grit his teeth. Wall-walking was a dangerous and finicky technique, requiring chakra pathways strong and stable enough to handle such a constant flow of energy without cracking or rupturing. According to medical experts, 12 was really a year or so too early to begin, but it was too valuable a training technique to delay any longer. Beginning at 10 was a risky proposition at best. His father knew this. Sasuke knew this. It still stung. Of course, Fugaku continued, eyes not leaving the Tonto, that was a different time. The risks, we had no idea. And there was war coming. Then again, Itachi learned at 8. Sasuke grit his teeth a little harder. Fugaku didn't say anything for several minutes after that, content to watch Sasuke struggle to stand. Finally, turning to face his youngest son, he touched on the reason he had come to Sasuke's room in the first place. Your grades, he said simply. Sasuke was unable to keep his brow from furrowing, his mouth from shifting into a confused frown. My grades? He asked. What about them? Your genjutsu score, Fugaku said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It's dropped 3 points since the last marking PRD. I trust you have an explanation for this? Sasuke paused for a moment, mind racing behind an impassive face. He did have an explanation. He had been struggling with the chakra theory behind sound-based genjutsu, but he knew his father would never accept that kind of answer. So instead he bowed his head. I have no explanation, he said simply. Fugaku nodded, as if he had expected this answer, and Sasuke reasoned that he probably had. It wasn't an approving nod, or even really a nod that seemed to say, yes, you've confirmed my suspicions. It was more a nod that was there because it seemed to be a logical place for a nod. You realize, of course, Fugaku said, after a moment, that is unacceptable. I trust you won't make a habit of it. Sasuke said, almost before he could stop himself. The correct answer was, yes, sir. Why had he not just answered, yes, sir? It was too late to change his mind, though. Fugaku said nothing, just stared at him, and Sasuke swallowed once before ignoring everything that was telling him to shut up and instead blazed forwards. I'm still number 1 in the class, he said. I don't see why 3 points out of my genjutsu score is a problem, as long as I keep the top spot. Because merely being the top of your class isn't nearly as impressive an accomplishment as you seem to think it is, Fugaku said. You're an Uchiha, that you perform better than the Senju or the Hyuga or the Nara is no achievement, it is a fact of life. He turned away then, and walked back towards the door leading to the rest of the house. What's important is not that you prove that you're the best now, but that you prove that you're the best ever. Better than the first Hokage, better than the second. Better than the Sannin. He stopped in the doorway, the light from the hallway again obscuring his features in shadow. Better than your brother. My brother. For perhaps the 10th time since he was 13 years old, Hatake Kakashi was on time for a meeting. This was because the message informing him of the meeting had included the words urgent, Hokage, war room, and perhaps most importantly, Shimura Danzo. Kakashi would risk a lot of things for the sake of his reputation, but the enmity of the mysterious root commander was not one of them. The war room was small, but brightly lit and covered in maps depicting the various elemental nations. Though Kakashi wasn't exactly late to the meeting, he was the last to arrive. The 8th Hokage, flanked by the 6th, stood at the head of a large wooden table. To his right was Danzo, who, predictably, was accompanied by Yamanaka Inoichi. Kakashi skirted around those two cautiously. He was pretty sure Inoichi still required eye and skin contact to alter memories, but wouldn't have been surprised if the Yamanaka and his employer had figured out a way to bypass the traditional Yamanaka weaknesses. Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, 2 of the Hokage's advisors, stood next to Danzo. Their faces were, as usual, indicative of severe displeasure. Kakashi considered poking them, but thought better of it. They were, after all, his bosses, and this was a serious situation. The white-robed ANBU commander, complete with a dog mask, and Nara Shikaku, the Jonin commander, were the final 2 people in the room. Kakashi gave a quick nod to both of them and took his place at the table, waiting for the Hokage to begin speaking. When the young Uchiha finally did find his voice, it was quiet but powerful. Momochi Zabuza has just killed the daimyo of the water country, And his family, he said. Zabuza. There was a moment of silence as the people in the room who hadn't already known this processed the new information. Kakashi figured that it was only him, the ANBU commander, and Shikaku who had been in the dark, but he had a hard time reading Inoichi on the best of days. When did this happen? The ANBU commander asked after everyone had finished digesting what Itachi had just said. A few days ago, Itachi said, though we've only just now learned about it. The water country is highly isolationist, and Momochi hasn't seemed interested in spreading the word himself. We're willing to bet many of the water country nobles don't even know that their government's been decapitated. So who's ruling the country now? Shikaku asked. Has Momochi attempted to put anyone else on the throne? Itachi shook his head. We don't think so. As far as we can guess, a few powerful nobles are scrambling for power, and Momochi's vanished into the swamps with a not insignificant force of mist shinobi. He's got shinobi and samurai on his tail, and we're guessing that he'll strike next against Kirigakure itself, but we have no way of knowing. Hopefully we will soon, Koharu said. We already have spies trying to work their way into Momochi's little revolution. They're some of our best, and he's got to be desperate for shinobi. So I guess the only question, Kakashi said, crossing his arms, is why did he do it? There was a beat before Itachi spoke. Actually, he said, we were hoping you could tell us that. Kakashi's eyes met the younger man's, and his mind, as it so often did, flashed back to an earlier time. Pouring rain. Steel against steel. Kakashi shook his head. Zabuza isn't one to act irrationally, he told the assembled shinobi. This was part of a plan. Zabuza was taller, bigger. Longer arms, not that it mattered much. His massive sword outweighed and outreached the white lightsaber by so much it wasn't even funny. The mist shinobi was fast too. Kakashi couldn't get through his guard, couldn't close the distance. He still had the 1,000 birds technique, but he's patient, Kakashi continued. Methodical. Calculating. If he did it now, it's because he's ready. You said he might strike against Kirigakure itself. Itachi nodded. That's what our spies believe. And then there it was. The strike. Too quick for Kakashi to block. Too quick to do anything but stare as a solid wall of razor-sharp metal swung at him. He thought he heard Zabuza laughing. He knew he heard a scream, full of desperation and defiance and rage. Then my best bet is that the daimyo is nothing more than a distraction. And a preparation, Kakashi said. The most reasonable explanation is that Zabuza wants the Kage title, and he needs a daimyo that will support him. The previous family was in deep with the Mizukichi. But once he gets what he needs, he'll make his next move. He's not going to stop until he finishes what he started. Kakashi kept his eyes open. A true shinobi never looked away, always faced death with defiance. He wondered what they would say about him when he was gone. Would they respect him for always getting the mission done? Would they judge him for every time he had failed? And what would his father say when, blur, black on blue on red, red, red. Blood fills Kakashi's vision, as do screams, as do laughs. When the fog clears, Kakashi is flat on his back, staring up at Zabuza's face. They're both covered in blood, Obito's blood. The young Uchiha is split down the middle a foot or two away. Kakashi should have died. He thinks that every day. He should have died. But he hadn't. When the next strike came, he rolled out of the way. He grabbed Rin, tears streaming down her face, and ran. Zabuza stayed with Obito. In a funny way, that made Zabuza a better friend than Kakashi had ever been. A year passed, and Naruto was 13. The leaves of Kanehigakure drifted idly through the early morning sky, red and yellow and orange against blue and white. Naruto did his best not to trace their paths through the air and instead listened to what Mizuki was saying. Your taijutsu is just above par, his instructor said, chewing absently on the end of a pen as he read through Naruto's yearly evaluation. Physical conditioning, excellent. Ninjutsu, a bit below par. Chakra control, the same. Jutsu, several steps below par, but we were sort of expecting that, weren't we? Naruto nodded wordlessly. He thought he had done well for himself, relatively, but Mizuki always had high expectations. Overall, Mizuki said, finally stuffing the report into one of his many flak jacket pockets. I think you're doing pretty well, Naruto. Naruto grinned. Pretty well wasn't the same as incredible or amazing or easily the lead candidate for Rookie of the Year, but it was a start. The past 3 years had seen a dramatic improvement in his academy scores. He had stopped getting funny looks from his instructors, and Sakura had actually managed to dig up a student with even worse grades than Naruto currently had. To make it even better, the kid had been an Uchiha. In fact, Mizuki said, I think you're ready to move on to ninjutsu. For a moment, Naruto couldn't believe it. He and Mizuki had barely touched ninjutsu since they had started their sessions, and the only time they had worked on it, it had been improving techniques Naruto already had. Really? He asked, his eyes widening. Is it fire releases? Wind releases? I bet there's some awesome lightning releases you could teach me. Maybe we could? We'll be starting with medical ninjutsu. Mizuki cut in, the barest hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Naruto nearly collapsed. A never-ending string of disappointments. Medical ninjutsu is one of the hallmarks of Konohagakure, Mizuki said. Oof, Naruto said, nodding to show that he was paying attention. Mizuki was currently sitting in the front of a training field while Naruto did pull-ups on a rusty old iron bar. It was old and worn and cracked, and the metal dug painfully into his hands, but he pushed through. Mizuki smirked. We have the largest number of medical shinobi in the world, he continued, and our technology and techniques are advancing at a much quicker rate. The most famous medical shinobi of our time was... He trailed off and gave Naruto an expectant look. Naruto muttered, eyes going towards the sky in a desperate, silent plea to the will of fire to release him from this hell. Sanin Tsunade? Good, Mizuki said, looking pleasantly surprised. You really are getting better at this. Sanin Tsunade, known at the time as Senju Tsunade, implemented reforms throughout the medical corps and pushed medical ninjutsu forward 20 years. Her crowning achievement was the... He trailed off again. That, Naruto muttered through gritted teeth. Mizuki sighed. The strength of 100 seal, Naruto. Pay attention, this is important. See, the basic theory behind medical ninjutsu is using your spiritual or yin energy to prod your patient's physical or yang energy into overdrive. Essentially, you supercharge the body's ability to heal itself. The strength of 100 seal is that theory perfected. It's a massive store of spiritual energy that when released, makes its user essentially invincible. Naruto hung from the pull-up bar, panting heavily. Invincibility sounds cool, he said after a moment. Don't you need to be really good at chakra control to do that though? Usually yes, Mizuki said, motioning at Naruto to let go of the bar. Messing with someone else's chakra is always risky, and doing it with anything less than perfect control could be disastrous. But if we focus more on self-healing and build something catered to boosting your already impressive healing abilities I'll be a god. Naruto shouted, lifting his hands up to the air. An unkillable lord of destruction. You're going to make me regret this, Mizuki said, pinching the bridge of his nose. He does that a lot. It was light when Sakura stumbled out of advanced bloodline genetics, complicated family trees and half-validated theories swimming around in her head. She really did enjoy the class, but she was beginning to think the material was a little over her head. Serves you right for signing up for a class with all 15-year-olds, she thought to herself. Sakura groaned and smacked herself in the head. That seemed to do the trick. The headaches were growing worse and more frequent. She had considered getting a prescription, but that would bring with it questions from teachers and exams and potentially her expulsion from the Shinobi program, which was unacceptable. So for the moment, it would be headaches. She kicked a rock and watched it bounce across the ground until it hit the large wooden fence that separated the street from the hot springs. An old woman looked at her disapprovingly. Her head continued to stubbornly ache. Her pounding head was interrupted by someone knocking into her shoulder, sending her spinning. Books fell to the ground, papers flew into the air, and it was only her extensive training that kept Sakura on her feet as she did a little pirouette. What the hell? She heard herself ask, her voice harsh. She immediately regretted it. Naruto and Sasuke were rubbing off on her, or maybe the headaches were just making her more irritable than usual. "Geez, sorry," said the boy that had bumped into her. "It was an accident." Sakura said nothing, but bent down and began gathering up her papers. The boy knelt down next to her, giving Sakura her first look at him. He was her age, in the academy, her year, with black hair drawn up into a spiky ponytail. She recognized him from some of her more advanced classes. He was a diplomat student, she knew that much. And a Nara. "It's all right," Sakura said, grabbing more papers and shoving them haphazardly into her bag. The lack of organization killed her, but she would fix it later. "Sorry for snapping." "No big deal," the Nara boy said. He grabbed one of her papers and stood up, and Sakura was on her feet in a flash, reaching out to snatch the paper from his hand. He was too quick for her though, pulling back as his eyes darted over the formulas filling the page. "This is pretty advanced stuff," he said finally, raising an eyebrow. "It's none of your business," Sakura shot back, grabbing the paper and putting it into her back pocket. "That's private." "I'll bet it is," the boy said. "Let me guess, it's extra credit?" Sakura narrowed her eyes. "Yeah." The boy nodded. "Your teacher suggested it to you, even though you're doing fine in the class. As far as you can tell, the opportunity hasn't been offered to any other students. You're not supposed to tell anyone about it, and it's much, much more difficult than anything you're covering in class. You don't know how to tackle it at all. Your teacher said that's all right though, just do your best and turn it in." "Is this some kind of test?" Sakura asked, taking a hesitant step back. "Because none of it's true. It's just dash." "You're lying," the Nara said simply, shrugging his shoulders. "It's true. I'm right. And I know," he said, pulling a paper from his own back pocket, "because the same thing happened to me." Sakura gave him a puzzled look, but took the paper. A quick once-over told her that it was code breaking and decryption work, but far more advanced than anything Sakura had ever seen. The Nara had scribbled all over it in large, messy handwriting, but he hadn't seemed to make any progress. "What is this?" she asked finally, handing the paper back to the boy. "My advanced decryption extra credit work," he explained. "What class did you get yours from?" "Chemistry." "Advanced bloodline genetics," Sakura said. The Nara winced, seemingly despite himself. "ABG? I heard that class is a nightmare." "Yeah, well," Sakura said, shrugging her shoulders. "Advanced decryption isn't really any better." "I guess not." "So, what's the point of it?" she asked. "Why the extra credit? Are there any other students doing this kind of stuff?" "I'm sure there are," the Nara said. "I haven't been able to find them though. I found you by looking through the records. You've got the hardest course load of anyone in any of the 4 academies right now, you know. I figured if anyone would be doing this, it'd be you." Sakura smiled slightly. She had been taking an especially hard course load, though she hadn't known that it was the hardest. Well, that was a lie. She had known. But it was nice that someone else had finally noticed. "Anyway, my theory is that this is stuff the legitimate offices are working with," the boy continued. "The things the village itself can't figure out." "Seriously?" Sakura asked, arching her eyebrows. "Isn't that a huge security risk?" The boy shook his head. "Not if they do it right. The stuff isn't complete, I'm sure you've noticed that. Just little snippets, and they never relate to each other. And besides, we're never gonna figure this stuff out. They're just looking for some insight. Something they overlooked. From the mouths of babes, that kind of stuff." Sakura bit her lip. "You really think so?" The idea seemed to be sound, especially if the kids were kept in the dark about what they were doing. And the boy was right about their work being in bits and pieces. Part of what made the work so hard to do was that she never had the full picture, and could only poke and prod at certain aspects of it until her head slumped down onto her desk and she gave up on accomplishing anything more than partial completion. "Yeah, I think so," the boy said, nodding. "Anyway, that's about it. I just wanted to test a theory. If you find any others, send them my way, huh?" "How come?" Sakura asked. "I'm curious," he said with a shrug of his shoulders. "I'm Nara Shikamaru, by the way." "Haruno Sakura." "Be seeing ya," Shikamaru said, turning around and walking away. Sakura watched him go, headache all but forgotten. When she got home, she'd dive into that extra credit with a vengeance. Because if anyone could solve it, it wasn't that Naruto hated medical exams. He didn't like them all that much, what with the poking and the prodding and the blood samples, and the fact that the staff never gave him free lollipops anymore. Seriously, what was up with that? Turning 10 didn't make you suddenly hate lollipops. But no, Naruto didn't hate medical exams. He just didn't like them all that much, and Mizuki forcing him into a random one when it wasn't anywhere near his birthday didn't exactly endear Naruto to his tutor. "Are we almost done?" He groaned, keeping himself from wincing as the doctor drew yet another small blood sample. "We've been doing this forever." "Drink your juice," Mizuki said sternly from where he was leaning against the wall. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the silver-haired man, but took a long swig of apple juice. "Delicious. This is important," Mizuki continued. "Dr. Minami is giving up one of her vacation days as a personal favor to me just to examine you. Don't embarrass me." Naruto rolled his eyes. "I just don't get it," he said. "I've had plenty of medical exams before. Why don't you go look through those old files?" "Because this particular test is one you've never taken before," Mizuki said. "I've asked Dr. Minami to look over your healing abilities. You recover from injuries rapidly, and while part of that could be your chakra reserves, I'm not convinced it's not at least partially biological." "Like a bloodline limit?" Naruto asked, sitting up a little. Bloodline limits were the real deal. The 3 greatest noble clans all had bloodline limits, and the other 6 all had jutsu so unique to their families that they might as well have been bloodline limits. Everyone knew that a Sharingan or a Byakugan could make the difference between a career Chunin and an ANBU operative. Mizuki shrugged. "Maybe, though I doubt it. More like the beginnings of one. Like it's some sort of genetic quirk specific to you. Your great-great-great-grandkids might be considered bloodline users, provided you pass this on and it doesn't fizzle out. That stuff happens more than you think." "Really?" Naruto asked. He knew Sakura had been studying bloodline limits, but she hadn't really told them anything about how they worked. It had all seemed dangerously boring, but Mizuki had a knack for making big, complicated ideas relatively easy to understand. "Oh yeah," Mizuki said. "Chakra plays hell with genetics. Basically, it's really, really hard to properly pass on a bloodline, which is why most clans intermarry. Remember the first Hokage?" Naruto nodded. "Of course. The first Hokage was awesome. Everyone knew about the first Hokage. Well, what you might not know is that he was the first Senju to manifest the wood release. He was the first person to be able to use trees as weapons," Mizuki said, correcting course when Naruto's face briefly flashed with confusion. "Shortly after founding the village, he fell deeply in love with a girl. He wanted to marry her, but his younger brother, who would go on to be the second Hokage, convinced him to marry within the clan instead. That meant the wood release was passed down to his children, and now it flourishes within the clan." "Oh," Naruto said. "That seems kinda sad, that he wasn't able to marry the girl he loved." He couldn't keep his mind from flashing to Sakura, and how he would feel if he had to marry like Musu. Well, maybe Musu wouldn't be so bad, but she wasn't Sakura. Mizuki smiled somewhat. It said that in time, Hashirama and his wife found happiness together. But he never loved her like he did the first girl. A famous poet wrote about it. Do you want to hear it? Naruto said, returning his attention to his apple juice. Still delicious. Mizuki, however, barreled on. "And so the girl with scarlet hair and eyes of deepest ocean blue went down the lonely road of life, and happy breath she never drew. Time heals all wounds, she once believed, but never did her heart prevail. When lovers creep to the night, they imitate poor Mito's wail." "No," Naruto groaned. "Poetry is so boring." Mizuki chuckled. "That's only the last stanza. The poem really is horrifically long, but I'm partial to it." "I'm impressed, Mizuki," Dr. Minami said, stepping back into the room. She was a short, blue-haired girl. She had a pretty smile, Naruto thought. Not too many teeth. "I didn't take you for a poetry kind of guy." "Yeah, well, what can I say?" Mizuki asked, grinning. "Hidden depths. Did you finish the tests yet?" Naruto asked, glancing back and forth between Mizuki and the doctor. He was getting real tired of this medicine thing, and the sooner he could leave and go hang out with Sasuke, the better. The doctor gave Mizuki a look and brushed a strand of hair out of her eyes. Yeah, actually, I did, she said, handing Mizuki the reports. I don't want to say anything until Mizuki double-checks me, but are these accurate? Mizuki asked, flipping through the papers with a look of disbelief on his face. Please tell me these are accurate. I triple-checked, Minami said, nodding earnestly. Excitement was spreading across her face now. Naruto could see it in her body language too, the way she pushed herself up onto the ball of her feet. It all checks out. Mizuki, this is huge. This is huge. What's huge? Naruto asked, straining his neck to get a look at the reports. They all looked like gibberish to him, random strings of numbers and letters that told him nothing except that he'd never, ever be a doctor. Mizuki looked up at Naruto, his mouth hanging slightly open. We need to take this to the Hokage, he said, looking back to Minami. We need to take this to the Hokage right now. Nobody tells me anything, Naruto groaned, sliding off the table and tossing his apple juice into the trash. Typical, really. By the time the three had arrived at the Hokage's office, Naruto still had no idea what was going on. The Hokage isn't taking appointments right now, the reception lady said as they passed. Mizuki ignored her, and Naruto followed him with no small amount of triumph in his eyes. Reception lady had been the bane of his existence when he was younger and pretending to be an explorer. Her punishment was right and just. The next people to get in the way were two Chunin, but Mizuki simply fixed them with a glare and pointed back at Naruto, then at Dr. Minami. The two Chunin exchanged a look and backed off, apparently deciding that whatever the deal was, it was above their pay grade. After that, people seemed to get out of their way, as if warned of their approach. When the three of them reached the door to the Hokage's office, two black-cloaked Anbu shimmered into vision, regarding Mizuki stoically before fading back into the wall. Naruto saw Minami shiver, but Mizuki simply pushed. Open the door. The Hokage, Itachi, it still felt weird to think of Sasuke's older brother as the Hokage, was seated at his desk, scribbling on some paperwork while nursing a hot cup of tea. He looked up at Mizuki as the three entered, and Naruto instinctively bowed. Mizuki, Itachi said finally. I was told you were on the warpath. I'm sorry, sir, for the interruption, Mizuki said, coming out of his bow. I wouldn't have bothered you if it wasn't important. I don't doubt it, Itachi said, his face impassive. I assume it has something to do with Naruto? Has he been caught vandalizing again? Naruto scowled. That had been like 3 times, 5 times, 7 times. But Itachi should only know about 6. Mizuki shook his head emphatically. No, sir. Naruto's done nothing wrong. It's these reports. He placed the reports on the desk, and Itachi grabbed them, looking them over with a curious glint in his eye. I asked Dr. Minami to run a few tests to see if we could identify what gave Naruto his unique healing properties. Shinobi, along with academy students, aren't to be given unscheduled exams, Itachi said, not looking up. Why didn't you clear it with the hospital? I'm sorry, sir, Mizuki said. It's just, that rule is rarely enforced, and I didn't want to waste the hospital's time. Rules exist for a reason, Itachi said simply. But please, continue. Mizuki nodded nervously. Of course. Well, Dr. Minami ran the tests, and we discovered Naruto has a bloodline limit. Seriously? Naruto asked, practically leaping into the air. Itachi failed to look surprised. Seriously, Mizuki said, nodding again. Sir, it's a form of cellular regeneration. Itachi said nothing, so he continued. When we heal, sir, our cells make copies of each other. But it's never perfect. There's always wear and tear left over. Naruto recognized the tone Mizuki was using. It was his teaching voice, the one he adopted whenever Naruto was having trouble understanding something. Itachi probably didn't need the explanation, but it seemed to be making Mizuki feel more comfortable. Naruto's, though, is perfect. Or near perfect. He recovers basically completely from any injury he receives. No buildup of scar tissue or anything. And he does it fast, which, coupled with his chakra reserves, explains the healing. Itachi said. Naruto was too excited to speak. Sir, imperfect copies are part of the reason we age. Mizuki said. If Naruto keeps making near-perfect copies of his cells, he could live for a long time. 100 years? What? We could tell with more testing. And sir, this isn't just any bloodline limit. This is the Uzudash. I'm going to stop you right there, Mizuki, Itachi said, holding up a hand. You've done excellent work here. You as well, Dr. Minami. I'm impressed. Wait, Naruto said, what does that mean? What bloodline limit is it? A non-random bloodline limit wasn't something to be brushed off. A non-random bloodline limit was important. It meant a clan. And a clan meant a... Itachi, however, simply smiled. It's not important, Naruto, he said. Mizuki and Dr. Minami will be stepping out now. Nothing for you to worry about. What are you talking about? Mizuki asked. What's going on? He was interrupted by the sound of wood hitting wood. I'm going on, Rotsu, said a voice from the doorway. Naruto turned and took a step back as he recognized the man. He was tall and old man Hokage old, with scars covering the half of his face that wasn't covered in bandages. Shimura Danzo. That wasn't a good thing. Even Naruto knew that when Shimura Danzo showed up, things had gotten really messy. Beside him was a man Naruto didn't know, with straw-colored hair and green eyes. He regarded Naruto coolly, carefully, like they were always told how to regard enemy shinobi. Rotsu Mizuki, Danzo said, stepping forwards. Minami Tsubaki. You'll both come with me. Mizuki glanced back at Itachi. You knew, he said, his tone accusatory. You know. Of course I do, Itachi said. I'm the Hokage. Goat, rat, please escort Mizuki and Tsubaki away. Shimura-san will be taking them now. There was a puff of smoke, and suddenly Naruto was alone with the Hokage, Danzo, and the straw-haired man. He had the sudden feeling that something was very, very wrong. He tried to speak, only to find he couldn't. Danzo stepped past him, towards Itachi's desk, leaving the straw-haired man to watch Naruto. I'll give them the works, Danzo said. No lasting damage. They won't just try it again, will they? Itachi asked. He seemed largely unfazed by everything that was going on. Naruto wondered how often he did this kind of thing. Of course not, Danzo said. He sounded offended, as if Itachi had personally insulted his mother. This isn't our first day on the job. We'll put something in. He'll move on with training the boy as scheduled. Speaking of Naruto, Itachi said. I trust you'll be taking him in next. Danzo grunted and looked back at the straw-haired man. They made eye contact for a moment, and then Danzo turned back to face Itachi. I'd rather we didn't. And that's because... He's afraid, Danzo said simply, shrugging in the direction of the straw-haired man. He goes in, he might not come back out. And you know he's too valuable to lose. Regardless, Itachi said, something needs to be done. Are there any other options? Danzo rubbed at his chin for a moment. We could seal the memories, he said. We've done it before. With the boys. He trailed off and gave Naruto a brief look. With the previous host. Distaste flickered across Itachi's face. Seems like a crude solution. It's a crude problem, Danzo said with a shrug. We could give him to Moreno. He's always got ideas. Itachi shook his head. No. Jiraiya is here. Have him do it. He rubbed the tear troughs wearily. He looked very little like Itachi in that moment, and much more like the old man. Danzo bowed. Send someone to fetch him. Oh man, Naruto muttered to himself. And then he was consumed by a tide of terrifying blackness. Beware, beware, what dwells in dark, beneath the shady branches. Beware, beware, the deepest roots, with greedy eyes and hand SES. Sakura was just about ready to set her desk on fire when there was a knock on the door leading into her room. Sakura, honey? Comes her mom's voice from the other side of the door. There's an academy teacher here to see you. Sakura frowned before answering. That was odd. She had been in the academy for 7 years now, and never once had a teacher made a house call. For a moment, her insides froze as she considered that they had overheard her conversation with Shikamaru, but she put that thought out of her mind. She hadn't broken any rules, technically. She had denied everything. It was hardly her fault that Shikamaru had slipped through their security. I'll be out in a second, Sakura said finally, covering her extra credit work under a mountain of random papers. She wasn't getting anywhere with it anyway. Maybe it would be a welcome distraction. She was up and about to open the door when it opened entirely without her prompting, and Inoue-sensei, an old, surprisingly spry man with a disheveled mane of gray hair, stepped into her room. "No need to worry, I'll let myself in," he said, his back to Sakura. "I'm sure Sakura won't mind." "Will you, Sakura?" he asked, turning to her and smiling. "What?" The door closed and locked. Sakura tilted her head in confusion, because while the person in front of her certainly looked and sounded and moved and even smelled like Inoue-sensei, he wasn't acting at all like Inoue-sensei. The man usually wore a constant grimace, as if life was going out of its way to torture him specifically, and never called her anything other than Haruno. So she did what any sensible shinobi in training would do, stepping forward and hitting him full across the face. She didn't stop the motion, instead continuing and spinning around, grabbing the kunai lying on her desk. Still not stopping, she spun back around, intending to put it to Inoue-sensei's throat, but before she could the old man lashed out and caught her wrist. His grip was like iron, and before she could so much as scream his other hand had covered her mouth. "Not bad," the person disguised as her teacher said, grinning in a very un-Inoue-sensei-like way. "Really not bad. Stronger than I figured you'd be." He chuckled, and his features seemed to ripple like water. Sakura watched in amazement as Inoue-sensei lost a few years, but not many, and revealed himself to be none other than Sanin Jiraiya. "Oh wow," Sakura whispered, her voice still muffled by Jiraiya's hand. "Oh wow, oh Sage." Jiraiya was difficult to describe. He was old, with the years, 57 if her history is right, which of course it was, etched solidly onto his face. But at the same time he appeared young, youthful energy. Shining though his smile in a way that reminded her a lot of Naruto. His hair was long and solid white, and that combined with the red tattoos on his face make him look a lot like a senju. Sakura had always wondered why he had those markings. They really were unheard of for anyone outside the Senju clan. The Inuzuka had their classic Fang marks of course, and even those were inspired by the Senju marks, from when the Inuzuka served under them during the Warring Clans era, but those were vastly different from Jiraiya's twin lines. Jiraiya's smile widened at her expression, eyes blazing with almost manic energy. "Surprised you, didn't I?" he asked, letting go of her wrist and mouth. "I mean, yeah, alright, it's not every day a Sanin shows up to your house, but I think I have a pretty good reason." Sakura said, taking a hesitant step back, towards her desk. "Okay. It's about this," Jiraiya said. He held a piece of paper out to her and she took it, eyes widening as she realized what it was, a perfect replica of her extra credit homework. She stared up at him. "I pickpocketed it from you as you were walking home," Jiraiya explained, still grinning like an idiot. "Glanced at it, memorized it, wrote it down for myself." He pointed at one of the equations Sakura had been slaving over all night, his own handwriting filling in the missing pieces. "This is how you complete that formula, by the way." Sakura nodded slowly. "That made a lot of sense." "I didn't," she said, desperately searching for something to say. "I never confirmed or denied Shikamaru's suspicions. I didn't reveal anything. Him figuring it out is the village's fault, not mine." Jiraiya laughed. "You think I'm here about Shikamaru? I mean, from what I've seen the kid is smart as hell, but code breaking isn't really my forte, you know? And bloodline genetics is?" Sakura asked, scrambling to keep herself from stuttering. "You could say I've got a lot of second-hand experience with the subject," Jiraiya said. He leaned against the wall. "One of my old friends was kind of Konohagakure's pioneer on the subject." "Oh." Sakura felt her stomach drop, and she nearly smacked her own forehead. Of course. Orochimaru. He had practically written her textbook, and he and Jiraiya had been teammates. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But Shikamaru's right, you know, the Sannin continued. About the whole extra credit thing. The village is trying to get a fresh perspective on things. How do you know? Sakura asked before she could stop herself. He was Sannin Jiraiya. You didn't just ask him how he knew things. Jiraiya, however, didn't seem to mind. Instead, he pointed his thumb at his chest. Because I started the program, he said. The smug rolled off him in waves, practically a physical force that threatened to knock Sakura off her feet. Oh. I've always been a big proponent of fostering talent in the younger generations, Jiraiya explained, meandering over to her desk and glancing over her papers. When I'm dead and gone, you guys will be the ones protecting the village after all. Hell, with the way things are going politically, you'll probably be protecting the entire country. He waved his hand dismissively. But that's neither here nor there. The reason I came here today is... He shrugged. I guess I kind of wanted to see my idea in action. Sakura felt her face flush. Well, I hope I haven't disappointed, she said. Are you kidding? Jiraiya asked, raising his eyebrows. Hell no. You've exceeded expectations, if anything. Keep up the good work. Sakura's face felt like it was on fire. At this point she knew she must have looked ridiculous, pink hair on top of beet red face, but she couldn't control herself. Jiraiya noticed and chuckled. I'll keep dropping by, he said, walking over to the window and opening it up. To check up on you. You've got my interest. He paused for a moment, studying her with a curious eye. You've got near-perfect marks on chakra control, right? Sakura nodded eagerly. Do me a favor, would you? The older shinobi asked. Buy some water balloons, fill them up. Try to make them pop by holding them in your palm and spinning your chakra. Think you can do that? Sakura nodded again. Awesome, he said, turning back to the window. Well, see you in a year or so. And then he was gone. A bit eccentric, that one. You don't need to bring that, you know, Shisui said, pointing at the Chikudo strapped to Sasuke's back. Sasuke grunted. I'm supposed to keep it with me at all times, he said, hands absently drifting to the hilt of the weapon. To get a feel for it. He had had the sword for a little over 2 months now, and was only now getting used to the feel of it. It was a bit different from the more standard katana, but Sasuke had found himself preferring the straight blade of the Chikudo to its curved katana cousin. Well, yes, Shisui admitted, taking another flying leap from one rooftop to the next. But we're practicing ninjutsu, not kenjutsu. I think your tutor would understand. I like having it, Sasuke said. Shisui shrugged. It's your call, he said. Up and He leapt up towards the massive stone walls that surrounded the village, feet blazing with chakra as they stuck to the side. Sasuke followed suit. He had gotten much more proficient with the wall walking technique over the last year, enough to keep up with Shisui's brisk pace up to the top. The older Uchiha waved to the Chunin on guard duty, who returned the wave politely and then returned to their conversation. Technically, nobody was supposed to leave the village without a check, but Shisui was such a highly respected jonin that he could slip by without trouble. So, Shisui said as they skidded down the other side of the wall, Sasuke funneling nearly all his focus onto keeping his chakra level steady. Going down a wall was much more difficult than going up. It required enough chakra to remain on the wall but not so much that you couldn't slide down it. How have classes been going? They've been fine, Sasuke said. Itachi's been busy lately. Shisui rolled his eyes at the abrupt change of subject. There's a lot of stuff going on, he said, leaping off the wall, flipping in midair, and landing on a sturdy tree branch. This civil war in the land of water is really taking up a lot of his time. Anything you can tell me? Sasuke asked. You know most of it already, probably, Shisui said with a shrug. Momoichi Zabuza's heading the whole thing up. Calls it a revolution of the people, claims the Mizukige's been abusing the bloodline clans. Sasuke frowned. Why would he do that? Bloodline shinobi are too important to abuse. It's different in water, Shisui said. There's a lot of tension between bloodline users and everyone else. Wars, attempted coups. The Mizukige had to put a lot of them down himself, so he started tightening control over them. Taking away a lot of their freedoms. It was popular with the daimyo. But now he's dead, Sasuke said with a grunt. Yep, Shisui said with a nod. Zabuza beheaded him to kick the whole thing off. Which is an issue in and of itself, because it's drawn attention to just how insignificant his death actually was. Sasuke fixed his cousin with a questioning glance. I mean, power's been shifting from the daimyos to the kages for years now, Shisui admitted. The hidden villages are way more independent than they were just a decade ago, and the kage wields a lot of powers that used to be the daimyos. But the water daimyo's death, and the way the Mizukage has basically been running the country in the past year, has shed a lot of light on just how serious the shift has been. The nobles have realized it, and some are even hiring outside groups for certain jobs that Kirigakure Shinobi should be handling. Mercenaries and such. In protest, I guess. But that happens whenever there's a war, Sasuke said. The village devotes more manpower to fighting, so there's less to do the odd jobs the civilians need to have handled. It's half the reason independent shinobi organizations exist in the first place. Shisui shook his head. Civilians, yes. Nobles, not so much. And that's not all. There are rumors that the nobles are employing Iwagakure shinobi. Ah, Sasuke said, nodding. That could be serious. Mercenaries were one thing. It was the price of going to war. But having your business redirected to another country's shinobi village was another thing entirely. It was unprecedented. It'll certainly put a different spin on the next Chunin exams, that's for sure, Shisui said. Stop here. They came to rest in a clearing with a small pond. Sasuke glanced around at the thick vegetation, eyeing it warily. Is it really safe to practice fire releases here? He asked, arching an eyebrow at his older cousin. That's what the pond's for, Shisui said with a grin. Ready to start? Sasuke nodded. Shisui clapped his hands together. So, elemental techniques. Water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. They make up the vast majority of offensive ninjutsu, so get used to them. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Shisui pretended not to notice. Like all chakra users, you have one specific elemental affinity, Shisui explained. In your case, it's lightning. It means your chakra is most similar to lightning chakra in composition, and makes lightning techniques that much easier to use. Unfortunately, it has the side effect of making wind techniques that much more difficult for you to use. Naruto has a wind affinity, and he still manages to use fire techniques, Sasuke pointed out. That ash pile burning thing. I've seen Naruto use that technique, Shisui said. He is a guess at it. Sasuke grunted. Besides, why do you think Asuma taught him that? The older Uchiha followed up. He's teaching Naruto to work with his opposites. It's important. You'll get to it later, because, well, don't get me wrong, I love Naruto, but you don't need the work nearly as much as he does. Sasuke grunted again. Anyway, you can be considered competent in the use of an element when you can perform several techniques with it and reliably channel chakra purely of that element. You'll most likely become competent with lightning chakra when you're a Chunin, so not for a while yet. Most shinobi never become competent in more than 2 or 3. What about Itachi? Shisui sighed. Itachi's the Hokage, you don't need to worry about dash. Sasuke fixed him with a glare, and Shisui threw up his hands in defeat. Itachi was competent in all 5 elements 6 months after he was deployed into the field. Happy? Not really. I didn't think so. Today, as is tradition for all Uchiha your age, you'll be learning the great fireball technique. Great, Sasuke said, cracking his knuckles eagerly. Let's get to it then. The grand fireball technique, Shisui continued, pointedly ignoring Sasuke, was originally developed by Uchiha Izuna during the Warring Clans era. It was originally intended as a counter for Senju Hashirama's would-release techniques, which explains its growing popularity when the Senju clan as a whole began inheriting the bloodline. Sasuke smirked slightly. Keiken was in for a surprise the next time he tried to use those DMN techniques. Sasuke could already smell the burning leaves and broken dreams. So we'll start by gathering the chakra in our lungs, Shisui said, drawing himself up to full height. Stand up straight and just gather it. Don't worry about trying to convert it to fire chakra. The hand seals will do it for you. Now breathe. Ha. 2 years passed, and Team A209D was 15. Sasuke felt the sweat pour down his face as he countered blow after blow, sword flashing back and forth as it deflected everything the instructor threw at him. He felt his grip begin to weaken and redoubled it, gritting his teeth before leaping into the air, flipping over the instructor's head, and lightly touching the shinobi's neck with the dull edge of his sword. "Congratulations, Sasuke," the instructor said, turning to face the younger Uchiha. "You passed the taijutsu exam with flying colors." Sasuke bowed. "Thank you, sir," he said simply, sliding his sword back into its sheath across his back. That was the 3 shinobi disciplines down, plus physical conditioning, chakra control, and all the academics. There couldn't be much left. If you continue on through that door, you'll reach the final part of your graduation exam. The instructor smiled. "It's been an honor. I hope to see you proudly wearing a forehead protector at the official ceremony." Sasuke nodded, pushing open the door at the far end of the room. It led to a short hallway, which he quickly moved through. The door clicked shut behind him, and he found himself in a small, dimly lit room. "Uchiha Sasuke," came a voice from the darkness behind him. Sasuke flinched, hand instinctively going for the handle of his sword, but hitting only air. He narrowed his eyes. "Looking for this?" the voice asked, and the sword slid from the shadows, stopping at Sasuke's feet. The Uchiha bent down and picked it up, warily slinging it back over his shoulder. He wasn't sure what kind of test this was, but he was determined not to let it get the best of him. "You're suspicious." "Good," the voice continued, now coming from somewhere behind him. "You've proven yourself to be as skilled as any shinobi. But now you must prove yourself worthy of the title." Outwardly, Sasuke kept his face suitably emotionless. But inwardly, he groaned. He had never enjoyed the more dramatic parts of shinobi training. He wished someone would just tell him what he needed to do so that he could do it already. Cut through the pointless smoke and mirrors and give him a real objective to complete. "There are many kinds of people across the nations that use chakra to fight their battles," the voice said. "What separates us as shinobi from them?" Sasuke grunted. "Superior training." Something jabbed him in the back of the knee hard, and whirled while he fell, unsheathing his sword and swiping it through where he felt his invisible attacker must be. But the blade hit only air. Sasuke grunted again and held his blade warily out in front of him. He still couldn't see, nor could he hear the movements of whoever was in the room. He took a tentative sniff, but found nothing. "Incorrect," the voice said. "Samurai go through equally rigorous training as shinobi. You can even find mercenaries with top-rate training they received from deserters of the hidden villages. I'll ask you again. What separates us from them?" Sasuke's eyes flickered back and forth, straining against the darkness. It wasn't normal shadow that concealed his attacker. Even after this much time, Sasuke's eyes hadn't gotten used to the dim light. And the darkness moved, shifting eerily across the floor. "Genjutsu then." Sasuke pressed his hands. "Together. Release." Unfortunately, nothing happened. "You've already passed the Genjutsu exam," the voice said, almost contemptuously. "Are you going to answer the question?" Sasuke exhaled slowly. He had felt no tug, no barrier against his release, which meant he personally wasn't affected by a Genjutsu. The darkness was an area effect technique then, a straight illusionary construct rather than a direct manipulation of his sense. He couldn't force it to dispel, but he could see through it if he tried hard enough. He narrowed his eyes, straining his vision against the darkness. "You're wasting my time, Uchiha," the voice said. Sasuke strained harder. A hazy image began to take shape in the corner of the room, far away from where the voice was coming from. Sasuke focused on it, dragging it to the forefront of his vision, and then, blur. Sasuke tried to react, but the shape was too quick, whacking the side of his head and sending him spinning. He tried to recover, using his sword as support, but it was knocked away from him and sent spinning into the far corner of the room. He hit the ground, hard, lying on his back, and grabbed a kunai from the weapon's pouch on his leg, bringing it up just in time to block a knife strike aimed at his neck. For a long few moments, there was no sound except Sasuke's heavy breathing. With his concentration lost, he couldn't see his attacker even at this distance, but he was in no position to try to both pry away the genjutsu and keep the knife away from his neck. Impressive, the voice finally said, but ultimately futile. Answer the question. It isn't that difficult, I assure you. Sasuke's mind raced. He didn't know. What kind of question was this anyway? If you wanted to get technical, there were a million different, tiny ways to answer that question, the forehead protector for instance, or the fact that they used the term shinobi to describe themselves. But Sasuke doubted that the mysterious voice wanted answers like that. There was only one right answer to a question like this, but the voice was obviously expecting something. Sasuke grit his teeth. He hated exercises like this. I don't know, he said finally. There was a brief moment, and then the knife aimed at his neck withdrew. Sasuke struggled to his feet, and the darkness around the room faded, until Sasuke stood face to face with Shimura Danzo. Sasuke squashed the instinct to take a step backwards, instead standing his ground and glaring impassively up at the older shinobi. Absolute loyalty, Danzo said, returning Sasuke's glare with a crushingly apathetic one of his own. Loyalty is what separates us from mercenaries, from samurai, from monks. A mercenary is loyal only to his pocketbook, as fickle as the breeze. Samurai and monks pledge themselves to ideas, the defense of the realm, the faith of their gods. But a shinobi is loyal to the village. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Are we loyal to our teammates? Danzo continued. Of course, our fellow shinobi? No doubt. Our clan? Obviously. The Hokage? The daimyo? I shouldn't need to ask. But above all, we as shinobi of Konohagakure are loyal to the village. When you step outside this room, take a moment to look around at your swearing yourself to. If you would ever take any action that would harm this place, I trust you would have the good sense to shove a kunai into your chest before you did. Sasuke nodded grimly. I'm glad you understand, Danzo said. Now turn around. Kneel. Sasuke complied silently. Remove your shirt. And your sword. Sasuke did so, staring at the door ahead of him. I declare you now a genin, an apprentice shinobi, Danzo said, and Sasuke felt the old man prod him in the back. Flame erupted at his touch, hot and then cold and then hot again, spreading across his back like a wave of fire. He didn't flinch. This seal ensures that you will keep the village's secrets from those that would do it harm, Danzo explained, and suddenly the fire stopped. As you continue your career, you will accumulate more seals to further protect the village. It's for this reason that we ask that you not apply any seals to yourself on your own. These things are delicate, and a severe enough mishap could have messy complications for you. Sasuke said nothing, and felt Danzo withdraw. The shadows began to creep across the room again, though the door, not the one Sasuke had entered through, remained lit. Congratulations, Uchiha Sasuke, Danzo said. You are now officially a shinobi of Konohagakure. It's about demon time. Sasuke stepped into the cool outdoor air, blinking as his eyes readjusted to the bright light of the sun. Laughter and conversation filled the air around him as newly minted shinobi received congratulations from their friends and family. The group of Uchiha, with Sasuke's father in the front, stood off to the side, watching him impassively. Sasuke approached them, dropping onto one knee and bowing his head. Father, he said simply, staring at the dirt below him. Rise, son, his father said, and Sasuke obeyed, standing to face the Uchiha clan head. You're a shinobi now, the older man continued. He extended his hand, presenting Sasuke with a Konohagakure forehead protector. It was even on black cloth, just like he had asked. Sasuke almost considered smiling. I couldn't be prouder, his father finished, as Sasuke took the forehead protector and secured it firmly around his head. Words, that's what they were. Traditional and ceremonial and utterly hollow. You may take this time to celebrate with your family and teammates, Fugaku said. The celebratory feast will be held at 7 exactly. And I expect to see you in the championship fight later today. Sasuke nodded and watched silently as Fugaku strode away, leaving him with the rest of the Uchiha contingent. Congratulations, Sasuke. We're all proud of you. Hope you gave him hell in there, kid. Sasuke nodded and waved and responded with quiet politeness until on. Of his cousins came out from testing and the whole group scurried off to meet him. Sasuke felt Shisui wrap an arm around his shoulder. I'll bet you've had enough congratulations for a lifetime, huh? The older Uchiha asked, ruffling Sasuke's hair affectionately. Don't worry, I won't waste your time. Thanks, Sasuke said, honestly meaning it. Shisui waved the thanks off. Your teammates are over there, he said, pointing to the far end of the building. They both did pretty well, I heard. You guys are gonna get a top-rate Jonin instructor for sure. Sasuke nodded. Shisui would be taking a genin team for the first time this year. Sasuke knew it had been a big decision. Though Shisui had been a Jonin for several years now, he was still only 24, which was relatively young for a Jonin instructor. I just wish you could be our instructor, the younger Uchiha said, his voice low. Shisui would, unfortunately, be taking on a covert team, not an assault team like Sasuke was a part of. Sorry kid, Shisui said. You know how it is though. Besides, they try to keep family members away from that kind of relationship. Favoritism and stuff. Trust me though, your instructor will be awesome. Whoever he is. Or she is. Sasuke shrugged, but untangled himself from his older cousin and started across the courtyard. He found his teammates with little trouble. All he had to do was follow the distinctly Naruto-sounding shouts. Naruto was, of course, ecstatic, talking excitedly to Asuma and Kurenai and pointing repeatedly at his white forehead protector. So then, I totally just got up and punched the guy right across the face. The blonde shouted, miming the punch. And he passed me. That's great, Naruto, Asuma said, mysteriously bereft of his usual cigarette. Sasuke figured the Jonin wasn't allowed to smoke on school grounds, which suited him just fine. Asuma's cigarettes smelled like death. How about I teach you another fire release as a graduation present? Yeah. Naruto shouted, pumping a fist in the air. Awesome. Absolutely not, Kurenai said, crossing her arms and shaking her head vigorously. He's nearly burned the village down half a dozen times with the first one. Ah man, Kurenai, please? Naruto asked, throwing himself at the Jonin's feet with his hands clasped in prayer. I haven't learned a cool new technique in forever. Mizuki's so lame about it. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Maybe he can teach you a wind release, she compromised. Naruto's eyes lit up and she quickly added, but only if he clears which one with me beforehand. And nothing with Maelstrom in its name. But the Maelstrom are the best part. Naruto protested, looking obviously disappointed, at least, until he caught sight of his teammate. Sasuke! He shouted, rushing over and catching Sasuke in a hug that was maybe 75% tackle. You passed. Sasuke pushed his hyperactive teammate away from him, shaking his head. Of course I did, the Uchiha said. There was never any doubt about that. Naruto laughed. You're an arrogant a-hole, he said, socking his best friend in the arm. You're lucky I'm so desperate for friends. Sasuke declined to comment. Sakura's over there, with her parents, Naruto continued, pointing across the ever-growing crowd of people. Sasuke followed his friend's finger until he saw the bright pink hair, and then nodded. The exams should be finishing up soon, so we figured we'd head over to the auditorium when you got out. How'd Sakura do? Sasuke asked, making sure to keep his voice light and disinterested. She did great, obviously, Naruto said, absently cracking his knuckles. She's a genius. She said she had a bit of trouble with the taijutsu exam, but she's positive that she got full marks on the written part. So, exactly as expected, Sasuke said. He failed to mention how he had personally considered some of the questions on the written exam to be impossible. Naruto grinned. Pretty much. You ready to go? They're going to give out awards. What are we waiting for? Sasuke asked. Let's go to the ceremony. It was time to settle some scores. Always scores to be settled. Genin graduation in Konoha was a play in 3 acts. The first was the actual examination, which Sasuke had passed, of course, with flying colors. The second was the ceremony, where Jonin instructors were assigned and awards were handed out. The third part was the championship fight and, well, there was no point in getting too worked up about the championship fight. Not yet. There were still awards to consider. Sasuke sat next to Sakura as the academy teachers took the stage, while Naruto took a seat on the other side of the pink-haired shinobi. When everyone had settled down, the teachers began their speeches, long and winding and self-indulgent, full of supposedly inspirational mumbo-jumbo that made Sasuke want to vomit. Sakura ate it up, of course. Naruto just fell asleep, his head resting awkwardly on the back of his chair. After the speeches, of which there were far too many, they moved on to the awards. Sakura won a small plaque in recognition of academic excellence, something about a paper detailing the theoretical, third-tier elemental natures, that is, elemental bloodline limits that combined 3 of the basic elements instead of just 2. Sasuke had proofread the thing at least 3 times, but he had barely understood half of it. The secret's in the stabilizing agent, Sakura told him as she retook her seat, cheeks flushed with excitement and pride. The user needs some way to balance all those elemental chakras. It's nature chakra, trust me on it. Implicitly, Sasuke replied, with only the barest hint of sarcasm present in his voice. Naruto also won an award, to everyone's surprise but the blonde's own. At the end of the day, it was only a most improved plaque, but that didn't dull Konohagakure's most hyperactive genin's excitement for a moment. I'd like to thank Asuma for showing me kick-ass techniques, Naruto said as he took the stage, loud enough for everyone in attendance to hear. Naruto? An academy teacher asked. You don't actually get to make a speech. Naruto pretended not to hear. Or maybe he actually hadn't. Sasuke never really could figure his best friend out. And also I should thank Kurenai for taking me out for ramen every week. And I guess Mizuki too, even though he was boring and mean a lot. Eventually, they managed to wrestle Naruto back into his seat, though not before he cursed them and their mothers and their eventual children for the indignity. Sakura was mortified, but Sasuke took it all with a detached amusement. Say what you want about Naruto, and you could say a lot. But things were never boring around him. And then came the moment of truth, one of them, anyway. The Rookie of the Year award, a teacher said, taking center stage, is the most prestigious award we give out at this ceremony. Sasuke leaned forwards in his chair, ever so slightly. It's given to the student we feel most exemplifies a shinobi of Konohagakure, the teacher continued. Someone with talent, with drive, with a strong desire to improve themselves. Out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke saw Sakura glace over at him. He pretended not to see, instead keeping his gaze focused on the stage. This year, the student we've decided to present with this award has all those qualities in spades, the teacher said. He, and it is a he this year, sorry ladies, has pushed himself tirelessly since day one. He came into the program eager and willing to learn, to prove himself worthy of the forehead protector he now proudly wears. While he took to his lessons naturally, he refused to coast, and instead requested more difficult techniques to practice. So I think there will be no surprise when I reveal that this class Rookie of the Year is none other than Senju Kaiken. The stadium erupted into cheers. Bullshit. Sasuke spat under his breath, ignoring the shocked looks his teammates gave him. He turned in his chair, eyes brushing past the cheering Senju until they found his father and mother. His mom shrugged at him, and he could almost hear her voice telling him that he couldn't win everything. His father's face, however, told a very different story. Sasuke turned back around, only to see Kaiken take the trophy from the instructor and hold it aloft, much to the delight of the assembled Senju. We're gonna F him up, Naruto said, glowering at Kaiken and balling his fists up so tightly that the skin around his knuckles turned white. I'm gonna turn his head into effing paste. Sakura said nothing, but reached out and gently put her hand over his. Sasuke yanked his hand away, eyes still locked on stage. He had a feeling it was going to be a very long day. But miles to go before you sleep. Naruto could practically feel the anger emanating from Sasuke. His best friend had always been hard to read, and Uchiha were notoriously stoic and reserved, though not to the extent of the Hyuga, but now Sasuke's carefully sculpted mask was cracking. Sakura was an equally open book, but she wasn't angry. She seemed disappointed, almost sad. Naruto figured Sasuke's loss had rattled her too. Naruto was as upset about the whole thing as anybody, Kaiken, of all people. But he figured that there was still a chance to recover from this. After all, Sasuke might not have won Rookie of the Year, but there was still the championship fight after this. And if they beat the sheet out of Keikan in front of the entire village, well, the people could draw their own conclusions about who really deserved the title. Besides, they were announcing Jonin instructors. Naruto had been waiting for this day for years. Asuma had made Jonin 3 years ago, and Kurenai 2 years after that, and they had been regaling him with stories about their fellow Jonin that made his head spin. There was Inazuka Tsum, the Hurricane Fong. Tsukai Jin, master of 3 swords. Rotsu, Torch Koi, who burned an Iwagakure Anbu to death to earn his promotion. Unfortunately, assault teams were the last to receive their instructors. Naruto groaned inwardly as he sat through assignment after assignment, desperately wishing for the power to speed up time and also generate unlimited ramen from his hands. Team S209F, consisting of Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, will be taught by Akaito Asuma. Naruto's eyes flickered up to the stage, where Asuma stood and waved to the polite applause. The blonde hadn't had much contact with Hinata since visiting her in the hospital, but he still considered the girl, if not a friend, then at least an acquaintance. That Asuma would be teaching her was surprising and a bit intimidating. No matter how well things might have gone that day at the hospital, Naruto had still beaten and humiliated her, and seeing her again would be weird. Team D209A, consisting of Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji will be taught by Akaito Kurenai. Naruto knew Choji from a few taijutsu classes, but he had never met an Ino or a Shikamaru. They were a diplomat team, which didn't share many areas of overlap with assault teams, unless you were someone like Sakura and you took boring hard classes for fun, or something. Naruto had never had any patience for history or culture or languages, and 7 years of schooling full of nothing but that seemed like a fate worse than death. Still, he knew Kurenai was excited. Most new Jonin didn't take teams, preferring to wait a year or so before accepting the responsibility, but Kurenai had jumped at the chance. Team A209F, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Kiji Naruto, will be taught by Hatake Kakashi. Naruto frowned. He didn't know much about Lightning Fist Kakashi. That particular Jonin was a bit of an interesting case. Naruto knew he was the same age as Asuma and Kurenai, but had graduated much earlier after being put through the accelerated program, like Itachi or the Sannin. Naruto's frown deepened. Usually, accelerated program graduates didn't take genin teams at all. They were considered too valuable to be saddled with teaching kids, and Naruto remembered Asuma and Kurenai talking once about how Kakashi had refused team after team, year after year. So what had changed? The newly minted genin glanced over at Sasuke, whose face still resembled a storm cloud. Any Jonin would leap at the chance to teach the Uchiha heir, right? It could be that. Or it could. Kakashi was, after all, renowned for his lethality and, well, Naruto preferred not to think of it that way. He was a shinobi now. He had control over everything. If Kakashi really were there for that, he would be sorely disappointed. Naruto exchanged a few looks with Sakura and Sasuke, shrugging his shoulders when he met their eyes to indicate his lack of knowledge about the Hatake Jonin. Sasuke remained predictably apathetic, but Sakura had that gleam in her eye that told Naruto she'd be hitting the books as soon as possible. By the time they met Kakashi officially, Sakura would know every scrap of information about him that was publicly available, which, considering what Naruto did know about Kakashi, probably wasn't a lot. It was worth it though, just for the look on her face when she realized she had something new to research. Sakura was weird like that. The sound of the teacher's voice dragged him out of the depths of his thought, and back to reality. And now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, the teams that are participating in the annual Genin Championship Games will be announced. Electrified, Naruto turned his attention back to the stage. The games are made up of 4 parts, 1 for each school, the teacher explained. The assault game is a fight, a straight 3 versus 3 bout between the 2 most accomplished new teams. The scout game is castle assault, also played between the 2 most accomplished teams. The diplomat game will be a 4-team game of assassination, while covert will be 2 team sharks and minnows. Naruto grinned. He loved watching the covert kids play sharks and minnows, even if he couldn't see them half the time. Covert kids were sneaky little bastards, always flitting from one shadow to the next, tapping you on the shoulder and then laughing behind your back. Naruto's eye twitched, and he made a mental note to punch the next covert kid he saw. The teacher began listing the teams that would be participating, with Naruto mostly ignoring them. He noticed that both Asuma and Kurenai's teams got chosen for their respective games, but he was more focused on waiting for the assault teams than anything else. The assault teams that will be participating in the team battle, the teacher said finally, will be Team A209D and Team A209A. Naruto grinned. Kiken's head. Bloody paste. Violent imagery is distressingly common in young shinobi. 2 hours passed between the end of the graduation ceremony and the beginning of the assault game. Sasuke and Sakura hurried off to their respective homes to celebrate and prepare, but Naruto, not keen on the idea of returning to the orphanage, took the chance to visit Asuma and Kurenai. The couple had moved to a newer, post-Fox attack apartment after they had quite publicly announced their intention to marry and split from their respective clans. Political bullshit. It wasn't a bad place by any means, and Naruto knew it would look like a palace when compared to his soon-to-be-received apartment, but it wasn't exactly luxury. Kurenai had only recently been promoted to Jonin, and Asuma had been saving the majority of his salary for the couple's eventual child. The door was locked, so Naruto let himself in. Asuma had given him a key a few years back so that the blonde could crash if the orphanage was too much and he didn't feel like trekking over to the Haruno's, which was way over on the other side of town and a pain in the butt to get to late at night. Naruto tried not to invite himself over too much, especially when both Asuma and Kurenai were home from missions. They tended to get loud at night, but since both his teammates were busy he figured he might as well visit. It had been a while since he had spent any real time with the two. "Anyone home?" he shouted, strolling down the hallway. He passed the bowl of mints that Kurenai kept out and took one, popping it into his mouth. Nobody answered, so he pushed open the door at the end of the hallway and continued walking. He passed the bowl again and grabbed himself another mint. "Asuma? Kurenai?" He called again, pushing open the door at the end of the hallway and grabbing another mint from the bowl. "Seriously guys, did you not get home yet?" he asked. He pushed open the door at the end of the hallway and reached. He muttered, hand stopping just above the mints. "Not again." He heard Kurenai laugh, and the world seemed to stretch and blur before snapping back, just a little bit different than it was before. Kurenai stood in front of him, hiding a smile behind her hand. She had cut her hair into a bob recently, which Naruto didn't particularly like, but Asuma seemed to enjoy. Asuma, of course, grabbed him in a headlock from behind, which Naruto immediately began fighting to no avail. "You're a shinobi now," Asuma said between laughs as Naruto beat uselessly at the Jonin's arms. "You've got to recognize genjutsu sooner than that." "Not my fault," Naruto protested. "I wasn't expecting it. I thought you guys were my friends, and you promised not to do that anymore." He glared at Kurenai accusingly, which just sent her into another fit of giggles. "Relax, kid," Asuma said, letting Naruto free and giving him a good-natured shove. "We just wanted to say congratulations on graduating. You finally did it, right?" Naruto grinned. "Of course. I wouldn't be so cocky if I were you," Kurenai said, leading them into the kitchen. While there, it didn't look like you were going to make it. You should thank the sage that Mizuki was there to pull you out of that particular fire." Naruto stuck his tongue out at her, but he didn't mean it. "But you did it," she finished, still smiling. "We really couldn't be prouder." "I thanked you in my speech," Naruto said. "I made sure to thank you guys for all the ramen, but I didn't get around to you helping with my genjutsu stuff, or Asuma helping me with my taijutsu, or..." He sighed. "Just thanks, I guess. I'm sorry, I always need your help with something." "Are you kidding?" Asuma asked. "Naruto, you don't have to apologize for needing help. And we were more than happy to give you tips. Thanks to you, I'm not even nervous about tomorrow. Teaching 100 genin can't be nearly as bad as teaching 8-year-old Naruto anything." Naruto scowled, but he didn't mean it. "Regardless of what Asuma says," Kurenai said, "we want you to know that we're happy for you. And we got you something." She handed him a large box, wrapped with the neat kind of bow Naruto had never managed to figure out how to tie. "Present!" Naruto shouted happily, snatching the box and tearing into it. Naruto loved presents, and he didn't get a ton. On his birthday, sure, he would get some from Sasuke, Sakura, Mizuki, Asuma and Kurenai, maybe a few small trinkets from his friends in the academy. But those paled next to the kinds of presents other people got on their birthdays, Naruto had counted. He didn't mind too much. The way Naruto figured, getting less presents made the ones he got more special. Kurenai had urged him to apply this line of thought to other things, like ramen, but Naruto had strict limits on the amount of wisdom he was willing to apply to his daily life. When he finally managed to get the box open, he was confronted with the nearly searing orange that had been his signature for as long as he could remember. Naruto felt a smile creep over his face as he pulled an orange and white jacket out of the box. It was easily the nicest piece of clothing Naruto had ever owned. His usual clothes weren't bad per se, and he had come to truly love the bright orange jumpsuit, but he had had a limited budget and little interest on spending it on clothing. The jumpsuit had come out of the bargain bin, for next to nothing, and it had been plenty for him. The jacket, of course, was a whole different story. It was nice, sleek and smooth and comfortable on his hands when he held it. It was clean too, and brand new. "We figured it was about time you had some proper clothing," Kurenai said as Naruto stared. "It's pretty standard as far as shinobi gear goes, tough, won't stain, as long as you wash it occasionally. Blood just slides right off it, which will be really useful when you start taking harder missions." Naruto tried to speak, but nothing came out. The jacket was mainly bright orange, but it was trimmed with white to match his forehead protector. It had a high collar and a white stylized flame on the back. "Do you like it?" Asuma asked. "This," Naruto said, "is the best thing anyone has ever given me." And he meant every word. Honesty is rarely the best policy, but it has its moments. The Genin Games was a tradition begun over 100 years ago by the third Hokage, Narashaku, in an effort to raise the village's morale after the First Great War. And though it had begun as a friendly bit of sparring, a chance for civilians to take a day off and watch children beat the sheet out of each other, it had quickly become something much more. "It's a sing contest," Sasuke said, leaning against a wall while Naruto wrapped his hands in a layer of bandages. "A chance for all the clans to get together and see whose kids are officially the best." They sat in the arena locker rooms, patiently preparing themselves for the upcoming fight. "If it's a sing contest, then I'm just gonna PSS all over Keiken," Naruto said, which caused Sasuke to smirk slightly. "Where's Sakura anyway?" "She's never late." "She's late sometimes," Sasuke corrected. "And we've got time." Naruto shrugged, finishing his wrappings and flexing his hands experimentally. He had only recently gotten the hang of doing his own wrappings, and occasionally he made them a little too tight. But there didn't seem to be any such issues this time, and he stood up, going slowly through a few of his favorite taijutsu forms. His technical skill had improved by leaps and bounds over the years, and he could feel his confidence increase as he shifted from position to position. He was so intent on getting every tiny detail of his stance right that he almost missed Sakura coming into the locker room to join them. When he finally did spot her, he stopped mid-shift, letting his arms flop back down to his side. "Sakura," Sasuke said, his voice like ice, "what's on your face?" Sakura's hand strayed up towards her face self-consciously, but then she smiled. "It's face paint," she said. "Do you like it?" Naruto took a second look. Sakura was indeed donned red face paint for the occasion, although he couldn't imagine why. There were 4 symmetrical red marks, 2 that started in the corners of her eyes and swooped towards the edge of her face, maybe a half-inch under her eyes, and another 2 that started at the edge of her face just under the first 2, coming towards the center of her face before rounding downwards and abruptly ending. "I like it," Naruto said, smiling. "It brings out your eyes." Sasuke shot him a withering glance. "And you don't think Keiken will have anything to say about you apparently declaring yourself part of his family?" he asked Sakura, drawing a straight line from one temple to another in reference to the young Senju's family tattoo. Sakura's face went pale. "Oh," she said. "I didn't think dash." She didn't get to finish her sentence, as the door to the locker room swung open once again and Keiken strolled through, backed by his teammates. On second thought, Sasuke said, crossing his arms, you should probably hear it from him. Naruto watched as Keiken came up to the three of them and then stopped, his eyes narrowing at Sakura's face paint. Sakura, looking genuinely cowed for the first time in years, did her best to sink into the lockers. What the F is this? Keiken finally spat, jabbing his finger at Sakura's face. Is this some kind of joke? No, Sakura said, straightening her back a bit. They're traditional ceremonial markings, inspired by the sage himself. They bring good luck. That's funny, Keiken said, taking a step closer. Sakura wasn't particularly tall, and Keiken, the skinny, lanky giant, towered over her by a good 8 or 9 inches. Because they look a lot like senju marks to me. They're not, Sakura said, her voice strong despite the occasional waver. Lots of clans have these kinds of marks. The Inazuka, the Akimichi, even the Kagaya, from Kirigakure. Yeah, but you're not fighting Fang Kagaya, Keiken said through clenched teeth. I might have expected this kind of bullshit from Street Rat over there, he said, jabbing a finger at Naruto, but I thought you had more class than this, Haruno. F you! Naruto shouted, lunging forwards. Sasuke's arm lashed out almost quicker than the eye could follow, snagging the collar of Naruto's brand new jacket and pulling the blonde genin back. Keiken started forward himself, but was similarly restrained by his own teammates. Sage, Keiken, Misha said, straining to keep her teammate anchored. Save it for the arena, all right? Keiken pushed against them for a moment, looking like he was about to spring, but finally relaxed somewhat, shrugging off his teammates' hands. Yeah, whatever, he said, turning around and marching through the door that lead into the arena. We're on anyway. His teammates followed him, and for a moment there was no sound except for Team A209D breathing. Sakura broke the silence. Maybe I should just wash the stuff off, she said, turning and looking for the sink. Stupid, don't know what I was thinking when I put it on. Leave it, Sasuke said simply. Don't let Keiken bully you into doing something you don't want to do. We've got a few minutes before we go on. Sit down. Sakura sat, but it was clear from her face that she was still troubled. Sasuke could obviously sense it, and took a seat next to the pink-haired girl. The Senju might be mad, he said, his voice level, but they're not the only people in that arena. We'll have my family on our side, and believe me, they'll love you for this. What about the others? Naruto asked, sitting down on Sakura's other side and taking her hand. She didn't resist, so he squeezed it reassuringly. Naruto wasn't the brightest of students, but he knew all about the various balances of power in Konohagakure. The 8 noble shinobi clans were the most important, and of those 8 clans, there were 5 power blocks. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga were all large and powerful enough to stand alone, but the other 5 had to group up. The Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara formed one block, while the Aburame and Inazuka formed the final one. The Hyuga don't have a kid in the fight, but after what you did to Hinata they hate you, Sasuke said, causing Naruto to wince. They'll be on the Senju's side, hesitantly. The Nara-Kimichi Yamanaka block has been arguing with the Hyuga recently over some old buildings on the west end of the village, so they'll side with us just to spite Hayashi. The Inazuka-Aburame block is probably split. The Inazuka have a long history with the Senju, but the Aburame prefer the Uchiha. So, they'll fall along those lines, most likely. He shrugged. It could be worse. The Sarutobi clan will side with the Senju, because of you and Asuma, Sakura said, sounding a bit better. She still hadn't pulled her hand out of Naruto's, which the blonde considered a good sign. The Yuhi would love to do the same, but they're still too close to the Uchiha to risk siding against Sasuke. Sasuke shook his head. Do you go out of your way to PSS people off? He asked Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes. Asuma and Kurenai is so not my fault, he protested. It's not like I told her to abandon her engagement and marry Asuma, all right? Things just kind of happened that way. It wasn't my fault. Sasuke and Sakura both looked at him impassively. It wasn't. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged looks and shrugged. Naruto would have crossed his arms defiantly, but to do so he would have had to let go of Sakura's hand, something he wasn't quite ready to do. At least Mizuki's clan will be on our side, he said. The better I do, the better Mizuki looks. Sasuke snorted. As if the Rotsu clan counts for anything. Naruto was about to shoot back a response when the door to the arena swung open. A chunin that looked about 20 poked her head through. Team A209D? She asked the assembled genin. We're kind of waiting for you out there. Sasuke nodded, and the three of them stood as the chunin vanished back behind the door. You guys ready? Naruto asked, face splitting into a grin. Sakura smiled. Let's go show Konohagakure who really deserved Rookie of the Year. Sasuke gave a little ghost of a smile at that, and Naruto laughed, wrapping an arm around each of his teammates' shoulders. They walked like that, side by side, into the blazing sun and the roaring crowd. And now the challengers. Boomed the announcer over the din. Team A209D. Hiruno Sakura. Kiji Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto glanced around at the crowd, who was currently in the process of going wild. Most of the attendants seemed to have consumed a bit too much alcohol, but according to Asuma that was part of the fun. As Sasuke had predicted, there was no support from the sections of the stand containing the Senju, Hyuga, or Inazuka clans. Many of the Senju were staring down at Sakura, their faces downright murderous at the sight of her face paint, but she simply grit her teeth and doubled down on her resolve. Team A209A stood on the other side of the arena, waiting patiently. Naruto took his position directly across from Misha, on the far right of his team's formation. Sasuke was on the far left, across from Saburo, a short, round-faced boy that packed some nasty earth release techniques. Sakura stood in the middle and slightly behind the two boys, facing down Keiken with almost unnerving calm. The match will last until all members of one team are unable to fight, the chunin in the middle of the stadium announced. This is a friendly spar, not a fight to the death, so pull your punches accordingly. We have jonin positioned around the arena to stop unnecessary violence and remove those they deem unable to continue. There's no arguing with a jonin's judgment. Are we clear? Clear, the genin said, nodding their heads in near unison. Naruto punched his open palm and tried to calm his jitters by feeling the chakra circling in his stomach. On your marks, get set, go. And just like that, they were off. The crowd's roar seemed to fade as Naruto stepped forward, bringing his fists up in anticipation of Misha's blitz. She had always been freaky fast, but Naruto was confident in her ability to intercept her. She would be going for Sakura first, as the pink-haired girl could whip out some nasty seals if given enough time. Naruto, of course, was going to give her plenty of time. So he stepped forward, fists lashing out as Misha tried to speed past him, a black and purple blur. His strike hit her in the stomach, sending her stumbling back with a shouted curse. Sakura, meanwhile, faded back, fingers glowing with chakra, and began carving seals into the floor of the arena. On the other side of the fight, Sasuke was holding off Saburo admirably, fire spraying everywhere as he beat the boy back. Keiken, worryingly, had not moved, and instead was blazing through hand signs. Naruto only hoped that Sakura could pull off whatever she was trying before the white-haired Senju could. Misha tried to juke around him, and she was fast, but Naruto only had to watch her feet and shuffle from side to side to keep her from where she was trying to get. She gave a frustrated grunt and apparently decided that if she couldn't get around him, she could still get through him. Her fists shot forward, hitting Naruto in what felt like 4 spots simultaneously. But while Misha was faster than him, he was stronger and tougher than her. He could do little to stop her lightning-fast punches, but they weren't bothering him too much. If she refrained from whipping out anything pointy, he could keep this up all day. Apparently, Misha figured that out herself, because her hand went immediately to her weapon's pouch and returned with a kunai. Unfortunately for her, Naruto had succeeded in delaying her long enough for Sakura to complete her seal. With a shout, she hurled 2 kunai which buried themselves harmlessly in the dirt slightly behind and on either side of Keiken. Sakura pressed her hand to the ground just moments after Keiken unleashed a really unfairly sized would-release technique, and flashing pink seals sprang to life in the air between the 2 kunai and the seal at her feet. The wood release crashed into the seals, but the barrier held, and Keiken screamed in anger as he realized Sakura had just trapped him and neutralized his technique in one blow. Hell yeah! Naruto shouted, ducking under Misha's first cut and spinning one leg out, catching her in the shins with the back of his foot. The girl fell to the ground, but rolled back to her feet before Naruto could capitalize on the distraction. There was a loud gong, not unlike a bell, as Keiken struck against Sakura's barriers, and Naruto could tell from the way it was flashing that it wouldn't hold the Senju for long. "Naruto!" came Sakura's voice from somewhere behind him. "Duck!" He instinctively dropped to his stomach, hands under him so he could spring back up at a moment's notice. Misha's kunai whiffed through the space he had just been standing in, and then the opposing genin was forced to backpedal as a small storm of shuriken headed her way. Naruto popped back to his feet, graping Misha's wrist and twisting it. She let out a cry of pain and dropped the kunai into the dirt, so Naruto followed up with a punch to her unprotected face. She stumbled backwards, flailing wildly, and Naruto relentlessly pursued. He could feel his heart beating in his chest as he pressed forwards. He kept his hands up, protecting his face from any retaliation, as he carefully placed punches between Misha's waving arms. His strikes were quick, precise snaps, and within seconds the female genin was about to collapse. He lined up the final punch, heart-hammering, but before he could throw it there was a massive gong. Keiken had burst free of his prison, and seemed dead set on proving why he had been named Rookie of the Year. Naruto dodged a slab of wood as it burst from the ground beneath him, hurling several shuriken at Misha to keep her pinned. "Naruto!" he heard Sasuke shout. The blonde's head swiveled to the left, where he saw his friend pursuing Saburo. The round-faced boy was speeding to Misha's rescue, forming hand signs as he went. "Switch!" Sasuke shouted, and Naruto nodded, flipping over Saburo's head and pressing his own hands together into the now familiar seals. Fire release, ash pile burning technique. Ash poured from his mouth, but Saburo pressed his hands to the ground and managed to summon a dome around him and Misha at the last moment. Naruto swore loudly and spiked his chakra, but nothing happened. The ash stubbornly refused to ignite and explode like it was supposed to. Damn it! If Misha got time to recover, he'd be back to square one. Or two at least. Naruto cast a glance towards Sakura, who was only barely keeping Keiken from turning his attention to helping his teammates. She wouldn't be able to stay ahead of him much longer, and of the three of them, only Sasuke could stand against Keiken in a straight fight. "Relax," Sasuke said, skidding to a stop beside him. "I've got this." His hands flew through seals faster than Naruto could follow, and he inhaled deeply. 2 fingers came to rest by his mouth, and Naruto scrambled backwards, realizing what that particular gesture meant. Fire release, great fireball technique. There was a flash of light and heat, and then a roar as the fire hit the ash, sending the whole thing exploding. Smoke went everywhere, covering the arena, and Naruto caught a flash of pink as Sakura evaded Keiken by diving into the newly created smokescreen. Unfortunately, Keiken seemed none too interested in pursuing her, and instead turned to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke started forwards, a look of grim determination on his face, but Naruto held him back. "Finish the other 2, he said, giving his friend a gentle shove towards the center of the explosion, where Misha and Saburo were no doubt still reeling. "I'll take him." Sasuke looked like he wanted to argue, but realized that time was critical and he was much quicker than Naruto. He vanished in a concentrated burst of speed, and Naruto brought his fists up, punching clean through the wooden spike Keiken had sent flying his way. Sakura burst from the smoke, kunai slashing at Keiken's blind side, but the Senju managed to block every one of her attacks with his own kunai. His hand darted inside her guard and grabbed her wrist, and he pivoted. Sakura stumbled towards Naruto, forcing the blonde to sidestep her before pursuing Keiken. Naruto expected Keiken to meet him in taijutsu, but instead the white-haired genin flashed through a few seals and placed his fingers near his mouth, not unlike Sasuke had just moments earlier. Water release, 1-part water cannon technique. Naruto threw himself to the side to avoid the high-velocity ball of water that had just burst from Keiken's mouth. He wasn't quite quick enough and it grazed him, sending him spinning. He hit the ground with a grunt and scrambled up to his knees, hissing in pain as he pressed his hand to his shoulder. The water hadn't cut through his new jacket, thankfully, but it had definitely done something, as his shoulder was angrily protesting being moved. Naruto ignored it. Sakura was back in Kiken's face, spinning and vaulting off of his wood releases to keep him distracted, but he landed a lucky blow on the girl and managed to knock her away. Naruto narrowed his eyes and prepared to charge, but was stopped by a firm hand on his uninjured shoulder. He looked up to Sasuke, his face framed by the afternoon sun, standing above him. The Uchiha's sword dripped blood hypnotically onto the dirt of the arena, and though he himself sported a wound or two, his face was a mask of impassive concentration. Sakura, recovering from Kiken's blow, hopped backwards to stand on Sasuke's other. Naruto glanced back, watching the last bits of smoke from his explosion fade. No sign of Saburo or Misha. The Jonin must have already removed them from the field. Keiken apparently came to the same realization, because he narrowed his eyes and practically growled at Sasuke. The black-haired boy said nothing, simply shifted his stance and then blurred forwards. His sword arced through the air above his head, and steel rang against steel as Keiken managed to block the strike with his kunai. The two traded blows, weaving and bobbing around each other as if engaging in a very fast and highly dangerous dance. Naruto stood, wincing as his shoulder ached in protest, but before he could move to help Sasuke, Sakura was on him, jerking his shoulder harshly. Naruto gasped as he heard something pop, and the relief of not pain rushed through his body, making him temporarily giddy. He cast a glance up at the stands, where the entire stadium was enthralled by the Uchiha and Senju's duel, and then grinned at Sakura. Sakura smiled back, and then the two of them charged. Sakura leapt up, high, flipping upside down and keeping her body extended, unleashing a flurry of shuriken at Kiken's head. Naruto went low, sweeping his foot at Kiken's leg, and Sasuke stabbed forwards at chest height. Keiken managed to deflect the majority of the shuriken, but one caught him in the arm, and though he twisted valiantly, Sasuke's sword caught him in the shoulder. Naruto felt his foot hit flesh, and then felt Keiken hit the ground. To the Senju's credit, he tried to fight. He would have gotten back to his feet, but Sakura had one foot planted on Kiken's wrist and was applying quite a bit of pressure, if Kiken's face was any indication. Sasuke, apparently anticipating more resistance, delivered a swift kick to the white-haired Genin's head. As soon as he did so, Jonin shimmered into view beside them, pushing Sasuke away and helping Keiken to his feet. It was at roughly that point that Naruto realized there was no cheering. The crowd had fallen unusually, almost eerily silent. Not a fan of wasting opportunities, Naruto took the silence to express exactly how he felt about the match. He turned away from his teammates and walked to the edge of the arena, to right where the Senju were seated. They glared down at him, faces hard, and Naruto shot them the bird. "SCK it?" He shouted to the assembled mass, and that's roughly when all hell broke loose. The stadium exploded into a flurry of movement and a storm of screams, and Naruto felt strong, steady hands grip his shoulders, pulling him back just moments before the ground he had been standing on exploded. Naruto let out a startled shout and continued stumbling backwards, and those same hands yanked him back to his feet. Flashes of light and the sound of steel hitting steel. "Is there a fight going on?" He asked nobody in particular. It was only later he would learn that he had started a riot. Tensions never disappear, you know. Just settle down momentarily. Sakura's head hurt, but she considered it getting off easy. Naruto and Sasuke, sitting on either side of her, were much worse off. Naruto had gotten hit by some fire releases, and Sasuke had been on the receiving end of a Chunin's bow staff. They'd both been through the healers, but they still had the various cuts and bruises to commiserate the event. Naruto's face was singed, a large chunk of his right eyebrow missing, and Sasuke's forearms no longer resembled skin so much as a massive collection of uneven, black and blue lumps. Itachi watched them evenly, dark onyx eyes peering out from under the Hokage's traditional red and white hat. He was as inscrutable as always, to be expected from Sasuke's older brother, but Sakura couldn't believe he was anything but furious. Naruto had started a riot. They had started a riot. There had been a riot. She had long since wiped off the face paint, but she felt like she could feel it on her face, hot. When Itachi spoke, his voice was even level. He asked them if they understood what had happened. They nodded numbly. Sasuke looked particularly defeated, and even Naruto wore an exhausted expression. Itachi went on to explain that in a village like Konohagakure, tensions between various clans would always be high. It was their job, as the younger generation, the future of the village, to forget that. To let go of old prejudices and move on. Sakura thought it was a nice speech, but it sounded a little too prepackaged. It would have sounded more natural coming from the sixth. Itachi went on to reprimand them all. Her for the face paint, she hung her head, unable to meet his eyes when he outlined exactly why what she did was stupid, Sasuke for the absolutely unnecessary kick to the head, and Naruto for, of course, agitating the Senju even more through taunting. The Hokage didn't seem to be too interested in their side of the story, but Sakura didn't honestly think their side of the story would make that much of a difference. By the time they walked out of the Hokage's office, they were all exhausted. Naruto basically collapsed to the floor, groaning, and Sasuke stoically rubbed the bridge of his nose, which for Sasuke equaled repeatedly slamming his head against the wall, basically. So, Sakura said, watching her two teammates wallow in their own defeat. It seemed impossible to think that they had actually won their match, that they were the victors here. Sakura certainly didn't feel like a victor. She felt sick to her stomach, and all she wanted to do was crawl into her bed and sleep for a week. That was a promising start to our shinobi careers, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded in glum agreement. Half the village hates us now. At least the whole village doesn't hate us? Sakura suggested, sounding a lot more hopeful than she actually felt. Naruto groaned. Man, what if they start really hating us? He asked, staring up at the ceiling. What if they form giant drunken mobs? And try to kill us? Don't be an idiot, Sasuke grunted. Just think about it. Naruto said. What if shopkeepers all try to overcharge us for their worst stuff? Or people physically abuse us? Or the evil civilian council tries to get us banished? What are you even talking about? Sasuke asked, throwing Sakura a thoroughly confused look. She just shrugged her shoulders in response. Did you get hit in the head or something? There's no evil council, and why in the world would they give civilians the power to banish a shinobi? None of that would ever happen. Naruto gave a weak smile. Then I guess things could be worse. There was silence for a moment, and then Sasuke laughed. For a moment, Sakura couldn't believe herself. She could count on one hand the number of times she had heard Sasuke laugh, and she had known him for nearly a decade. But that had been a real, genuine laugh. And then he laughed again. And then Naruto laughed too, and then, despite her exhaustion and pain, Sakura was laughing. They stood there, the three of them in the middle of the Capitol building, not 20 feet from the Hokage's office, and laughed until they were doubled over, laughed until they were crying. Eventually, the laughter died down, but the three of them remained. We'll make it, won't we? Sakura asked after what felt like an eternity of silence. I mean, this isn't going to stop us from everything, is it? Naruto snorted. I haven't been getting up since 4 in the morning for years to let anything as stupid as a riot stop me, he said. He paused for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Holy shit, he said. No more early morning training with Mizuki. I can sleep in. He pumped his fist in the air, and Sakura hid a smile behind her hand. I can't afford to let it stop me, Sasuke admitted, also smiling slightly at Naruto's antics. If I quit being a shinobi, then Tetsuro takes over the clan. And if that happens, a riot's going to be the least of my problems. Sakura made a face. Tetsuro was Sasuke's cousin, a true cousin as in the son of Fugaku's brother, not a clan cousin like any other Uchiha around his age. He was a gross, sweaty chunin with delusions of being a ladies' man. She could only imagine the ruin he would lead the Uchiha into. Your parents could always have another kid, she suggested. Sasuke made a face. Gross, Naruto said, laughing. Old people section. Sakura giggled and Sasuke scowled. Oh, Fugaku, Naruto said in mock falsetto, pressing the back of his hand to his forehead as if he felt faint. Ram me harder. Sasuke was not amused. He gave Naruto a stare that could kill a small child with malice alone, but barely slowed down the blonde genin. He continued making noises until Sasuke shoved his head solidly into the wall. "Don't feel too bad, Sasuke," Sakura said, as Naruto rubbed at his newest welt. "It would be like a little baby you. So cute." She reached over to pinch his cheek, but he fixed her with his glare and well, she wasn't as resistant as Naruto. She wilted with her hand halfway to Sasuke's face. "Well, enough whining," Naruto said, jumping to his feet and briefly wincing in pain. "Let's go get some food. Nothing curbs the pain like a big hot bowl of ramen, am I right?" "Not in the least," Sasuke said, but he also stood to go. "Are you coming?" he asked, looking down at Sakura and extending a hand. "Come on, Sakura," Naruto said, extending his own hand. "Take a walk on the wild side." Kakashi was proud of himself. He was only 120 minutes late for his first meeting with Team A209D. He had fully expected to be much, much longer, but something had nagged at him to cut down his procrastination to a respectable level. He was left with a strong sense of pride and satisfaction of a job well done. Unfortunately, his new students didn't seem to share such emotions. "You're the worst," were the first words out of Naruto's mouth. Sakura immediately gave her teammate a light smack upside the head, but from the way the corners of her mouth had twitched upwards when he had spoken, she didn't exactly disagree. "Am I really?" Kakashi asked, doing his best to keep the amusement out of his voice. "I'm touched." He turned to the third and final member of Team A209D. "What about you? Going to voice an opinion?" Sasuke's gaze flicked over to where Kakashi was standing. A long second passed, and then another, and then Sasuke turned his head to stare out over the deserted training ground, doing his best to feign apathy. "I don't really care," he claimed, although the way his eyebrows knitted together ever so slightly gave him away. "I knew what to expect from you." Kakashi couldn't hide his smile, and he felt it pull at the mask that covered the lower half of his face. "Really?" he drawled, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Shursui, I'm guessing?" Sasuke said nothing, which basically confirmed it. "Shursue's a bright kid. Might even be as good as I am someday, if he keeps it up. Lots of training, eating his vegetables, that sort of thing." "Vegetables are the worst," Naruto said, crossing his arms emphatically. Kakashi turned his attention back to the blonde boy in the white and orange. "That's quite a bit of negativity," he said, inserting just enough fake sincerity in his voice to be annoying. "I'm the worst, vegetables are the worst. But which of us is truly the worst? It's a conundrum the village's greatest minds may never solve." "You're tied for the worst," Naruto said immediately, proving once and for all that his mental prowess far outstripped anything Kakashi could muster. Kakashi shook his head shamefully. "But I was sure the answer was vegetables." "You're tied for the worst," Naruto said again, eyes narrowing. "You're the worst, and everything you like is the worst. They're the worst things ever, along with you." Kakashi nodded sagely. "Truly, wisdom for the ages." Naruto said nothing in response, so Kakashi took the moment to get a better look at his three genin. Naruto, of course, was the most noticeable, with a shock of poorly controlled yellow hair that wouldn't have looked out of place among the Yamanaka or in the more northern areas of the Fire Country. His hands were wrapped in bandages, more, Kakashi suspected, to prevent any new injuries than to help old ones heal. The boy had been noted several times for his unusually rapid recovery rate. Aside from the 3 whisker marks on either cheek, that would be the only indication that Naruto held the nine-tailed fox in his gut. Kakashi suppressed a shiver. The Hokage had assured him that Naruto posed no danger, but it really was like letting a child play around with an explosive tag. So much destructive power, so little understanding. Sakura was the complete opposite. Kakashi had seen her records, and knew that while she wasn't as naturally gifted as Sasuke, or had as much raw power as Naruto, her brain made her dangerous. Kakashi couldn't remember the last student to graduate with a perfect score on the academic portion of the exam, which was impressive, and she had also taken it upon herself to begin learning sealing years ago, which was typically a skill reserved for genin. Her long hair was wrapped up in a spiky bun on the top of her head, and she wore a sleeveless red shirt with dark gray pants. And then, of course, the Uchiha heir. The younger brother of the 8th Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, was shorter than Kakashi had imagined. Well, you couldn't win them all. The sword that was slung across his back looked well worn, and he carried himself with the kind of natural confidence the Uchiha excelled at. Well, Kakashi said, clapping his hands together, I suppose we may as well get started. That certainly attracted their attention. Sasuke and Sakura both swiveled their heads to look at him, and Naruto even lost his scowl. It was replaced with a poorly hidden curiosity, which was an improvement. Are you going to teach us a kick-ass technique? He asked, and Kakashi could already see his eyes widening in anticipation. Kakashi shrugged. Sure, why not? Naruto practically leapt into the air. Really? No, not really, Kakashi said, smiling and ruffling Naruto's hair. The blonde scowl returned instantly, and he swatted the Jonin's hand away. No point in teaching you anything new right now, Kakashi continued, unfazed, not when you can't even use what you've got correctly. He crossed his arms and leaned back slightly. Naruto, do you know what chakra purity is? Naruto frowned. Why? Because I asked, Kakashi said simply. Naruto had reportedly had some of the worst paper test scores in the past 50 years, and Kakashi wanted to see what kind of theory he could explain. Naruto's frown deepened, but Sakura shot him an encouraging look and he nodded. He brought his hands together into a seal and began concentrating, and a moment later the air around him was filled with a shapeless, colorless glow. But ripple in the air than anything substantial. So, Naruto said after a moment, letting the glow fade, that was my chakra, right? Just like the... Because it's really dirty? He looked up at Kakashi for confirmation. More or less, Kakashi said. Please, continue. Naruto nodded. But if I make my chakra cleaner, it'll start to take on a color and a shape. Mayhem. A mayhem, Kakashi confirmed. Thank you, Naruto. I'll take it from here. If he had to guess, he would say Naruto knew what he was talking about, but had trouble expressing it out loud. Not that he was some kind of secret genius or anything, but Kakashi felt better knowing the blonde didn't have some kind of mental handicap. I'm going to get a little lectury here, so forgive me, Kakashi said, ignoring the groan from Naruto and the eye roll from Sasuke. Sakura, at least, seemed interested. As you all know, chakra originates in your stomach, then is carried through your entire body through your chakra network. With me so far? He got 2 dull nods and 1 eager one in response. When we mold chakra, in order to use a technique, we expel it through chakra nodes, of which everyone has 361, Kakashi explained. But our chakra nodes aren't perfect, and it shows when we mold chakra. When we push it through our chakra nodes, it comes out dirty, like Naruto said. Impure. This weakens your chakra, and it weakens the techniques that use chakra. Your chakra pool and control may determine how many techniques you can perform, but your chakra purity determines how powerful those techniques are. Now Naruto looked interested. He had a funny look on his face, like there was a realization just on the edge of his brain that he couldn't quite grasp. So Kakashi helped him with it. Therefore, the quickest way for genin such as yourselves to quickly strengthen your techniques is to purify your chakra. Naruto grinned. But that's easier said than done, Kakashi warned. Most chunin have a chakra purity of about 25%. Most jonin have about 50% purity. Once you hit that, you're lucky to go up more than a few percent a year, even with rigorous training. It's hard work, and it isn't like other training, which gets easier as you get used to it. Chakra purity gets exponentially harder the more you improve. Naruto's eyes, however, seemed to glazing over, so Kakashi turned to Sakura. Think you can summarize for us? Sakura nodded. We pull chakra from our chakra nodes, but we dirty it as we do so, and that makes our techniques weaker. So you want to show us how to purify our chakra. Excellent, Kakashi said, nodding approvingly. Maybe I'll just have you teach the lessons from now on. Sakura beamed. When Naruto molded chakra, Kakashi continued, you all saw what impure chakra looks like. It's colorless and formless. But as you purify your chakra, it will begin to take on a hue and a shape, otherwise known as your color and mayhem. Everyone's is unique, and you can tell how pure someone's chakra is, and therefore roughly how powerful they are, by observing how clear their color and mayhem are. Naruto nodded eagerly. So what do we do? It's actually a pretty simple technique, Kakashi said. What's dirtying the chakra is actually impurities in the chakra nodes themselves. So what you have to do is blast your chakra through your chakra nodes, dislodging the impurities and cleaning your chakra nodes. That's it? Naruto asked. Kakashi shrugged in response. That's the gist of it. The impurities are naturally occurring, they build up as time passes, so good shinobi make a habit of blast cleaning a few times every morning, as part of their routine. As I said, it's a simple exercise, but it'll take time for any noticeable changes. Naruto grinned and put his hands together, gathering his chakra. There was a moment of suspense, and then a loud crack as the boy expelled his chakra through every chakra node simultaneously. Kakashi's eyes widened as he felt the physical force of the chakra reach him, and both Sakura and Sasuke had to steady themselves or risk being knocked over. Like that? Naruto asked, looking up eagerly. Kakashi just rubbed the back of his head. He got the sudden and distinct feeling that this kid was probably going to kill him at some point. The question is, would that really be a bad thing? Time passed, and days turned to weeks, as days are notoriously wont to do. Kakashi sat at the top of a tree, watching Naruto stare right through him, then dart from this hiding space to that one, doing his best to find the Jonin before the time limit elapsed. He'll never make it, Sasuke said from the branch below him. He was watching the blonde himself, a sort of half-amused smirk spread across his face. Idiot didn't even think to check for genjutsu. Well, you know, Kakashi said, glancing at the stopwatch in his hand as the final few seconds ticked away. At least he looked up this time. Naruto definitely had some skills, but finding a hidden opponent was certainly not one of them. We'll leave him down there for a little bit. I'd like to take this time to talk to you, actually. Sasuke glanced up at him, his smirk changing to something less readable. About what? I'm doing well in my training. I've already mastered that taijutsu form you taught me dash. Well, you learned it, Kakashi said, waving one hand airily. Let's go easy on the whole idea of mastered, alright? You're a genin, you're not going to be mastering anything for a long time yet. Sasuke grunted, but didn't say anything more. Kakashi considered the fact that the Uchiha hadn't mentioned his older brother under his breath a small victory. Besides, it wasn't about your performance. Not really, Kakashi continued. You've been doing remarkably well in these recent sessions, and it's gotten me thinking. Maybe you're just not hiding hard enough, Sasuke said. You're almost always in the first place I look. Maybe. If you went outside the box, I wouldn't find you so easily. He arched an eyebrow. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the boy. Sasuke was bright, but cheeky. Kakashi would remember to double up his sprints the next few days. I am going outside the box, he said. Sakura's the most by-the-books shinobi in your class, and even she's not finding me every time. You, however, are flawless. I'm beginning to think there's more to it than your observational prowess. Now it was Sasuke's turn to be less than amused. What do you mean? He asked. I think you're a chakra sensor, Kakashi said simply, pulling a small orange book from one of the many pouches on his vest. It's the simplest explanation. A lot of early sensors do it subconsciously, letting it guide their actions without them even realizing it. I'd like to run some tests if you don't mind. Sasuke shrugged. I don't mind, but I'm not a sensor, he said. The Uchiha clan barely ever produces sensors. There was an official study and everything. It's a genetic quirk. I saw that study, Kakashi said. I wrote a paper on it when I was back in the academy. I'm convinced it was bullshit. What did you get on the paper? A C+, Kakashi admitted. But that was the accelerated program, so wipe that smirk off your face. It was the worst grade I ever got, and I'm still convinced I was right. Because you could never be wrong about anything, Sasuke said. If Kakashi hadn't known the kid so well, he never would have noticed the sarcasm. Sasuke was as deadpan as pretty much anyone Kakashi had ever met. I wasn't wrong about this, he insisted. That study was done in the middle of the Second Great War. Uchiha were activating their Sharingan younger than ever, so they never focused on or used their sensing abilities. The sensory muscles are sensitive. If they're not used early and often, they atrophy. And since that study convinced everyone that there are basically no Uchiha sensors, nobody was on the lookout for them. Self-fulfilling prophecy. And you plan to prove them all wrong, Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded, removing a needle from his medical pouch and jabbing it into the genin's arm. Sasuke winced, but didn't say anything as the small vial filled with blood and Kakashi stashed it away safely in his pouch. Sensing is a relatively rare gift, but a valuable one, he explained. We can all sense chakra, to an extent, but most sensing is very limited. You'd have to be right next to someone to sense their chakra. Not only that, but they have to be actively using it, either molding or expelling it, and the best anyone ever gets is a vague sense, like a scale of 1 to 5 of how much chakra someone has. Like how everyone can tell Naruto's got a stupid amount of chakra, Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded. Right. Sensors, on the other hand, can sense chakra from a very far way away. They can sense chakra not only when it's being molded or expelled, but also when it's at rest, not when someone is suppressing it. However, you'll learn how to do that later. A sensor can tell how much chakra someone has with much greater accuracy, and even get an idea of their purity. So you can tell why sensors are so valuable. They're good scouts and great judges of power. It's a gift with very few downsides. Very few. There are always some, Kakashi said with a shrug. Headaches are the most common, but also a loss of focus, a tendency to get lost in though. Once you truly awaken your gift dash. If I awaken a gift I probably don't even have dash. You'll figure it out, Kakashi continued, pretending he hadn't even noticed the interruption. Right now, you only get a subconscious sense, but when you awaken you'll begin to channel the signatures through one of your 5 senses. Seeing chakra is fairly common, but so is smelling it, and I've even heard of some who can taste chakra on the air. Ever felt anything like that? Sasuke frowned. Sometimes, he said after a long pause, when I'm sparring I hear things. Like a ringing in my head. I could never figure out where it comes from, but it's probably just something else. Keep telling yourself that, kid, Kakashi said, clapping Sasuke on the shoulder. It's not my job to shatter your delusions. Well, it is, and I will, but I can at least give you another day or two in your little fantasy world. Now come on, let's see where Naruto ran off to. Dream Crusher, Hatake just doesn't roll off the tongue. In all honesty, Sakura was beginning to dread the days Jiraiya came to town. That wasn't to say that she didn't like the old man, or that she didn't find his lessons engaging, thought-provoking, and genuinely helpful. It was just that every time he visited, Sakura ended up running for her life. You know why this happens? She spat at him, hurdling a fruit cart and whipping around a corner. You have an addiction. It's interfering with your ability to live a normal, everyday life. An addiction implies I'm not in complete control of myself. Jiraiya said, ducking his head to avoid a particularly violently thrown apple. I could stop any time I want, but I thrive on the hunt. I think your features get weirder as you get older, Sakura growled. She shoved chakra into her feet and leapt up onto a nearby wall, performing a textbook backflip onto the top of a laundry line and dashing across that to put more distance between herself and the horde. The women of Konohagakure's bathhouses had let her go unharmed the first few times, out of a sense of sisterly communion, but after that they hadn't been so willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. She had been branded a pervert and would be strung up to die right next to her mentor. Her mentor, of course, didn't seem to mind. He let out a gleeful laugh and sped off ahead of her, and her lungs screamed as she tried to push herself to keep up. Cardio, he explained as she came around a corner. He grabbed her and pressed her up against a wall, hands flying through seals. The world around them distorted and fogged over, and a moment later the mob rushed past them none the wiser. Zenitsu, he said, ruffling her hair and stepping away. Sakura followed him, scowling heavily but knowing better than to say anything. And of course, came Kakashi's lazy drawl from behind her, a flair for the dramatic. Sakura whirled around. Kakashi stood slouched against a nearby building, looking so perfectly cool and uncaring that Sakura just knew he practiced that body language in the mirror every morning. Sasuke and Naruto stood slightly behind him, and Sakura gave them a quick wave. It's a skill going criminally undertaught by the Jonin instructors of today, Jiraiya responded. How are you doing, Kakashi? You've grown since the last time I saw you. You'd see me more often if you bothered to drop by and tell me when you're stealing my student for the day, Kakashi said. Sakura stuck her tongue out at him. Isn't she a little young for you? Jiraiya laughed. Shockingly, I'm not interested in her for her curves, or lack thereof, he said, warding off Sakura's attempted slap. Sasuke smirked, and Naruto attempted to stifle a giggle. Girl's got a brain on her. I'd watch out if I were you, or she's gonna end up stripping you of some of your records. I think I can afford to part with a few, Kakashi said, shrugging nonchalantly. Sometimes I feel like I have too many to handle anyway. Jiraiya shook his head. I wouldn't know the feeling, seeing as I never held any. But I know talent when I see it. He planted a hand on the small of Sakura's back and shoved, sending her stumbling over towards her team. Get out of here, kid. Lessons done for the day. You never told me what I was doing wrong with the third step. Sakura protested. Didn't I just say you were a smart girl? You'll figure it out, Jiraiya said. Besides, I have a meeting with the sixth. Grown-up stuff. You wouldn't understand. He gave her a wave. See you in a few months or whenever. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's avoiding me, Kakashi said as the old man vanished in a puff of smoke. Well, did you learn anything interesting today? Unless you count more ways to spy on bathhouses interesting, then no, Sakura grumbled. That sounds horrible, Naruto said. Just horrible. Did you, take notes? Because if you give them to me, I'll be sure to burn them for you. Smooth, Demus, Sasuke said. I'm sure she'll totally buy that one. Those notes wouldn't be the paper they were written on anyway, Sakura said. We're better off without them. If you say so, Naruto said. He didn't sound too convinced. They had dinner. Sakura wasn't particularly hungry, but Kakashi offered to pay and she wasn't about to turn down a chance to drain the BSTRD of some of his hard-earned cash. The restaurant might have been a bit sleazy and risque for 3 newly minted genin. She really shouldn't have expected much else from Hitaki, but she ordered the most expensive thing on the menu and that was that. And for now, it would be enough. For now, but not for long. The woman sat in the middle of the market, red blood falling from her knuckles to the stone below. She stared at the dead man below her. His heavy black cloak was torn in several places, and it was absolutely soaked in blood. She was always surprised at how much blood a human body could hold, though she really shouldn't have been. The white mask that covered his face bore blue marks that caused it to resemble a bear. His partner, whose mask resembled a tiger, lay slumped against the wall at the far end of the market. His left arm was nowhere to be seen. The woman idly wondered if one of the fleeing villagers had picked it up. The image made her smile, a smile that lacked any real emotion. She watched the blood drip from her hand. It was always this way. She ran, they came, she fought, they died. An endless cycle that accomplished nothing. She spread death and suffering and pain even when all she wanted was isolation and peace. When would they stop coming? She shook her head. She knew better than to ask herself that question. She knew the answer already, and it wasn't one she particularly enjoyed dwelling on. The tapping of metal on stone dragged her from her thoughts to reality. She looked up and saw nothing for several long minutes, and then the man appeared. He was tall, skinny, and pale. That was the first thing the woman noticed. In one hand, he carried a gunbai, a war fan that was as tall as he was. It was colored a light purple, with rings expanding from the centers of the 2 circles that made it up. As the man walked, he tapped the end of it against the stone beneath his feet. The man's hair was gray, although he didn't appear old, and slicked back, falling just below his ears. His eyes were deep violet, and his face was covered in black and white face paint, which was arranged to give the impression of a skull. He wore a necklace with 6 magatama, and a black cloak decorated with red clouds. She tensed as he approached, but he made no move to attack her. As he got closer, she noticed that the gunbai wasn't just ceremonial, it was expertly crafted, and looked sharp enough to cut a man in half with a single swing. Within moments, he was standing right next to her. She was prepared to fight if it came down to it, but he didn't seem to be interested in conflict. He knelt beside her and dipped his fingertips into the blood that was pooling at her feet. She watched as he placed his fingers to the dead man's mask, drawing expanding circles of blood. It looked like an almost religious ceremony, although not from any religion she recognized. Finally, when there was no more space on the mask to draw circles, he spoke. "I saw the fight," he said, and his voice was casual, ringing with an accent the woman couldn't quite place. She said nothing. "You fight well," he continued, unperturbed by her silence. "But a sadness echoes in your movements. Exhaustion." He glanced up at her, and she found herself unable to meet his gaze. "You're tired," he said. "You've been tired for a long time." "These men," she said, and she was surprised to hear herself speak, "their masters took everything from me. And then, when there was nothing left to take, they demanded more." The man nodded, as if that was a sufficient answer. "I am familiar with the type," he said, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. She looked at him again. "Are you a shinobi?" she asked. He wore no forehead protector, but that was hardly proof of anything. Many shinobi wound up abandoning their forehead protectors for certain missions. It was useful when dealing with civilians, but sometimes subtlety was more useful than good PR. The man shook his head once. "I was once. A long time ago. But not anymore." The woman couldn't get a read on his emotions. Was that sadness that made his eyes gleam like that? Regret? Or was it pride? "There's not a lot of people who can just walk away from the life," she said. The sage himself knew how long it had taken her, how much blood she had had to spill to get where she was today. And still it was a struggle to stay free from it all. "Mostly because they can't see a life beyond it," the man replied. "Can you blame them? They're raised to be weapons, tools for the greater good of village, lord, and country. They never turn their eyes beyond what's right in front of them." "And you can?" "You did." The man's smile widened, ever so slightly. "I did. I saw past the death, the pain, the constant war. I saw something else." "Peace?" the woman asked. It had been so long since she had thought of peace. "Meaning," the man corrected. "Meaning where there was once only chaos. A purpose, one that was higher than the village. Higher than the Lord. Higher than the country." "What was it?" "Divinity," the man said, his eyes deadly serious. The woman laughed, but there was no humor in it. "When I was a child, they said I was related to a god. That he had given us everything, and that it was our job to carry on his legacy. They said that there was a little spark of him in all of us, and that we were capable of everything he was and more." The man laughed too, but unlike the woman, there was a warmth in it, a genuine feeling. "You won't find enlightenment through history or pretty speeches," he said. "You have never truly glimpsed the face of God." The woman could only nod to that. The man gave her a sly look. "Would you like to?" As per usual, Naruto awoke early. He had sworn upon becoming a genin that he would never wake up before 5 in the morning again, but he had quickly found that his body was simply too accustomed to the sleep schedule he had been on for years. It had annoyed him at first. He had, since childhood, considered early hours for sleeping, but he had to admit, it was beginning to grow on him. It gave him time to enjoy a nice breakfast, and to make his new apartment look like a little more like an actual home as opposed to a room he happened to stumble into every night. He had never had a place to his own before. Admittedly, the apartment he was living in now wasn't exactly the daimyo's palace, possessing only a bathroom and a merged-together kitchen bedroom, but it was his. He had covered up the dents in the walls with posters of the previous Hokage, 7 of the greatest shinobi the world had ever known watching over him while he ate, slept, and watched the couple across the street argue with each other through the window. He placed a pack of instant ramen on the stove, pushing a bit of chakra into the seal that powered the thing. It was old and inefficient, but it got the job done, and a few minutes later Naruto was happily snacking away. He blasted his chakra nodes a few times, careful to do it a few feet away from any loose objects, then settled down to meditate. Kakashi had said that they would be embarking on a mission today. A real mission too, nothing like painting a fence or delivering messages. For the first time in his life, excluding academy-run wilderness sessions, Naruto would be venturing out beyond the gates of Konoha and into the real world. It was somewhat of a sobering thought. He wasn't scared, a true shinobi wasn't scared of anything. But he was unusually subdued as he double-checked his pack, hopping out of the window and dashing across the rooftops towards the massive gates that marked the only official break between the walls that separated Konoha from the wilds beyond. He was the first one there. Naruto frowned, glancing back and forth, and then up and down. No sign of the rest of Team A209D, which was surprising. He was never the last one to meetings, that was always Kakashi, but he was never the first. Maybe he was antsier than he thought. He shrugged off his pack, loaded to the brim with everything he would need for the trek, and dropped to the ground to do push-ups. It was all he could think of to blow off the excess energy, and the familiar motions calmed him, taking him back to a simpler time. A much more boring time, admittedly, but a simpler time nonetheless. He had worked up a good sweat by the time he heard the sound of another person approaching, sandals scuffing against stone and loose dirt. The noises were soft, but echoed almost ominously in the mostly silent streets. It was still dark out, a few stray strands of sunlight just beginning to poke out over the horizon, and Naruto couldn't make out who the sounds were coming from until their source came close enough to see through the early morning dark. It was Hyuga Hinata shuffled nervously into view, much to Naruto's surprise. The recon genin was dressed in a heavy beige sweatshirt, which hung awkwardly on her thin frame. Naruto was willing to bet there was a hefty amount of body armor underneath it. Her blue forehead protector was tied around her neck like a choker, and she wore a white headband emblazoned with a yellow sun. Over the caged bird's seal on her forehead, a heavy backpack, similar to Naruto's own, was strapped across her shoulders. She stopped several paces from him and stared at the ground directly in front of him. "Hello, Naruto-san," she said, dipping into a low bow. Naruto noted, with no small amount of dismay, that they were still using honorifics. "Hello, Hinata-san," he replied, hopping to his feet and giving her a similar bow. "You're out early. Have you got a mission too?" The heavily packed bag slung over her shoulders gave the answer away even before he had asked the question, but he would be dead if he let the conversation slip into awkward silence. A brief look of confusion passed over Hinata's face before it faded into her usual passive mask. "Did your Jonin instructor not tell you that our teams would be working this mission together?" "No," Naruto said, scowling. "No, he kind of forgot to mention that." Not that Naruto was particularly surprised. Kakashi hadn't told them much beyond how much to pack and when and where they were meeting. Naruto wasn't even certain how long they'd be gone, or what their mission actually was. All he knew was that it would take them away from the village and that they were supposed to bring a week's worth of supplies. Kakashi had resisted further interrogation by promptly vanishing. But it's not like the news that Team S209F would be joining them was a bad thing. It also meant that Asuma would be coming along. Naruto hadn't been able to see as much of him and Kurenai since graduation, and it would be nice to go on his first real mission with an extra old friend in the wings. Hinata said nothing in response, merely stared down at the ground and idly scuffed her sandals on the dirt. Naruto channeled some chakra into his hand, partly to escape the awkwardness and partly to see if his training was coming along. His chakra was sort of solidifying, but was still little more than a mirage-like ripple in the air around his hand. He wondered if the fox's chakra had its own color and mayhem, separate from Naruto's own. The tales said that the beast's entire body was made up of chakra, and that it was harder than steel and painfully bright to look at. If he called on its power like he had when he fought Hinata, would that terrible power be reduced to a mere ripple in the air? He doubted it, but he couldn't remember for sure what the chakra had looked like. "Your chakra?" Hinata said, snapping Naruto from his thoughts. He glanced up at her and saw her eyes had shifted from pale violet to stark white, the veins around them bulging to demonstrate the Hyuga bloodline limit. It's very nice." Naruto frowned, stuffing his hands in his pockets as if that would do anything to stop her. Itachi and the old man had assured him that even the Byakugan couldn't see the fox within him, but that didn't mean he enjoyed being the subject of Hyuga scrutiny. He didn't know any shinobi who did. It was part of the reason the Hyuga clan had so few allies within the village. I am sorry, Hinata said immediately, her eyes returning to their normal shade as she ducked into a deep bow. You're offended. That was rude of me. I forgot myself. Her face was a deeper shade of red than Naruto had known it was possible for faces to be. He couldn't help but grin a bit at the stammered apology. It was hard to stay suspicious when she sounded so sincerely mortified by her own actions. Don't worry about it, he said, putting his hands up in a sign of peace. You just caught me off guard is all. He glanced down at his hands and channeled more chakra through them, watching the ripple emanate from his palms again. And I'm not really sure what you mean. He had seen pictures in his textbooks, and half remembered a few lectures Sakura had summarized for him. The Byakugan was famed for its ability to see the chakra network within the body, but unexpelled chakra didn't vary from person to person. Oh, of course. Hinata said, bowing again. I was. She took a long, deep breath, similar to the ones Naruto took while meditating. I was not referring to your internal chakra. I'm a visually expressed sensor type. The Byakugan simply helps focus my abilities. Naruto didn't really understand half of that, but he nodded and smiled like he did. It had gotten him through a decade of classes. It would get him through a conversation. Apparently emboldened by his lack of outright hostility, Hinata pressed on. My clan produces many sensors, more than any other in the village. Truthfully, my gift isn't very strong, but at such close range I can see more. I just meant that your chakra's nice. Pleasant. Oh. Thanks, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck. Can you see what color it is? Sasuke's a sensor too, or at least Kakashi says he is, but he's pretty much shit at it so he can't tell what my color is. He sighed, interlocking his fingers and putting his hands behind his head. What I want to know is what's the point of having a genius Uchiha on your team if he can't even do simple stuff like that? Hinata said, tapping the tips of her pointer fingers together and shifting her gaze even further away from him. They can't say. Your chakra is still too impure. But I can get a sense of it. It's strong. Wholesome. She shook her head rapidly, as if trying to clear cobwebs from her hair. I have never seen chakra like it before. Hyuga chakra is so ugly to look at, it's too bright, almost harsh. Naruto nodded to himself, mind running through all those basics of chakra essays he had been forced to read over and over and over again. I know this, he said, snapping his finger in a desperate bid to give himself a much-needed burst of inspiration. It's because of your gentle fist thing, right? Like, your chakra is really, sharp, I guess, so when you push it into other people it cuts them up. And stuff. He shot Hinata an inquisitive glance to see if he was on the right. That is a workable analogy, Hinata said with a small smile. Although the gentle fist is because of the chakra, rather than the other way around. She trailed off as she realized Naruto's expression was getting blanker by the second. I did not know Sasuke was a sensor type as well. That's quite rare amongst the Uchiha. Yeah, Naruto said, his face breaking into a grin. He hates it. I think he wishes it would just go away. But Kakashi keeps making him train it anyway. He chuckled. Classic. Hinata opened her mouth as if to respond, but before she had the chance she was cut off by a voice from behind her. Well, wouldn't want the great Uchiha heir to get his panties in a wad, the voice said. Hinata turned around, her blush returning, to face Inuzuka Kiba. He was of middling height, with a shock of messy brown hair that hung over his ears and eyes. 2 fang tattoos marked him as a shinobi of the Inuzuka, and at his side stood his canine partner, a white dog with brown ears who came up nearly to the boy's waist. Kiba sauntered up to greet his teammate and Naruto reaching and ruffling Hinata's head with one hand like Naruto imagined he would pet a dog. You shoulda waited for me and Shino, he said to Hinata, glancing Naruto up and down as if sizing the orange-clad genin up. You shouldn't be alone with this guy. You don't need to worry about me, Hinata said, shaking her head. Naruto-san will not hurt me again. Naruto nodded eagerly in agreement. Kiba looked like he wanted to argue, but instead shrugged. He wore a padded gray jacket trimmed with fur and instead of a forehead protector, had strung the small piece of metal on which the symbol of Konohagakure was carved onto a thin chain which he wore around his neck. "Whatever you say," he said. "Doesn't matter now, I guess. I'm more than enough to handle this guy if he gets out of line." He cracked his knuckles and smiled wide, giving Naruto a view of his oversized canines. "I doubt that," came Sasuke's voice from behind Naruto. The blonde turned to see his two teammates flanking him, Sasuke giving Kiba his most smugly apathetic stare. "Naruto could kick your butt without even working up a sweat." Naruto groaned inwardly. Sasuke always chose the absolute worst times to be supportive of him. If he didn't know better, he would say the Uchiha did it on purpose, just to mess with him. Violence against a partnered team just before a mission would be most unwise, came a voice from the roof above them. Naruto, who was by now pretty much sick and tired of the conversation being joined in a dramatic fashion by an unexpected one-liner, turned to see Shino, the final member of Team S209F. The Aburame was a full shinobi now, a man, and looked vastly different from the last time Naruto had seen him, mainly because Naruto could no longer actually see him. Shino was covered head to toe in clothes, with a gray-green cloak draped over a large coat and the exposed parts of his face wrapped to avoid showing any skin at all. Even his eyes were covered by dark glasses, prompting Naruto to wonder how the boy could actually see in the dim early morning light. "I understand relationships between our teams are strained, but in light of our assignments I believe it would be in all of our best interest to bury the hatchet, so to speak," Shino continued, dropping from the roof to land between the two groups with a quiet thud. "Our teams share many similarities, in fact. Naruto and Kiba are both loudmouthed bruisers, prone to passionate emotional outbursts. Hinata and Sasuke share issues with their self-esteem, stemming from their difficult relationships with their respective fathers." "Ah, sheet," Kiba whispered in a half-exasperated, half-terrified way, grabbing Shino's cloak and dragging his teammate into line with Hinata and himself. "Shino!" "No, keep talking," Sasuke said, his tone giving away that he would like nothing less than for Shino to keep talking so he would have an excuse to put his fist through the scout's heavily clothed chest. Naruto knew the tone very well, from dinner at the Uchiha estate. Dinner, singular. He hadn't been invited back. It had been more than enough to get to know the subtleties of the tone intimately. "Really? What was that about my self-esteem issues?" Shino said nothing for one infinitely long second. And then another. And a third. "I think," he said, finally, "that this is one of those situations in which I am better off saying nothing." It wasn't the worst thing the Aburame could have said, which Naruto counted as lucky. Sakura stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Sasuke's back, and the two teams stood there for an indefinite amount of time, watching each other carefully for any signs of threatening movement. Kiba's dog rolled over onto its back, apparently deciding that now was as good a time as any to request a belly rub. The fact that they were saved from the standoff was a miracle in and of itself, but what was even more miraculous was that it was by Hatake Kakashi, who was, for perhaps the first time in 10 years, on time for something. "Huh," he said, glancing between the two teams, eyes narrowed in something on the border of apathy and suspicion. "You guys are getting along better than I thought." He pulled a small orange book from his pocket and beamed under his mask. "Good for all of you. I've got a good feeling about this mission." Naruto attempted to resist the urge to smack his face with his palm. He failed. Repeatedly. Legitimately the best start to a mission Kakashi's had in years. Hours passed, and the two teams walked in silence. Over the 15 years of her life, Sakura had found that there were many kinds of silence. There was the stillness of the world just before dawn, in those precious minutes when the sun had yet to rise and the birds and bugs and various other animals were moments away from beginning their daily routine. There was the comfortable silence between friends, who knew when nothing at all needed to be said. There was the tense, nervous silence before a mission or match. There was the panicked, flurried silence of a class of students taking a test they needed to pass but fully expected to fail. Each one of those silences were comforting, in their own way. The silence she was taking part in now, however, was anything but. The teams moved in a rough formation, each team forming one half of a diamond as they trudged through the woods that covered the land of fire. Asuma had taken point, disappearing sporadically to make sure the road ahead of them was relatively clear, and Kakashi had settled in behind everyone else. He read as he walked, and every once in a while his chuckles broke the stony silence. It was an awful way to start her first real mission. They had been running the simpler ones in the 3 months since graduation, painting houses, cleaning out apartments, other menial tasks, but today had marked their first foray into the true shinobi business. And it was, so far, a massive disappointment. Leave it to boys to royally screw up a mission before it had technically even started. At least she knew what they were setting out to do now, thanks to Asuma. The Jonin had explained their mission as they had left Konohagakure. They were to travel to the fortress of the warlord Kazu, collect his share of taxes for the last 6 months, and bring the money safely back to the village. It was most likely not a job that required 6 genin, let alone 2 jonin, but Sakura supposed it would serve its purpose as a light introduction to the missions they would be taking later on in their ninja careers. Tax collections made up a large number of chunin missions. The life of a chunin was not typically a glamorous one. Of course, maybe she had been underestimating the excitement of tax collections. It was on a tax collection she was going to finally see Kakuzu after all. The warlord was a legend in the land of fire. An ex-Stakigakure shinobi, he had split from his village 40 years ago, in the middle of the Third Great War. Evading Takigakure hunters, he had raised a small army of fellow deserters and retaken an old land of fire fortress from the invading land of stone samurai. As a gesture of friendship, the fire daimyo had allowed him to keep the fortress after the war, where he set himself up as the head of a mostly independent mercenary organization comprising mostly of deserting shinobi and samurai. It wasn't a common arrangement, but nor was it an unheard of one in the elemental nations. Occasionally, powerful men or women would chafe under their superiors and flee their native countries. Most were hunted down and killed to preserve the secrets of their lords, but if one was strong and charismatic enough, they could strike a deal with the daimyo of another land, protection for protection. Mercenary units could often act in ways samurai or even official shinobi couldn't, and they were effective at protecting towns and cities that were further away from the centralized forces under the daimyo's direct control. The Land of Fire allowed Kazu a stake on their land, and in return he refused to harbor fire traders or act against the country's interest. And of course, he paid taxes. Nothing convinced a daimyo to agree to something unusual like the metallic clink of coin against coin. They made camp as dusk began to fall. None of the genin talked, or if they did, they didn't do it where Sakura could hear. It must have been hell for Naruto. The poor boy looked like he was about to explode with 1,000 observations about the world outside the walls. Asuma and occasionally Kakashi delegated tasks such as gathering water and firewood. Sasuke lit the fire with a small fire release, and Hinata set about cooking up some kind of stew. Sakura, for one, was glad she had managed to avoid getting assigned cooking duty. No matter what she made, it always ended up tasting like mushy cardboard. "All right," Asuma called, breaking Sakura out of her moment of quiet introspection. "Kakashi and I have been talking, and we've decided on opening our first night out with a friendly little spar between the two teams." Sakura glanced at Kakashi, whose face was still practically glued to his book. She doubted very much he had actually talked about anything. Kakashi had this way of participating in conversations without actually contributing to them in any way, shape, or form. "I'll go," Sasuke said, raising his hand a little too quickly. Sasuke almost never volunteered for things, but it was obvious from the way he was eyeing Shino that he was still looking for a chance to pay the Aburame's words back to him, with interest. It was a fact that did not escape Asuma's notice, by the look on the Jonin's face. He glanced first to Naruto, and then to Sakura, and for a moment it looked like he was going to choose her to spar and avoid the confrontation altogether. But then Kakashi waved a hand and said, "All right," and that was that. Asuma, thrown off guard by Kakashi's sudden involvement, made a 180 turn and pointed a finger at Hinata before Kakashi could say anything else. "Hinata," he said, giving the Hyuga a comforting smile as he did so. "How would you like to spar?" It was the best choice. Given the chance, Sasuke would pound Shino into a bloody pulp, and Sakura doubted Kiba would be able to keep his emotions in check over the course of a spar. There may have been no love lost between the Hyuga and the Uchiha, but Hinata was the best choice of the three to spar with Sasuke, given the circumstances. Hinata looked like she had come to the same conclusion, but she was still hesitant in nodding and stepping away from the stew she was in the middle of cooking. "I suppose it would be fun," she said, pushing her fingers together before clenching her hands into fists at her side. "Great," Kakashi said. "Let's get started then." Sasuke and Hinata stepped forward, facing each other, while everyone else fanned out to form a rough circle. Sakura stood in between Naruto and Kakashi, and crossed her arms over her chest as the spar began. Hinata ran through some hand seals that by this age had to have been instinctual, and the veins around her eyes bulged as she activated her Byakugan. She bent her knees, lowering her center of gravity, and stretched her arms out in a motion that looked confident if you ignored the tremors in her hands. Sasuke shifted his own stance, coming up onto the ball of his feet and raising his fists in a more standard form. "Begin," Asuma called, and at first there was no movement. Sasuke eyed Hinata carefully, sizing her up while always keeping her hands in his field of vision. The gentle fist style took advantage of those that were reckless in pressing their attack, and Sasuke was making sure he could predict Hinata's defenses before he made his move. She jumped first, shuffling forward in an awkward yet strangely graceful dance. Her feet glided across the ground, seemingly never leaving the earth, and she struck out quickly with 2 fingers at Sasuke's neck. A hit there could disable him almost immediately, if it hit. Which it didn't. Sasuke pushed the attack aside with one forearm and his other fist lashed out, striking Hinata across the cheek with a brutal right hook. The Hyuga stumbled backward, and Sasuke dropped his guard slightly, waiting for her to get her footing again. "That was a good first attempt, Hinata," Asuma called out from the sidelines. "But you're forgetting your first P, remember? Predict, position, place. Predict your opponent's movements," Hinata said, more to herself than anyone else. "Position yourself to bypass them. Place your own attack." She took a quick breath and nodded, then sprang forward with much more speed than before. Her palms flashed towards Sasuke in a comfortable rhythm, their speed increasing with each punch. Soon her arms were nothing more than blurs, weaving a complicated web of chakra and flesh in the space between her and the Uchiha. It wasn't enough. Sasuke ducked under the strikes and swung his leg out, his ankle catching the back of Hinata's knee and sending her crashing to the ground. Hinata landed on her back, attempting to bring her legs up into a guard position, but Sasuke was too quick. He knocked aside her legs and settled into full mount position, raining blows on her forearms as she struggled to defend her now vulnerable head. From such short range, she might have been able to get a hit in had Sasuke led up the assault, but he showed no intention of slowing down. "That's enough," Kakashi said as soon as it became apparent Hinata wasn't getting out of her predicament. "Return to standing." Sasuke shrugged, hopping back to his feet and returning to his starting stance. Hinata rubbed at her forearms and smoothed her hair back before doing likewise. Sakura shot a look at Naruto, who shook his head. They both knew Sasuke wasn't fighting. At his best, Hinata may have had the famed gentle fist style, but that didn't mean shit if you couldn't lay a hand on your opponent. Sasuke's taijutsu had never been his strongest suit, but he was still the best in their class, challenged only by Kaken. A member of a scout team, even a team with a heavy combat slant like S209F, was never going to be able to match up to Sasuke in taijutsu. Sakura shook her head in response to her teammate, and then turned her attention back to the spar. Hinata and Sasuke circled each other for a moment before Sasuke stepped forward, feinting left and following up with a right jab to the Hyuga's stomach. Hinata took the blow and spun to the left, her attacks failing to hit Sasuke only because he refused to stay in one place for more than a fraction of a second. He jerked his body erratically from side to side, making it nearly impossible for Hinata to land a hit even with her increased perception. And then it happened. Sakura saw it instantly. She had been watching Sasuke fight since he was 6 years old. She was the one who had helped him with his forms and katas, the one who had made sure that his feet were the correct distance apart when he was wailing on a practice dummy. To be completely honest, she was probably more familiar with his fighting style than anyone alive, and that meant she was able to see missteps that others might have missed. Sasuke stumbled, his foot coming down with slightly too much weight, and Hinata pressed her advantage. Her hand wound up and around Sasuke's arm, coming inside his guard before her fingers jabbed harshly into his collarbone. There wasn't much physical force behind the blow, but there didn't need to be. The beauty of the gentle fist. Sasuke drew in breath as the hit connected, and his movements slowed noticeably. He was able to fend off Hinata's attempts to capitalize on her first hit, but it was obvious from his pained grimace that the effort was costing him. That was the power of the gentle fist, Sakura supposed. The ability to completely turn the tide of battle with a single hit was one most taijutsu experts would kill for. Just a minute ago, Sasuke had been dominating, but now it was anyone's spar. Kiba was cheering now, as Hinata continued to attack, and Sakura watched with bated breath as Sasuke ducked under one blow, then planted his foot in Hinata's chest and kicked out, hard. The Hyuga girl flew backward, hitting her back against a tree trunk and dropping to one knee, breathing heavily. "I think that's enough," Kakashi said, glancing up from his book. "Great job, guys. Cookies for everyone." Asuma frowned, moving over to Hinata and helping her to her feet. "Are you going to tell Sasuke what he did wrong? No offense, Sasuke, but the misstep dash." "He knows what he did," Kakashi said, once again almost fully absorbed in his book. Asuma crossed his arms slightly. "Alright, well, next time I'd advise dash. Sasuke is perfectly capable of fixing such a small flaw in his footwork on his own." Kakashi interjected again, lazily flipping a page as if to emphasize his point. "Next time he spars with a Hyuga, he won't get so sloppy." Sasuke shrugged, wincing and rubbing at his collarbone. "Problem's already fixed," he said, taking a seat on a nearby rock. "Next time I'll be ready for the transition and adjust." "See?" Kakashi asked. "We're all learning here." He glanced up from his book, two obsidian eyes visible from over the bright orange cover of the book. "So we can all back off, I think." His mask shifted in the way Sakura had come to associate with an insincere smile. Asuma took a deep breath through his nose and then exhaled through his mouth before clapping Hinata on the far shoulder and leading her away, whispering something to the girl Sakura couldn't make out. Great. So even the Jonin were at each other's throats, probably for some ridiculous clan reason or another. Not for the first time, Sakura wondered the wisdom of the Harunos devoting themselves to becoming a shinobi clan. Not for the last time, she wondered if this mission was going to bite them solidly in the butt. It was another day and a half to Kakuzu's fortress, a 36 hours which passed painfully slowly in Naruto's eyes. Everyone seemed to hate each other. Kiba hated him, Sasuke hated Shino, Asuma and Kakashi hated each other. Naruto didn't hate any of Team S209F, much less its Jonin instructor, the man who had literally been the closest thing he had ever had to an older brother. And yet he found himself torn between his loyalty to Asuma and his loyalty to his teammates, along with his loyalty to his Jonin instructor. As annoying as Kakashi could be, the man was still his superior. It was a particularly miserable situation, and Naruto silently resented the people who had trapped him in it. He had known since joining the academy, a decade ago, that Konohagakure was hardly a big happy family. Sakura had drilled the interclan politics and feuds into his head, and he had gotten to witness some of the vitriol at play firsthand when Asuma and Kurenai had abandoned their clans and married each other, to say nothing of the riot he and the rest of Team A209D had started, just a scant few months ago. But he had always been mostly buffered from it before. It had been a problem that existed but never really affected him personally. Now it was more in his face than ever before, and Naruto decided quite emphatically that he was already sick of the whole business. They were supposed to be allies. So why was nobody acting like it? Even Sakura, who didn't have a dog in the whole clan issues, seemed determined to tiptoe around it. Normally, Sakura doing something he couldn't understand was Naruto's cue to realize he was out of his depth, but this time he was pretty sure she was only doing it to avoid psing of Sasuke. That ground against his nerves more than anything. Sakura was one of the strongest people he knew, and she folded like a piece of wet paper anytime Sasuke was in a bad mood. The whole affair left Naruto under his own personal storm cloud by the time they reached Kakuzu's fortress. It was a simple but massive structure, with 4 strong walls surrounding a large castle. Built from dark, heavy rocks that bore the marks of hundreds of years and maybe just as many battles, it was a formidable base of operations, fitting its formidable master well. Many smaller defenses were set up in the woods surrounding the fortress itself, and Kakashi took some time out of his busy schedule of book reading to point out the 2 guards tailing their group from the treetops. To Naruto's surprise, when they reached the gate, they found that they were not actually the only visitors. Horses and carriages were gathered outside the thick fortress walls, and a throng of people dressed in finery crowded around the gate. "What the?" Kakashi muttered, pushing through the assembled crowd. "Shinobi, coming through," he said, his voice taking on a stern, authoritative tone that seemed almost out of place coming from behind his mask. "Respect the headband, move aside." Naruto and the rest followed hesitantly, their headbands doing most of the work of convincing people to give them a decent berth. Naruto couldn't help but notice Sasuke's hand straying towards the handle of his sword, and even Sakura seemed somewhat twitchy. Asuma looked mostly confused, with the rest of Team S209F taking his lead and glancing around warily. The 2 teams reached the gate, where they were met by a tall, thin blonde woman. She carried herself like a shinobi, though she wore no headband, instead sporting simple black armor with 2 dark blue circles on the chest, Kakuzu's personal mark. Naruto noticed a similar-looking banner draped over the gates, looking like it had only been placed there recently. The Konohagakure Shinobi, the blonde woman with a tight-lipped smile. "We were expecting you. If you could show some identification, I'd be very grateful." Kakashi shot a glance at the rest of the group and nodded, holding up the identification badge that officially marked him as a shinobi of Konohagakure. Headbands were useful for getting the proper respect for civilians, but too easy to forge to serve security clearance purposes. The woman glanced approvingly at the badge and then slapped Kakashi hard in the face without warning. Naruto blinked. That looked like it had hurt. The woman didn't seem interested in pulling punches. Kakashi rubbed his jaw and grinned wryly. "Good enough for you?" he asked. The transformation technique was a common shinobi tool, and it was nearly impossible to see through under normal circumstances. Its only flaw was that it was impossible to maintain after taking any kind of damage, and so punches, slaps, and general whacks were employed all across the elemental nations to weed out potential impersonators. One by one, the rest of the team went through the same procedure, and Naruto was still, rubbing his cheek when the woman finally finished. "Looks like everything's in order then," she said, slightly more at ease. "Lord Kazu has ordered for you all to be escorted to his study to discuss your mission." "We weren't told the warlord would be meeting us personally," Kakashi said. He spoke calmly, but his neck muscles tensed, and his eyes didn't move from the blonde woman's hands. "We assumed this would be a simple pickup. Money-changing hands, right on schedule." He clapped his hands together as if to emphasize the point. When did Lord Kakuzu begin handling such low-level duties himself? That was before Lord Kazu realized an old friend would be accompanying the pickup group, the blonde woman said, giving a brief nod towards Asuma. "He's been overcome by a wave of nostalgia and would like to say hello. Humor him." She gave that tight-lipped smile again, but Naruto barely noticed. Was she saying Asuma and Kazu were old friends? Judging by the looks on the rest of the genins' faces, he wasn't the only one surprised by that particular revelation. "And the guests?" Kakashi asked, crossing his arms over his chest. He seemed unfazed by the woman's insinuations. "You look like you're having a party." "You're exactly correct," the woman replied. "Lord Kazu recently decided to have a celebration in order to show off to the neighboring villages. Business has been slow recently, and he believes a drunken bash is the best way to remind everyone that we remain available for hire." She gestured for them to pass through the gate and enter what Naruto presumed was the main courtyard of the fortress. "Now, if you'd follow me, I'll show you to his study." "Very well." Led on, Kakashi drawled lazily, stretching his arms out towards the sky. Naruto only caught the barest glimpse of the hand signs he flashed Asuma. "Danger. Caution." Asuma coughed, and when he raised his hand to cover his mouth, flashed back a quick countersign. Agreed. The blonde woman led them into the courtyard, a large, sprawling garden complete with a lake and a waterfall. Naruto had always had a bit of a green thumb, and he noticed several species of trees and flowers that definitely weren't native to the Land of Fire. The outside of Kakuzu's fortress might have been built for war, but he seemed to have personalized the inside for slightly more peaceful purposes. That thought held true inside the castle as well. While it bore the mark of being defendable, with guards posted at small doors that could easily double as choke points, the rooms themselves were decked with fine silks, and tables were laden with expensive foods and wines. Naruto felt distinctly out of place. They followed their guide through winding passageways and steep staircases until they finally found themselves in Kakuzu's study, a large room that was sparsely but tastefully decorated. A large wooden desk sat on the far wall, with a black flag bearing Kakuzu's 2 circles adorning the wall behind it. There was a small scroll shelf and a map of the elemental nations, and in one of the corners stood a life-sized marble statue of what Naruto could only describe as a very radical interpretation of the Sage of 6 Paths. A necklace of heavy red nagatama hung around its neck, though they were most certainly not part of the statue itself. "Lord Kakuzu will be here in a moment," said the blonde woman, dipping into a low bow. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." She stepped out of the study and closed the door behind her with a quiet click. "I don't like this," Kakashi said almost as soon as she was gone. His voice was the barest whisper, only barely carrying itself past Naruto's ears. The meeting, the party. Too many changes to the plan. He glanced over at Asuma. "Think your friend's trying to screw us?" "He's not my friend," Asuma said, grinding his teeth together. "But I don't think so. Kakuzu's motivated by profit. He's an utterly amoral bastard, but he's a predictable utterly amoral bastard. He has no reason to try and screw over the village that's been keeping him rich and happy for 30 years now. Unless another village has offered to make him richer and happier," Kakashi shot back. "Konohagakure may not keep a tight leash on its warlords, but it would know if one was being courted by another village dash. Because we know everything that's going on over in Kakuzu's territory," Kakashi interrupted, his voice taking on its usual sarcastic edge. "Like that there was a party going on tonight, for example." Asuma held up his hands in a symbol of surrender. "To be fair, yes. But there's a difference between knowing Kakuzu's social calendar and knowing whether he's planning to turn on us, yeah? Maybe us not knowing about this was just an administrative error. Those happen sometimes. Konohagakure isn't perfect." Kakashi shrugged his shoulders, as if conceding the point, and before he could respond the door behind them swung open. The first thing Naruto noticed about Kakuzu was that the man was big. He was tall, almost ridiculously so, standing at maybe 8 feet. His shoulders were broad, and from what Naruto could tell his arms and chest were both heavily muscled. His presence in the room wasn't just physical, his chakra practically radiated off of him, stifling, like the heat of a fire in a hot room. Both Sasuke and Hinata winced and averted their eyes, trying their best not to look directly at him. Kakuzu's skin was tanned and rough, and his black hair fell to his shoulders. His eyes were teal and pupilless, which didn't ring any bells bloodline limit-wise, which meant they were either an odd genetic quirk or the sign of heavy alchemical alteration to his body. For such a powerful shinobi, both were equally likely. He was dressed in a kimono of black silk that he wore it comfortably, as if he were used to such finery. He gave their group a smile as he entered the room, a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Asuma," he said, touching his right fist to his left palm and bowing. "It's been too long." His voice was deep and commanding, and it rung with a confidence and power that reminded Naruto of the old man, or Itachi. The voice of a man who was used to being heard and obeyed. Asuma dipped into his own bow, much longer and deeper, and Naruto and the others followed suit. 10 years? 11? Asuma asked. "It seems like only yesterday." "Too true," Kakuzu replied. "But I haven't forgotten how you fought. If you were from any other village, I would have made you an offer right there." He shrugged. "Of course, with how jealously the leaf guards its rising stars, I was lucky to get you for the year I did." He spread his arms wide. But enough of the past. It's a great slide of luck that you were sent on this mission, and an even greater one that you've arrived now. You and your team will be staying, of course. Naruto wasn't exactly sure the last sentence was actually a question. Kakashi and Asuma glanced at each other and fired off some subtle hand signs rapid fire before Asuma bowed once again. We would be honored to attend, especially at your invitation, he said, but unfortunately we weren't made aware that a party would be taking place. We'd be woefully underdressed. Luckily, the state of one's clothes is a problem easily fixed, Kakazu said. He clapped his hands together lightly, and the blonde woman that had met them at the gate stepped through the doorway. Kiya, please escort our guests somewhere they can find some clothing appropriate for tonight. Give them anything they might need. I will be in my private quarters, and am not to be disturbed until the party is scheduled to begin. His not quite a smile returned. Make yourselves at home. And with that, he whirled around and left the room, the doors closing with an echoing slam behind them. Right this way, then, Kiya said, bowing slightly and motioning them out the door. Kakashi and Asuma led the way, with the rest of the genin keeping a wary eye on the walls and corridors around them. Naruto couldn't help but feel a paranoid prickle creep down the back of his neck, allied or not. The castle gave him the creeps. They were led back through the winding passageways and steep staircases until they reached a new room, which looked more like a very large closet than an actual room, Naruto decided. It was filled with clothing of all types, from civilian rags to robes and kimonos that wouldn't have looked out of place at a daimyo's palace. There were even some light armor pieces and modified chunin vests. Nothing too heavy or impressive. If Kakuzu had armor like that, and he almost certainly did, they were kept in a different, more secure area. You'll find a place to wash down the hall. And of course, the communal closet is fully available to you, Kiya said, extending one arm to show just how available it was. We only ask that you return anything you borrow once the party is over. We'd have to purchase replacements, and Lord Kakuzu hates spending money needlessly. I'll bet he does, Kakashi said. Kiya turned her attention to the gray-haired jonin. And will you, sir, be gracing us with an exposed face tonight? Both I and Lord Kazuya fully understand grief, but a party is hardly the place for a mask of mourning. There was a moment of long silence before Kakashi said, with a worrying note of false humor in his voice, I've been wearing this mask for 23 years now. So I apologize if I don't really see your party as a compelling reason to stop. Kiya's eyes narrowed, but only for a brief moment. Her face snapped immediately back to its usual professional blankness, and she turned on her heel, stalking out the door and closing it a bit more forcefully than was probably necessary. Man, Kakashi said, shaking his head and vanishing behind one of the many racks of clothing. What a beach! Asuma cleared his throat and began saying something about choosing appropriate sizes and styles. Naruto was only half listening. He hadn't known Kakashi's mask was a mask of mourning, though now that he thought about it, he probably should have. It was a very niche tradition, belonging to a small and somewhat oddball sect of sage worshippers that had never been terribly popular in Konoha, and unless Naruto was going crazy, the members of the Hatake clan were devoted followers of the Northern Pantheon. Naruto had always written off Kakashi's constant mask wearing as a strange quirk, weird but ultimately harmless, and yet the older shinobi's response to Kiya's question had been unusually acidic. If he were better at reading people, the genin would have thought there was some real pain behind those words. But even tossing all of that aside, who the hell wore a mask of mourning for 23 years? So, summing it up, Asuma was saying as Naruto resurfaced from his inner questions, I'm leaving you guys in Sakura's hands. She's had the most diplomat training and I'm gonna need all the time I can get to find something with arms that fit DMN's stubby little BSS. He pushed his way through a heavy rack of clothing and disappeared, leaving the genin alone together for the first time since the trip had begun. Okay, Sakura said, clapping her hands together the way she did when she was trying to get over her own nerves. Naruto loved that clap. It was kind of completely adorable. I guess, to start, everybody fan out and find something you like. I can advise you from there. The genin nodded and split, Naruto and Sasuke going one way, Shino and Kiba another, and Sakura putting her head to Hinata's as they analyzed a blue patterned kimono. Sasuke seemed none too interested in talking, so Naruto turned his attention to finding something that fit him. The clothing was organized by style and size, so it wasn't difficult to find the general section he needed, and as luck would have it, they even had his favorite color. He grinned and plucked the bright orange kimono out of the general jumble, proudly presenting his find to Sakura and Hinata. It was quickly replaced with a much more boring blue kimono which Sakura promised made his eyes pop. Naruto wasn't so sure, but she was in charge, so he accepted her lead. He got his revenge by hunting down a heavy orange rope in the accessories section and tying it around his waist. He had seen civilians in Konohagakure sporting things similar to it, and it presented the unique opportunity to both listen to Sakura and add his own signature flair to the outfit. He decided he quite liked the way it looked, so he held himself confidently as he returned to the girls. Sasuke had chosen a simple black kimono, exposing some chest in Land of Fire style, while Sakura had wrapped herself in a white, red-trimmed piece done up in a more Western style. They would still have to bathe before the party actually started, but dressing up now gave them the chance to get acclimated, to get used to moving in the new clothing. You never knew when you would have to suddenly move fast, especially as a shinobi. Sakura exhaled heavily at the sight of the rope, but she also put her hand up to cover her mouth, something she only did when she was smiling. Naruto felt a surge of pride, and turned when he heard Hinata giggle behind him. The Hyuga girl was dressed conservatively, as she always was, in a light purple kimono. She wore it naturally, gracefully, with none of the awkward inexperience Naruto was feeling, or any of the stiff displeasure Sasuke was obviously dealing with. She was the only one who looked truly at ease in the fine dress, and it suited her. "I like your rope obi, Naruto-san," she said, gesturing towards the rope around his waist. "I feel like I should be dyeing my hair red." She giggled again, and Naruto raised a confused eyebrow, turning to Sakura for an explanation. "The rope is a very fashion-forward choice," the pink-haired genin offered, stifling a few giggles of her own. "You've seen the rich civilians with the dyed hair, right? It's trendy, but a bit unusual." Naruto had seen the civilians Sakura was talking about, nobles and wealthy merchants who were all desperately trying to stay up to date on the ever-changing Land of Fire fashion standards by dyeing their hair various shades of red. It all looked a little silly to Naruto, but then again he supposed his kick-ass orange belt might look silly to other people, so who was he to judge? "Hinata, I'll do anything you want as long as you stay the hell away from the dye," Kiba said, emerging from the small jungle of clothes dressed in a somewhat ill-fitting gray kimono. "It smells like complete shit. Seriously, it's an affront to my nose." The Inazuka was flanked by Shino, who had swapped out his coat and cloak for a dark green robe, but the wrappings covering the rest of his skin remained. The Aburame took their religious duties very seriously, it seemed. "It's the sunset berries," Sakura offered, fiddling with a few of the knots on Sasuke's kimono while the Uchiha stared uncomfortably off into the distance. "They're great for color consistency, but smell like death to a keen nose." "Motherfucker," Kiba said, realization dawning on his face. "No wonder. I knew I'd smelled that stuff before, but I couldn't figure it out. It was driving me completely insane." He punched Shino on the arm. "You're supposed to be the smart one. Why couldn't Sakura have been on my team instead?" Shino shrugged helplessly. "I'm not perfect," he admitted. "I don't know some things, and occasionally I'll put my foot in my mouth. Not literally, but in the metaphorical sense of the term." He glanced uneasily over at Sasuke, who exhaled deeply and shrugged his shoulders at the Aburame. It was about as close to an apology as Sasuke ever got, and Shino seemed to understand that. "I just want to know how you knew that, Sakura," Naruto said after a moment of silence. "I didn't know you were studying, like, plants and shit." "What?" she asked, shrugging her shoulders. "I'm not allowed to dabble in alchemy in my spare time? Between training and reading and sealing, I didn't know you had any spare time," Naruto said. "You're always so busy." "Well, yes, I made time," Sakura admitted, shrugging her shoulders and giving Sasuke a pat on the chest to tell him she was done messing with his choice of styles. "One of my little cousins out in Rumoi? He got accepted into the Shinobi Academy there. So my family put up the money for some alchemical modifications." Nothing fancy, even less than the stuff we got after graduating. It just got me curious. Sakura, that's awesome, Naruto said, his face splitting into a grin. Another Haruno Shinobi? That's one step closer to an official Haruno Shinobi clan. He wasn't sure how many shinobi it took for a family to officially be considered, but he felt confident saying that 2 were better than 1. Congratulations, Sakura, Shino said, bowing slightly. My clan speaks very fondly of your father's work. They will be glad to hear that good fortune is coming to his family. Sakura smiled, looking genuinely happy for the first time since the mission had started. Thank you, Shino. And you too, It'll be nice to have some of the pressure off my shoulders. She glanced up at the window, where the afternoon light was beginning to get dimmer. We should get to washing up. They all nodded at that, and then the 3 shinobi of Team A209D and the 3 shinobi of Team S209F all left the room together. The young are not yet so experienced at holding grudges. The party started with a toast. Hatake Kakashi did his best not to flinch as Kakuzu brushed past him, bile rising up in his throat as his body reacted to the warlord's chakra. Kakashi had no idea what was wrong with the man, but his chakra was vile and unnatural and strong. Terrifyingly so. He hadn't met anyone with chakra like that since Abusa. And that had been a very long time ago. He was full grown. Now, and Kakuzu's chakra still gave him chills. Ladies, gentlemen, Kakuzu began, raising his glass. The room fell immediately into respectful silence the moment he started speaking. For a man like Kakuzu, there was no need to tap your knife against a glass to get the attention of your guests. I've called you here today for a celebration. There were a few soft laughs at that, a few smiles, a few raised glasses. Kakuzu tolerated those minor interruptions with the patience of a seasoned hunter who was only moments from bagging a deer he had spent hours tracking. Today, we celebrate many things, he continued after the commotion had died down. We celebrate the future. We celebrate the mysteries and roads ahead, mysteries and roads that will, with any luck, be wet with good fortune and paved with gold. He smiled his peculiar smile and allowed a few small cheers. But most importantly, we celebrate meaning. Meaning where there was only senselessness, chaos where there was only order. A purpose where before there was only aimlessness. I hope you all enjoy the party. I know I will. He knocked back his glass, which was filled near to the brim with hideously expensive sake from the Land of Lightning. Kakashi figured the bottle probably cost the combined pay from his last 3 jobs, judging by the scent. Expensive Land of Lightning sake always had that rich, full odor about it. The room erupted in cheers as the guests began emptying their own glasses, though none with quite the amount of careless gusto Kakuzu had displayed. Kakashi ignored them, instead watching as Kakuzu left the room out of the corner of his eye. Strange for the host to depart immediately after the opening toast, but Kakuzu was nothing if not eccentric. He spotted Kia off in the corner by the food, surreptitiously stuffing rolls into her mouth with the subdued frenzy of, I know this is unprofessional, but I haven't eaten in 3 days, and if I don't get something in my stomach I will literally keel over and die. That was all too familiar to the seasoned jonin. They'd all been there. Shino stood several feet away and behind her, leaning heavily on the table as he selected a plum tart from among a tray of delicacies. He pulled the wrappings that covered his face down and popped the treat into his mouth, keeping his skin covered by his hand throughout the entire process. Naruto and Sakura stood not far from him, casually chatting, but Kakashi could see that Sakura's eyes were scoping out the room, likely making notes of the guests, decorations, and exits. Kiba, Hinata, and Sasuke stood quietly against the wall, their attentions focused on keeping the rest of the genin in sight. Kakashi nodded, satisfied. They were good kids. One could never be too cautious, especially when surrounded by allies. Knowing the children were looked after allowed him to relax a bit, his gaze turning to the rest of the partygoers. Most of them were eating or talking quietly amongst themselves or admiring Kakuzu's admittedly massive collection of antiques and artwork. It seemed that money was not the warlord's only vice. Was that what had turned him, if indeed he even had turned, the promise of some unique artifact Konohagakure simply couldn't offer? Asuma seemed reasonably confident that they were still on solid ground, diplomatically speaking, but Kakashi wasn't so sure, and he was probably 2 or 3 times smarter than Asuma, so he was going to trust his own judgment on that one. He had just started to make his way over to Sakura when Kia appeared suddenly in front of him, her hand mere inches away from his chest. "Lord Kakuzu would like to see you now," she said, giving a small bow as she did so. "He requests you and Sarutobi-san's audience in his study immediately." "Are you trying to keep me away from my favorite little genin?" Kakashi asked playfully, completely aware that that was exactly what Kia was doing. He clenched his fist, leaning forward until he was almost close enough to her ear to kiss it. "Because if so, I should warn you that I have no qualms about breaking your head against the wall." Kia hesitated, and Kakashi was sure he saw her hand quiver for just a moment. She stared daggers at him, but then withdrew. "At your convenience then," she practically spat, and Kakashi feigned tipping his hat at her before subtly hurrying to Sakura's side. "This is going poorly," he said through clenched teeth when he reached her. "Kakuzu's demanded Asuma and I meet him alone. Don't let yourself get separated from the others. Pass the message on." Sakura nodded, and he saw a flash of fire behind her grass-green eyes. At least she wasn't folding under the pressure, like some fresh genin were prone to doing. If she could keep a level head, Naruto and Sasuke might just stand a chance. He considered dropping a message by Team S209F, but figured Sakura could handle that herself. He didn't want to keep Kakuzu waiting too long, just in case he was completely wrong and there was nothing fishy going on here. And so Kakashi left, heading once more through winding passageways and steep staircases until he reached Kakuzu's study. Asuma was already waiting inside, nodding his head respectfully while Kakuzu rattled numbers at him, presumably the organization's profit margin since Asuma had returned to Konohagakure. It all sounded dreadfully boring, but Kakuzu seemed truly content for the first time since Kakashi had arrived, so he kept his mouth shut. To tide himself over until the discussion of finances was wrapped up, Kakashi let his eyes wander around the room until they planted themselves firmly on the statue in the corner. It had caught his eye before, but he had been too focused on the mission to examine it properly. "Do you like it?" Kakuzu asked suddenly. Apparently his staring had been a bit more obvious than he would have liked, because Kakuzu had turned his attention away from pay grades and towards Kakashi's sudden interest. "In sculpture." "The sculpture. Do you like it?" Kakuzu asked again, and Kakashi had to admit he was just a teensy bit startled. He decided to let it show on his face, not like Kakuzu could see it, after all. "Masks were awesome." "It's unusual," Kakashi replied, choosing his words carefully. Traditionally, artwork of the sage depicted his face covered in shadow, or by a blank, featureless mask. It had become an unspoken law against those portraying him that no facial features would be revealed except for the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes which could see the world. Kakuzu's statue, by contrast, showed the sage with a full face, a rounded jaw, a small, almost delicate nose, sunken cheeks. His hair, which in legends was often described as spiky and wild, instead hung lank around his face, framing it. Kakashi wouldn't even have known it was the sage if it hadn't been for the eyes, which were unmistakably the Rinnegan. It was a bold statement, and many would consider it sacrilegious. Shino must have been furious when he saw it. The Aburame were particularly strict about the sage remaining faceless, and did their best to cover themselves in a strange attempt to emulate him. Kakashi gave the kid a bit of grudging respect. It was hard to keep your cool when your personal beliefs were insulted like that, but he had taken it unflinchingly. Good for him. Unusual is a good way to describe it, Kakuzu admitted. He walked over to it and touched the marble with his fingertips, lightly, as if he was afraid he would shatter it. His fingers found the red nagatama that hung around the statue's neck, and he picked them up, slipping the beads up over the statue's head and holding them in his hands. "I think it's powerful. I acquired it from a hermit living in the middle of the dunes. A genius, but a bit eccentric." "I know the type," Kakashi said. "To this extent? Somehow I doubt it." Kakuzu chuckled. "Though you do seem like the well-traveled sort. Probably have plenty of stories of your own." He put his own head through the nagatama, letting the heavy red beads rest on his shoulders. "Oh, I've got a couple I could probably tell if you're really interested, Kakashi said, his voice like. You rarely found a jonin without a few stories. The shinobi life was nothing if not an interesting one. It almost made it past the constant paranoia and frankly slightly subpar pay. I really am, Kakuzu said. He reached into his desk and withdrew a bottle of sake, pungent, expensive stuff, again of course, and a glass, and poured himself some. He sipped at it delicately. I have a certain fondness for stories, and you seem like an excellent storyteller. It's almost a shame I'm going to have to kill you. Kakashi wasn't quite sure if he was joking or not. The tiny, removed autopilot part of his brain that dealt with survival began calculating the possibility that he could crash through the door before Kakuzu could stop him. It landed at about 7%, which was somewhere around 6% too low to risk his life for. So instead, he stayed put and prayed that Kakuzu was making a horrible joke. He saw Asuma stiffen next to him, most likely coming to the same conclusion, and Kakuzu chuckled. You didn't think I went through all this trouble just to show a few second-hand nobles a good time, do you? The tax collection, the party, separating you both from your genin, all a little elaborate for my tastes, but you can never be too careful. I am a very prudent man, especially in my own home. He smiled and sipped at his sake, which had almost been forgotten. Even the teams that were sent here. I asked them what I had to do to prove my loyalty, and they offered me the chance to kill the famed lightning fist of Kanahigakure. Who is they? Asuma asked, bending his knees and readying for a fight. What did they offer you? Come on, Kakuzu, you're smarter than this. Kanahigakure can get you double any offer easily. Kakuzu laughed at that, a deep, booming laugh that shook the very foundations of the room. I wasn't offered anything. I was given something beyond coins. Beyond works of art, or antiques, or treasures. And it was given to me for free. All this, he said, motioning to the scene in front of him, was my own idea. I do not want my sincerity to be in doubt. He took another sip of sake, apparently waiting for a response. Despite himself, Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had no idea what Kakuzu could have been given to turn him, but right now that wasn't the important thing. The important thing was to keep the warlord talking, lull him into a position he might let his guard down. With no armor and precious few weapons, Kakashi wasn't feeling at all confident in his ability to survive a straight-up fight with a man like Kakuzu. So you got me sent all the way out here, he said, shrugging as nonchalantly as he could manage, given the circumstances. As a test. Congratulations. But why rope Asuma into it? A few reasons, Kakuzu replied. First and foremost amongst them, to make an offer. He turned his attention to Asuma and pet his head slightly to the side. I meant what I said earlier, praising you. I would greatly enjoy the opportunity to work with you again. Go if yourself, Asuma spat. Kakashi thought it was a bit dramatic, but Kakuzu seemed to enjoy the passion, as much as Kakuzu seemed to enjoy anything, that is. Kanahigakure is a sinking ship, he said with the air of a practiced debater. It's made too many enemies and overextended itself on too many fronts to continue. You would do well to abandon it while you still have the chance. Come with me, be my right hand. Kia is a talented girl, gifted and ruthless, but she's grown somewhat complacent in recent years. You, Asuma, are a man who never stops striving. I admire that. Asuma grit his teeth together so hard that Kakashi could practically hear his molars grinding themselves into dust, but he didn't attack. Kakashi resisted the urge to nod at the restraint. The time to attack wasn't yet. He still needed to know one more thing. You said there were several reasons for Asuma's presence, Kakashi said. Your offer was one of them. What were the others? He watched every inch of Kakuzu's body for the smallest tell that the man was off his guard, but Kakuzu barely seemed interested in even putting up a front. He looked completely relaxed. It had to be a trap. More tests, mostly, Kakuzu said. He seemed bored of talking now, and placed one hand on his desk, rising to his feet. Of another one of our operatives. It tested many things: skill, subtlety, devotion. He shrugged his robe off in one fluid motion, exposing a thick, muscled chest. There were hardly any scars, something Kakashi didn't consider a good sign. the Jonin steeled his resolve anyway. He was only going to get one shot at this, and now seemed as good a time as any to. He stopped, dead in his tracks. It was as if another presence had entered the room, a warped, twisted presence. A presence he should have noticed before but hadn't for some reason. The air behind Kakuzu rippled, and white light began to trail from his body, drifting together to form some kind of incomprehensible mass behind him, all grotesque, writhing limbs and oversized teeth. Kakashi couldn't really tell what it was supposed to be. The bear? The wolf? An eagle? There might have been some kind of dragon thrown in there, just for exotic flavor. Kakashi stared. The man had been toying with them. He had been building up his chakra the whole time, molding it, preparing for battle, and they hadn't even noticed. Kakashi shot a quick glance to Asuma, who looked about as panicked as he felt, and the two of them quickly started making up for lost time. Kakashi's chakra, a wispy light blue substance, swirled around him and came together into something like lightning, the heads of wolves and dogs sometimes forming out of stray sparks. He could feel its familiar presence against his senses, like the calm just before a storm in the summer, the almost eerie stillness that blanketed the earth, a spell that could only be broken by the first drop of rain. Beside him, Asuma's chakra flared a deep forest green. It circled him like a tornado or a hurricane, radiating aggression and barely contained rage. Kakashi only felt it for a moment before it was blasted away by the force of Kakuzu's chakra. His mayhem had finished forming, a white beast Kakashi couldn't name and wasn't entirely sure actually existed, though deep in the wilderness, it was hard to rule anything as complete fiction. It opened its mouth as if to roar, and that's when Kakuzu sprung forward. The whole process had taken slightly less than a second. Chakra was faster than anything else known to man, and wasted no time once called. Kakuzu was a blur to Kakashi's eyes. Sage, how could such a battleship of a man move so quickly? And it was all the Jonin could do to keep the first blow of the fight from completely decapitating him. He deflected the kick upwards, barely, then wasted precious seconds skipping backwards and shedding himself of excess kimono. Asuma did the same, and now all three men were bare-chested, watching carefully to see what the next move would be. Asuma made it. Steel flashed in his hands, and Kakashi noticed that he had somehow managed to get his trademark trench knives over his knuckles where they belonged. There was a dark green flash, and suddenly tightly condensed wind was roaring over the edge of the knives, extending a solid 2 feet to form two short swords. Wind release, vacuum cutter technique. Asuma struck out with one of the newly made blades, but Kakuzu was no longer where had been just a brief moment ago, and the attack hit empty air. Kakashi had lost sight of the warlord, but could still feel him, sensor or no, keep a close enough proximity to a chakra as powerful as Kakuzu's and you knew it was near. Kakashi whirled around, his hand slipping one of the precious few kunai he had managed to smuggle under his kimono into his hand. Kakuzu moved almost too fast to see, let alone react to. His fist slammed into Kakashi's chest like a tree trunk in a tornado, and only a last-second hop backwards stopped the blow from completely caving his chest in. The Jonin flew backwards, hitting the wall with a sickening crack, but somehow managed to keep his feet. Asuma charged again, swinging his wind swords in a desperate attempt to give Kakashi time to recover. This time Kakuzu didn't even deign to dodge the attack, instead letting the blade sink a solid inch into his shoulder before backhanding Asuma so hard that the leader of Team S209F landed in a heap 6 feet away. Kakashi swore under his breath. He hadn't been sparring with Might Guy for 2 decades just so some traitor with delusions of grandeur could walk all over him. Kakuzu was too fast and too strong? Fine. That just meant it was time to up the ante. He reached within himself, feeling the chakra flow through his body, emboldening it as it wound through his coils. For a split second he felt the nearly electric energy again, and then he felt his chakra hit its first major obstacle. With a burst of concentrated effort he broke that obstacle, and felt the chakra in his body double its intensity. Open. The first gate of release. Strength surged through him, easing the pain in his back and chest, snapping the world into crystal focus. Not enough. Kakashi needed to be top form if he and Asuma were going to survive, and that meant pulling out the big guns. His chakra, now thrumming beneath his skin, reacted to his thoughts, reaching its second obstacle and blowing past it. Open. The second gate, Gate of Rest. Kakashi grinned under his mask. Much better. The first gate gave power, but the second gate gave a true second wind, making him feel even better than he had before Kakuzu had nearly killed him. One more stop. Open. The third gate, Gate of Life. There was. Kakuzu was charging for him now, but his speed was manageable. Kakashi jerked his head to one side, dodging a punch that put a hole in the wall behind him, then lashed out with 3 quick punches. They threw Kakuzu back, and Kakashi savored the look of surprise that flashed across the man's face. The gates were simple in theory but surprisingly difficult in execution. 8 points were spread throughout the internal chakra system, each limiting the flow of chakra through them for various reasons related to safety, health, boring things like that. By training the body extensively, one could learn to open these gates, increasing chakra flow through the body exponentially and temporarily supercharging the user's strength, speed, and stamina. It was an old samurai technique, nearly forgotten in the modern age of alchemical enhancement, but Might Guy had gotten his hands on it during his stint as a chunin and never let go. Kakashi had trained the techniques mostly to help with physical therapy after a particularly brutal mission in Amigakure, but they had proved useful as aces in the hole on certain occasions. He could only open the first 3, but those were more than enough to give a nasty surprise to anyone who thought his taijutsu lacking, such as Kakuzu. Recovering from his initial surprise, he attacked again, more cautiously this time. After trading a few blows, Kakashi figured he was still at a disadvantage, but at least now he and the warlord were in the same wheelhouse, physically speaking. It wouldn't last long though. The gates made their user feel like a god for the first few minutes, but after the initial rush faded there would be hell to pay. It was for that reason the techniques for opening them fell out of favor in the first place. Kakashi figured he had a good 10 minutes of optimal fighting left in him before he'd be forced to drop recluse the gates and most likely die. 10 minutes. Where the hell was? Fire release, ash burning cloud technique. The Kakuzu stumbled forward, and Kakashi threw himself sideways to avoid the red-hot cloud Asuma had spat out from just a few feet away. The masked Jonin had seen Naruto's version of the technique many times since taking the boy on as a pupil, but that was only a pale imitation of the true technique. As if to emphasize that point, Asuma spiked his chakra, detonating the cloud in an explosion that blew the windows out and even cracked the statue of the sage Kakuzu had been so proud of only a few moments before. It had probably cost him an obscene amount of money. Kakashi had a hard time feeling bad about ruining it. There was a brief moment of stillness and peace as Kakashi and Asuma waited with bated breath for the air to clear of ash. When it finally did, they Kakuzu standing where the center of the explosion had been, his hands clasped together in the snake seal. He was completely unharmed. Earth release. Immortal diamond body technique. Kakashi had seen that technique before, fighting Iwagakure Shinobi as a fresh Jonin. It made the user's body nearly indestructible, although it immobilized them completely for the length of the technique. It was a high-level earth release, and the strength it must have required to endure a point-blank ash cloud explosion must have been enormous. Well, that information was useful in its own way. It meant Kakuzu most likely had an earth affinity, an affinity that could be exploited by Kakashi's own lightning. He glanced over at Asuma, and the other Jonin nodded in understanding. He adopted a more cautious stance, bringing his feet closer together, his hands up to his face, and dropping the vacuum cutter. His head bobbed back and forth, predicting Kakuzu's various kicks and punches, and then with a flash, there were 2 of him. Clone technique. The clone technique was one of the most basic ninjutsu techniques in existence, forming an illusionary double of the user. It was one of the first things taught to academy students, and an experienced Jonin like Kakashi or Asuma could use it instantly, without hand seals. It wouldn't fool Kakuzu for long, but it was enough to distract him, allowing Asuma to bury one of his trench knives in the man's shoulder and spin him around so his back was exposed to Kakashi. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. The 1,000 birds, or the Chidori if one were being particularly grandstanding and pretentious, was one of the most advanced lightning release techniques in existence. Not because of its concept, which was brilliantly simple, but because of the difficulty of its execution, which required the shinobi performing it to concentrate chakra at a level that had not been thought physically possible until Kakashi had done it when he was 13 years old, earning his nickname in the process. The high concentration of lightning chakra supercharged the nature's aspect of pierce, and the result was a technique that could punch through any armor, no matter how powerful. Not even Kakuzu's immortal diamond body, with full force of the earth nature's strengthen aspect, would be able to stop it, especially since lightning nature held a natural advantage over earth nature. It was all a somewhat complicated tangle of theories and basic chakra interaction principles, but in the end it really came down to the idea that Kakashi was going to put his arm through Kakuzu's chest all the way up to the FING shoulder. He surged forward. Literally surged, as seemingly every muscle in his body propelled him towards Kakuzu at once. His fist, which was covered in thick lightning chakra and vibrating like crazy, met Kakuzu's flesh and plowed through it as if it wasn't even there. Kakashi felt the warlord scream, the vibrations mixing with the ones his technique was creating to create a harsh, drawn-out wail of pain, confusion, and anger. He withdrew his arm, now slick with blood, from Kakuzu's body and stepped back. The gates were still opened, filling his veins with adrenaline, but using the technique so quickly had left him shaky and nauseous. It was meant to be built up in a more controlled manner, but unfortunately combat situations rarely gifted him with the time to do so. Kakuzu slumped to his knees, his torso now sporting a large, bloody hole where his heart ought to have been. Kakashi, panting, waited for the body to fall over completely, but to his surprise no such thing happened. Instead, more of Kakuzu's white chakra began to seep from the wound, covering it in threads that ranged from the size of a strand of silk to as thick as Kakashi's wrist. In mere moments, they had sewed the wound up completely, and then Kakuzu spoke, his voice raspy and rough with pain. "The Chidori," he said, as he was apparently both grandstanding and pretentious. "I've heard a great many things, but the stories truly cannot do the real thing justice." Kakashi and Asuma could do nothing but stare in shock as Asuma got to his feet, unbothered by his sudden lack of a vital organ. "It seems I've been underestimating you, Hataki. I had assumed what stories I'd been told were folk tales, warped by time and hearsay. But it seems there was more truth to them than I realized." He raised his hands, and more white chakra threads began to grow from them, hovering in the air and waving silently back and forth. They looked almost like snakes, and if they were anywhere near as fast as their master, Kakashi wasn't sure he could handle them all at once. The gates might have put him in the same league as Kakuzu, but he was still at a dangerous disadvantage. Kakuzu didn't waste any more time. The threads flew forward, and Kakashi leapt into the air, spinning to avoid one and closing the gap with the warlord. They exchanged a furious series of blows until another thread burst from the former hole in Kakuzu's chest, catching Kakashi around the throat and slamming him against the wall. His fingers scrabbled uselessly at the thread, which had a strange, almost ethereal consistency. He could barely get a proper grip on it, let alone break its grip on his neck. Instead he bucked his hips and slammed his feet against the wall behind him, shattering it and exposing the study to the evening air. The thread nearly lost its grip, so rather than let him fall to freedom it threw him towards the opposite wall. Asuma caught him halfway, pressing his own hands together. The wind around them picked up before solidifying into 3 ghostly copies of Asuma, all of which rushed Kakuzu as soon as they were able. Wind release, wind clone technique. The threads attempted to grab the clones, but the wind that comprised their bodies whirled around the tendrils, evading capture. Wind clones were physical weak and relied heavily on orders from their creator to function, but they were fast and nearly impossible to actually hit. The threads swatted at them some more before Kazuya himself came into the picture, enduring a few high-speed charges from the clones, earning himself a few long, shallow cuts in the process, and stretching his arms out. A new thread bust from his back, not far from the hole Kakashi had created, but this one was a deep reddish-yellow rather than the usual white. Kakuzu pressed his hands together and the thread erupted into flame, slamming into 2 of the clones and destroying them. Kakashi cursed under his breath, breathing heavily. Fire beat wind, at least in terms of chakra techniques. If Kakuzu could channel fire chakra through his threads, the wind clones weren't even viable as a stalling tactic. Asuma hopped forward, his vacuum blades reappearing in a flash of chakra, and knocked away 2 oncoming tentacles. He seemed to be out of ideas for the moment, and had defaulted to protecting Kakashi while he put together some kind of strategy. Kakashi appreciated the gesture, but currently wasn't sure exactly what to do. Kakuzu seemed to have an answer for every tactic they tried, and he doubted their next idea would work any better than their previous ones. He had to try though, there weren't many options currently available to him. Well, if Kakuzu was going to play with fire, Kakashi would just have to counter that the best way he knew how. His fingers wove together to form more seals, until his finished by placing 2 fingers beside his mouth. Water release, 3-part water cannon technique. 3 ball of water burst from Kakashi's mouth, flying towards Kakuzu so fast Kakashi could barely track them himself. The first slammed into Kakuzu's shoulder, but the second 2 zoomed by his head and hit the fire thread head-on. The tentacle writhed as if in pain, and the fire dimmed, but didn't quite go out, so Kakashi followed up with the same technique again. Water release, 3-part water cannon technique. This time, the water was interrupted by a second thread, this one a pulsing, dark magenta. It shone momentarily, and pieces of the stone floor ripped free, wrapping themselves around the thread to form a kind of makeshift armor. The thread swatted aside the water, and then anchored itself solidly on the floor. Kakashi and Asuma shared a surprised, worried look. On the one hand, it did make a certain kind of sense that if Kakuzu could channel one kind of chakra through one thread, he could channel another kind of chakra through a different one. But that would be a difficult feat for even the most accomplished jonin, and Kozu didn't seem particularly fazed by the effort. As they watched, yet another thread burst from his back, this own glowing light silver before covering itself in tiny bolts of electric energy. 3 elemental natures being channeled without so much as a single hand sign. Kakashi dashed towards Kakuzu now, praying that the concentration required to maintain the technique would leave him vulnerable to a quick assault, but he was quickly proved wrong as the newly created lightning thread slammed into his chest, pumping him full of electricity. Even with Kakashi's mastery of the element, he was hard-pressed to neutralize the attack, redirecting the chakra out of his body and into the ground below him. Asuma followed up, ducking and weaving like a true professional, but it proved to be just as fruitless as Kakashi's charge. A new thread sprouted from Kakuzu's chest, beige accompanied by a burst of water. It knocked Asuma to the ground, hard, and Kakashi barely managed to struggle to his feet fast enough to avoid the next attack, which would have turned his head to bloody paste against the floor. Fire. Lightning. And now water. If Kakuzu was really going all out, it would make sense that there would be a 5th thread emerging at any moment, and there it was, bright purple and cloaked in swirling winds. 5 elements simultaneously, and Kuzu was hardly slowed down. They might have been fighting on relatively similar levels at the beginning of the fight, but by now it was clear to all involved that Kakuzu was capable of feats leagues above both Kakashi and Asuma together, let alone individually. This wasn't an ability Kakuzu was supposed to have. Asuma had never made mention of it, there were no reports detailing it, and Kakashi had never even heard of a technique resembling this. Kakuzu was suspended in midair by his threads now, occasionally lashing out at Kakashi and Asuma with a particular elemental thread. They were keeping ahead of them for now, but it wouldn't be long before they slipped up and he killed them. The thought sent a cold thrill down Kakashi's spine. He hadn't been this close to death in a long time, and its embrace was familiar, almost intoxicating. It would only take one misstep, one tiny mistake, and he'd be gone, swallowed by darkness and on his way to whatever came next. A tight stream of high-pressure water swept over his head, cutting clean through the wall behind him. Kakuzu didn't even seem to be trying to keep his study intact anymore, throwing out powerful and destructive techniques. Kakashi saw Asuma get clipped by a boulder and fall heavy to the dirt, bleeding from his head. He was probably still alive, but if Kakuzu chose to finish it, there would be precious little Kakashi could do to save his fellow jonin. But whether out of some lingering respect or because he preferred to focus his full attention on Kakashi, Kakuzu withheld from killing Asuma immediately. Instead he redoubled his efforts to finish Kakashi, who had slipped into near unconsciousness at this point, his body running with minimal input from his mind. The gates were still supercharging his muscles, but he could feel the strange spikes of pain and dullness that meant he was pushing his body past its comfortable limits. No time to think about that. He ducked under a gout of flame and pushed off the wall, angling for one of the holes in the wall caused by Kakuzu's increased destructiveness. If he could pull Kakuzu outside, maybe he could hide, reconnect with the genin, run, anything but stay in this relatively tiny space and continue fighting a hopeless battle. His jump was slightly off, and his side hit a loose stone, sending him spinning, but he did tumble through the wall and outside. He never made it to the ground. A thread lashed out and caught him by the wrist, yanking him back inside. He spun in midair, getting his feet between him and the wall, and managed to avoid breaking his back. He channeled lightning through his arm and it hit the thread, which pulled back and thrashed about. A small cyclone tore through the room, threatening to pin Kakashi down, but he just barely rolled past it, coming up and channeling as much lightning chakra to his fist as he could with such short notice. He was Lightning Fist Kakashi, and if there was no way to win and no way to escape, then he was at least going to go down fighting. He spun, juked right and closed. Kakuzu almost looked surprised as he flew through the air, arm outstretched, the sound of 1,000 birds filling the air. Lightning release, 1,000 birds technique. 10 inches, 8, 6, 4, 2. He dodged it. Kakashi's aim was perfect, right at his head, but at the last second Kakuzu's threads jerked his body erratically to the side, and Kakashi watched with curious apathy as his last-ditch attack fell just inches short. The chakra in his hand faded. A thread caught him in midair. He tried to twist out half-heartedly, but 3 more split off from it and set about wrapping themselves around Kakashi's flailing limbs, preventing him from struggling. The Jonin could do nothing but wonder what the other side would be like as the threads covered his body completely. The toast finished, and Sasuke turned away from Kazu to focus his attention on the guests surrounding him. He and the other 5 genin were by far the youngest attending the party, and from the looks of it, some of the only shinobi there as well. It was curious, he knew there must be some of Kakuzu's followers here with them, but even his sensing only picked up a handful. The fortress seemed to be running on a skeleton crew, and he couldn't even come up with any working theories as to why. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting his senses expand. The ring of chakra in his ears had become more pronounced over the weeks of training, but still required concentration to use effectively. He slowed his breathing, and suddenly the muddled, indistinct noises became clearer, a symphony of tunes and melodies that he could take apart and dissect at will. There was Naruto's chakra, powerful, deep, almost overwhelming, like the slow but constant beat of an oversized drum. It wasn't an unpleasant noise, strong and booming, but it was somewhat distracting, and so Sasuke pushed it aside. Sakura's chakra was much higher pitched, a rapid medley of disconnected notes. Shino's was a low, steady buzz of horns, while Kiba was more drums, wild and energetic. Hinata's chakra was almost painfully high, but also slow and sweet. And somewhat sad. All of them were still somewhat fuzzy though, difficult to make out around the edges. That changed when he shifted his attention to the Jonin, whose chakra was so clear that it cut through the air like a sword. Kakashi's chakra was almost still, a curious silence that just as loud as any other kind of noise. It seemed to hum, its steady rhythm broken momentarily by brief and violent surges of strings. Asuma's was a low, dangerous whistle that carried rage and the promise of violence with it. As for Ku, well, Sasuke could no more make sense of the warlord's chakra than he could when he first heard it in the man's study. Every shinobi he had encountered so far had possessed an relatively simple chakra, a single note, or a brief, easy melody. But Kakuzu's chakra was a symphony in and of itself. Horns and percussion swelled in great crescendos, crashing down to reveal strings and whistles far more complex than anything Sasuke had ever heard before. It rolled over him, not quite as overwhelming as Naruto's chakra but far more awe-inspiring. He couldn't make heads or tails of it, and so as it left the room he let it fade from his consciousness. Hinata came up behind him. He knew it was her partially because of her chakra, but also because of the way her feet shuffled hesitantly against the stone floor. It was not the way a shinobi usually moved, But then again, Hyuga Hinata had never been a usual shinobi. The disgraced heiress of the main branch, branded with the infamous caged bird seal in favor of her younger, more talented sister Hanabi. Sasuke couldn't even imagine. His family had never really been there, but they had been there. They had stood by him, even when their support had rung somewhat hollow. Hinata hadn't even had that luxury. Kakashi and Asuma are being called into Kakuzu's study, Hinata said, her voice barely above a whisper. Sakura wants us all to stick close, avoid getting separated. Sasuke nodded, his jaw clenching almost unconsciously. He shifted his leg, and the cool metal of his hidden kunai touched his skin. It calmed him. He was ready. This was not how he had imagined his first mission going. In all likelihood, they were just overreacting, but that logical thought did little to slow his racing heart. He was half convinced that everyone in the room could hear it pounding against his chest. Had Shursui felt like this the first time he had been in danger? Had Itachi? He glanced up at the piece of Kakuzu's collection hung on the wall in front of him and was surprised to see Hinata still standing at his side. Of course, they needed to stick together. Sasuke did a quick one-over of the room and saw Sakura speaking quietly with Kiba, flanked by Naruto and a seemingly distracted Shino. He turned his attention back to the antique. It was an old metal bow, painted black and worn from use. A quiver full of arrows hung beside it, and both were masterfully crafted. Sasuke grunted to himself. He had never been a fan of bows, but he could recognize a valuable weapon when he saw it. My mother has a bow just like that one, Hinata said, so quietly that at first Sasuke wasn't entirely sure she had actually said it. My father gave it to her when she had me. Sasuke felt the almost overwhelming urge to make a snide comment about how her father probably wished he had saved the good gift for Hanabi's birth. He managed to resist it. And Naruto said he was an a-hole. Lot of stuff, he settled on, barely moving his lips. He had never been a fan of small talk, but for now the chatter distracted from the itching in his palms. Asuma told us that Kakuzu was a bit eccentric, Hinata replied. Sasuke waited for her to follow up on the sentence, but she never did, instead drifting back into silence. Sasuke just barely suppressed an eye twitch. On any other day, her silence would be a welcome surprise, a chance to get away from the seemingly constant chatter that followed Naruto and even Sakura around. The one time he actually wanted someone to talk to, he got the quiet one. Infuriating. My mother says all great shinobi are somewhat strange, he said. Power and insanity seem to be directly linked in the shinobi world, that much was certain. I think great shinobi often see themselves above the rest of the world, Hinata said. They have so much power. They've killed so many. It must be difficult to tether oneself to everything after that. They drift away little by little. Sasuke frowned at that, trying to remember his brother when he had been younger, before the power, before the killing. Had he ever been a normal person? Or was Hinata wrong, and it was the power that grew from the eccentricity, not the other way around? He was pulled from his thoughts by a shift in the crowd, nothing sudden, but hardly subtle. He glanced around, and saw that Kia and a number of Earth clones were herding the partygoers out of the room. While her clones took care of the civilians, her real body approached Sasuke and Hinata, calm and confident. There's been a security breach, she said, her voice flat. Bandits. We need everyone to relocate to the panic rooms located in the basement. We're trained shinobi, Sakura said from behind him. Sasuke opened his ears to the sound of chakra again, and realized that she, Naruto, Shino, and Kiba had formed a loose semicircle behind himself and Hinata. Over the dim murmur of the crowd, he heard the swelling of a symphony, Kazu going to war. Kakashi had been right. This was a setup, and they had been too late to spot the trap. Knife! Hinata squeaked, and now Sasuke saw it, gleaming in the dim light, clutched in Kia's hand. She stabbed it towards the Hyuga girl, and faster than Sasuke could make a rational decision, he stepped between them, ready to counter the blow, or take it if that wasn't an option. The knife stopped 2.5 inches from the flesh of his arm, Kia's face contorting painfully. She clutched at her chest. Confused, terrified, and suddenly Shino appeared in Sasuke's peripheral vision, leaping into the air, roundhouse kicking Kia's head to the ground so hard that her skull split on impact, spraying crimson blood all across the pristine floors. For a moment, nobody moved. Kia's chakra faded into silence, and the dim echoes produced by her earth clones followed suit. "Shino," Sakura finally said, her surprise evident in her voice. "What?" "I agreed with Kakashi's assessment of events," Shino said, wiping blood off his glasses with one of the long pieces of cloth wrapped around his fingers. "Kia was a threat that could well have killed us. So I took steps to neutralize her early by slipping bugs into the rolls she was eating at the party. Once inside her, my bugs were able to subtly attack her heart, waiting for my order to strike the killing blow." Silence. "She was hungry and tired, or she would have noticed," Shino continued, apparently interpreting the silence as a request for more explanation. "As it was, I only barely succeeded." "Right?" Sakura said when he had finished talking, clapping her hands together. We need to find Kakashi and Asuma. Regroup with them." "I don't know dash." "I can't see them," Hinata said. Sasuke looked over to see the veins around her eyes bulging with increased chakra flow as she stared curiously off into space. "I think they're in his study, but whatever the rock is, it's too dense for my Byakugan to see through. I can see their chakra though. They're fighting." "Kakashi's chakra sounds weird," Sasuke said, backing up Hinata's claim. "But Kakuzu's is still too overwhelming. We need to get to them." Everyone nodded and began shedding the formal clothing they'd been required to wear for the party. They were now mostly dressed in underclothes, but luckily they had anticipated having to change and all wore something modest enough underneath. Sakura produced a weapons pouch from somewhere within her kimono, popping it open to reveal it was full of scrolls rather than the regular kunai and shuriken. Hinata grabbed the bow that she had been admiring earlier, pulling the string back experimentally and slinging the quiver of arrows over her shoulder. "You can use that?" Sasuke asked as they started moving. Hinata nodded. "Since I was a child," she said. "I'm no sharpshooter, but I'm passable." Sasuke grunted. Hopefully the passable was a display of modesty rather than an accurate evaluation of her abilities. He had a feeling passable wasn't going to be good enough to get them through the rest of this mission. They burst out into the courtyard, intending to cross that and then wall walk up the tower that held Kakuzu's study. Sasuke could still hear the chakra of the battle that raged above them, and then the surprisingly mundane sound of windows shattering. He looked up to see glass falling like sharp, violent rain from the top of the tower. Sasuke grabbed Hinata's arm with one hand and the back of Naruto's jacket with another, throwing them both away before they could catch an unlucky shard to the neck. Hinata pivoted gracefully, letting her body roll with the sudden motion, whereas Naruto sort of flopped around, but both of them managed to avoid being injured. The others had been lucky enough to stand out of the way of the glass. "We need to get up there," Sakura said. "Go!" They moved, Sasuke pumping chakra into his feet, causing the air around them to ripple and distort as his still immature chakra moved through it. He made a flying leap for the wall, and halfway there realized something he had noticed over the clash of chakras battling it out atop the tower. Chakra to his right. He tried to turn but his leap had left him relatively immobile, and something slammed into his side and knocked him several dozen feet across the courtyard. He tumbled head over heels twice before remembering to dig his feet into the grass beneath him, bringing him to an abrupt stop. Men and women, scratch that, boys and girls in Kakuzu's dark armor had swarmed the Konohagakure shinobi. Their chakra was weak, and they looked barely older than Sasuke himself. Some might even have been younger. The skeleton crew then. Kakuzu must have relocated his more experienced forces before the party. But where and what? There were questions, a lot of them, but they'd have to wait until his life was out of immediate danger. Sasuke dashed into the middle of the fray, grabbing the wrist of one of Kakuzu's forces and twisting it until the boy fell to the ground. A swift knee to the face rendered him unconscious, and Sasuke barely had time to plot his next move before he was assaulted from two sides at once. He dodged a swing of a katana, stepped inside the wielder's guard, and broke his nose with a swift headbutt. Hardly the most elegant blow, but years of sparring with Naruto had drilled into Sasuke's head the value of doing the crude, unexpected thing. Just the thought of it sent Sasuke's own nose into a bout of sympathy pain. Naruto wasn't as dense as most people thought, but his head really was rock hard. The boy dropped his katana as he wheeled backwards, and Sasuke deftly caught the weapon out of the air, spinning it around and blocking a spiked chain that was desperate to make his brain's acquaintance. A hard pull brought the chain-wielding girl into range of his new weapon, and so Sasuke skewered her through the heart. She died instantly, or at least he thought she did. A small, quiet part of him realized the enormity of what he had just done. He was a killer now. For the first time in his life, his blade had tasted the soul of another human being. When he returned home, to his clan, he would be only one step away from true manhood. He swallowed. And then something hit the back of his head, and sparks exploded across his vision. The boy he had stolen the katana from was back, his hands bloody from his nose and swinging wildly at Sasuke's face. Sasuke fell to the ground and kicked out at the boy's shin, dropping them both to the hard earth. His arms snaked into position around the boy's elbow, and his right hand grabbed his left wrist. There was a moment of pained struggle, and then the boy's elbow broke. He screamed, and Sasuke took advantage of his pain and confusion to bash a nearby rock into his head. A second kill. He pushed himself to his feet, breathing heavily. Around him, the battle seemed to be coming to a close. Kakuzu's people had had the surprise and the numbers, but their training evidently simply wasn't up to par. Sakura sunk a shuriken into a girl's neck from 20 paces as she tried to run, and Naruto knocked his opponent out cold with a messy but serviceable right hook to the jaw. Hinata stood atop two bodies with arrows buried in their hearts and eyes, which Sasuke took as a reassurance that her earlier quote about her abilities had been simple modesty. Kiba and Akamaru finished ripping into their foe, while Shino's collapsed to the dirt, bleeding from his eyes and ears. They stood there, the genin, for a few moments, saying nothing. Sasuke recognized the looks in their eyes. All except Naruto had the same quiet bleakness that he imagined was visible on his own face. The chakra, Hinata said after a moment. It's faded. Sasuke cursed and strained his ears, but heard nothing. The fight must have finished while they were busy with Kakuzu's underlings. Whoever won is suppressing their chakra, he said, a spike of cold panic flashing through him as he realized he had almost said, Kaizen. Shino took an experimental sniff at the air. They're not up there, he said, his expression twisting into one of confusion. I can smell blood but no bodies. And, watch out. He twisted to the left, bringing his fists up at two figures that were emerging from the shadows as he spoke. The genin into motion, drawing weapons, readying themselves, and were greeted not by more of Kakuzu's men but instead by two shinobi, a few years older than themselves, both wearing Kanahigakure headbands. A large wolf, head level with Sasuke's shoulders, padded silently alongside one. Kiba? One of the shinobi asked, a tall girl with wild, sandy brown hair and the distinctive Inuzuka tattoos on her cheek. The wolf nuzzled against her hand, which was soaked in blood. Suzum! Kiba shouted. The hell? You smell like this place. I've been here a while, Suzum said. She closed the distance between the two groups in a flash and pulled Kiba into a bear hug, literally lifting the smaller boy off the ground. I've started to smell like it. We had no idea you'd be here. Shimura Taro and Inuzuka Suzum, the other shinobi, a boy with tan skin and smoky goggles, said. Teams C204B and S204E, respectively. We're transfers Chunin on temporary loan to Kri. He sent us on a scouting mission this morning, presumably to keep us away from you. And to set us up for a double cross, that FENGBSRD, Suzum said. We killed the people. Trying to kill us and booked it back here. Where are your jonin? They engaged Kakuzu and, we don't know. Disappeared, Sakura said. You're the highest-ranking shinobi here, so I guess this is your mission now. Right, Taro replied, nodding once. Then we need to find them. They're our best chance of getting out of here alive. Where were they last? The tower, Sakura responded, pointing. But our sensors don't indicate anything up there anymore. And Ash. Hinata gasped suddenly and loudly, her hand going toward her mouth. I see them, she said, and the veins around her eyes seemed to bulge even more as her Byakugan focused. Her eyes were somehow focused and unfocused simultaneously, staring straight ahead and yet not really seeing anything. He's moving towards some sort of bunker to the south. I'm sorry, I'm a bit. She stumbled. It's okay, Sakura said, steadying her and putting a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder. Can you see Kakashi or Asuma? I can, Hinata replied. Her eyes darted back and forth. The motion gave Sasuke mental whiplash. It was nauseating to see her eyes move without really moving. He's got them. They're unconscious. Kakashi's heart is still beating. And so is Asuma's. Sasuke saw Sakura shudder with relief, and couldn't help but agree somewhat. Without the Jonin, well, Sasuke didn't particularly want to think about what would happen to them if the Jonin had died. He's injured, Hinata continued. Limping. Oh. Her eyes went wide with panic. He vanished. Into the bunker. It's too dense, the rock. Can you lead us to them? Sakura asked, even as Taro opened his mouth to presumably say the same thing. Hinata nodded. Then we need to go. They burst into a run, Hinata leading them through elaborate gardens until they reached a small bunker made out of a darker, heavier rock than the rest of the fortress. Taro approached the door, running his fingers along it experimentally, and then pushed his hand slowly into the rock, as if it were wet sand. His arm fiddled back and forth, and he stuck his tongue out the side of his mouth. Give me a minute. We might not have a minute, Suzume said, sniffing the air warily. People moving in from the west. Good number of them. With a warning, Sasuke could pinpoint their chakra, stronger than the boys and girls they had fought earlier, but weaker than Suzume and Taro. Maybe I can lead them off. Not by yourself, Taro said, and suddenly there was a dull click. The door swung open, and Taro pulled his arm free of the stone. I'm coming too. Is that tactically wise? Sakura asked. You're our only Chunin. I'm not exactly a front-line combatant. I won't make a difference in a straight-up fight against Kazu, Taro said. And Suzume needs to stay out here to hold off these reinforcements. You six are capable. And sometimes, a leader needs to be able to put his trust in his subordinates. He smiled grimly at Sakura. I guess this is your mission. Again, if it ever wasn't. Sakura's face reddened a bit, but she nodded. Akamaru, go with Suzume, Kiba said, giving his dog a scratch behind the ears. She's gonna need you more than I will. Suzume nodded quiet thanks as Akamaru bounded over to her. See you on the other side, Taro said. The six of them poured into the bunker, closing and locking the heavy door behind them. They were greeted with yet another door. The rock is still too dense, Hinata said quietly. But there are seals. On that door. Seals? Sakura asked, approaching the door carefully. She peered at the featureless stone for a moment and then pressed her hand against it, concentrating. Black lines began to grow out from her hand, as if a small army of invisible brushes were painting an elaborate portrait on the rock. The resulting seal was far more complex than anything Sasuke had ever seen before, in person or even books. Sakura said, tilting her head quizzically. I think. Can we break it down? Kiba asked, shifting his weight nervously from one foot to another. Just smash through it? If we want to die, Sakura said. There's enough stored chakra in here to level a mountain. Hold on, I think I have something for this. She popped open her weapons pouch and began searching through the scrolls. Been working on it for months now. One use only, gonna need a lot of help, even more luck. She eventually pulled one free, a small one wrapped in black paper. Unrolling it revealed a long string of baffling seals only Sakura would understand. This goes here, she said, stringing the scroll across the door. And this here. Naruto, can you put this part there? She asked. Naruto, back in his school state of confused compliance, assisted her without comment. This will circumvent some of the safeguards built into body of the seal, Sakura explained as she set it up. Basically taking advantage of the way the seal communicates what kind of chakra it's receiving. But we still need a piece of genetic material to serve as a base for the whole process and dash. Sakura? Naruto asked with a pained look. I love you and all, but, maybe we could skip past the explanation and hurry it up? The beat. Sakura exhaled and nodded her head. Right. You're right. I'm just nervous, and I babble when I'm nervous. It's a habit, I've been trying to break it forever, so dash. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. She shut up. We need some of Kakuzu's blood, she said after a moment of work. It has to be Kakuzu's blood, or else the whole thing goes boom. And we die. There's some here, Kiba said, wiping his fingers through a smear of blood on the wall. You're sure? Sakura asked. 100% positive? It isn't Kakashi's or Asuma's? Kiba sniffed his hand cautiously. 100% Kakuzu, he said. Right then. Wipe it here. Sakura pointed out a large, spiral area on her seal. And then we just... She placed her hand on top of the blood, closing her eyes and steadying her. Breathing. Say a quick prayer. Holy sheet, Naruto whispered in Sasuke's ear. We're gonna die, aren't we? Sasuke chose not to respond. He had faith in Sakura, but he also had faith in the universe doing its damnedest to F him over. Death by door explosion wouldn't exactly win him any legends in the pages of history. The door slid open. It was incredibly anticlimactic, but on the upside, also incredibly lacking in explosive death. I did it. Sakura squealed, clenching her hands into two victorious fists. I am a god of seals. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sasuke murmured quietly, peering past where the door had stood just a few moments ago. A long, dark stairway led down into the earth. If he extended his sensing, he could dimly hear Kakuzu's chakra drifting weakly through the air. Yeah, God is a little excessive, Naruto said, taking the lead as the six of them moved down the stairs. Maybe a demigod, but full godhood requires a bit more than opening a door, I'd think. You guys are ruining my fun, Sakura whispered at them. I don't get these moments often, let me have this one. Hinata held up a hand, tips of her middle finger and thumb touching, her other three fingers extended straight up, the shinobi hand signal for quiet. Team A209D immediately shut their mouths. I can see him, Hinata said, her voice barely above a whisper. He's got them alive. Inside two G-giant seal circles. And he's in another one. I can't, it's difficult to explain. You don't have to, Sakura said, her voice equally quiet. Cast a genjutsu on me. Show me the sealing setup. I can interpret it for us. Oh, yes. Hinata said, her Byakugan fading. That's very clever. She pressed her hands together in a few, semi-certain hand seals, then poked Sakura's forehead with her finger. The touch helped establish a connection between the two that the genjutsu would use to transfer images from Hinata's mind into Sakura's. Other forms of connection, such as eye contact or even noise, could have created a similar connection, but touching was the easiest and created the strongest bond. Sakura sat in silence for a minute or two, mouthing words to herself that Sasuke couldn't quite make out. After what seemed like an eternity, her eyes snapped open. He's drawing their chakra out of their bodies, she said, wringing her hands together. Like all of it. I think he's pushing it into his own body somehow, like integrating it, but that doesn't make sense. No, Sasuke whispered, realization dawning on him far too late to make a real difference. It makes perfect sense. His chakra was strange before. Different melodies, like it was made up of dash. Lots of different chakras, Hinata finished, realization spreading across her own face. He takes the chakras of people he defeats and combines them with his own. It's why he's so strong. Sakura frowned. He must be weak, she said, more to herself than anyone else. He must need a transfusion right now, or he would've waited to start it. Because it makes him weak. If what Hinata showed me is right, he's pumped himself full of alchemical drags. He's already injured and now's he's woozy. So we can take him? Naruto asked. He's weak, so we can take him? I don't think we really have a choice, Sakura said, biting her lip. If we let him keep going, he'll kill Kakashi and Asuma and maybe be back at full strength. I think if we're ever going to win, we're going to have to hit him now. Even in his weakened state, Kakuzu will not be an easily defeated adversary, Shino said. I know, Sakura said. I've got a plan. Plans are words and ink. History remembers only actions and blood. Hinata fired the first shot. Naruto watched as she took aim through the wall that separated them from Kazu, her breathing steady, her white eyes locked on her target with laser focus. Her right hand drew back the bowstring, and as she inhaled she stepped quickly left, exposing herself to Kakuzu and letting fly. Kakuzu, of course, caught the arrow. He would hardly have been alive this long if 6 genin could get within 20 feet of him without him noticing. And Sakura, of course, had anticipated this. Which was why the crux of the first attack lay not in the arrow Hinata had fired, but in the exploding tag attached to said arrow. Naruto charged forward as the tag exploded, feet digging into the rock of the floor, arms pumping, a defiant roar on his lips. He threw himself at Kazu, who had just barely managed to get clear from the explosion, and his shoulder hit the warlord's knees, sending the larger man toppling to the ground. Naruto rolled to his feet and sprang away as Kiba shot in behind him, reaching out and slapping a custom, Sakura-made seal onto Kakuzu's wrist. He slapped the wall behind the warlord at the same time, leaving a smaller but similar seal embedded there. Kakuzu jumped to his feet, arm coming up with the full intention of knocking a retreating Kiba into next week, but before his punch could shatter the space-time barrier, Sakura activated the 2 seals with a single hand sign. Kakuzu grunted as the 2 seals were pulled to each other, not unlike magnets, his wrist slamming against the wall and sticking fast. Now! The Haruno shouted, and Hinata appeared in front of Kakuzu in a burst of speed, her face determined, her fingers seeking the vulnerable spots that lay beneath Kakuzu's skin. Even injured, drugged up, and one-handed, Kakuzu managed to dodge the majority of the attacks, but one managed to slip by him, severely hampering chakra flow to his left arm. It slowed him down, but only momentarily. He broke free of the seal which had bound him to the wall and lashed out, grabbing Hinata by throat and slamming her brutally against a wall. He pulled back, preparing to open her skull against the stone, but a swarm of Kikaichu bugs blocked his vision, forcing him to drop the Hyuga and form a quick string of hand seals. But then Sasuke was there pressing the attack, and so was Naruto from a different angle, both of them throwing quick, desperate punches and kicks in an attempt to keep Kakuzu off balance. It wasn't easy, most of their blows simply bounced off the mountain of a man, but by working in tandem and focusing on pushing him back and forth rather than actually hurting him, they were able to occupy him while Hinata put an arrow in his shoulder. Kakuzu roared in pain and pulled the arrow free, stabbing it into Naruto's stomach. The blonde stumbled backwards while Sasuke worked frantically to take Kakuzu's attention, but wouldn't have succeeded if it weren't for a timely intervention by Shino and Kiba, both of whom forced Kakuzu back with a hail of shuriken. Sasuke fell back with Sakura, who pressed a familiar-looking scroll bound with a red string into the Uchiha boy's hand. "Good luck," Naruto heard her say, as he scrambled back into fighting position. She placed a quick kiss on his cheek too, which Naruto thought was excessive, but what the hell, they were probably all going to die here anyway. Sage, he was getting more and more morbid the longer this mission went on. The gallows humor helped to distract him from the thought of his fear overwhelming him like it had in their match against Team S209F all those years ago. The more Naruto thought of his impending death, the less he had to think about the fox leaking out of its cage. Although he had to wonder, if he had to do it to stop Kakuzu, would he? He didn't know. More precisely, he didn't want to know. That was a question for a more desperate time, and that was saying something, considering that the situation was about as desperate as it could get. Naruto was snapped back to reality by the sight of Sasuke wrapping Sakura's scroll around his arm, tightening his grip on the handle of his katana, and charging the warlord with a hoarse yell. Shino and Kiba stepped aside, keeping Kakuzu distracted with bugs and sharp objects, and Sasuke shot past them, leaping high into the air. He brought his katana down hard, sinking it deep into the skin between Kakuzu's shoulder and his neck, which looked like it had taken a massive beating already. Kakuzu grunted in pain, twisting his head to face Sasuke, but the Uchiha had already pressed his scroll-covered forearm against the warlord's cheek and spiked his chakra. There was a burst of heat and light, and suddenly Naruto remembered where he had seen that red string-bound scroll before. Sakura had used it during a spar with Sasuke, absorbing his grand fireball technique and storing it for later use. Kind of ironic how Sasuke had ended up using it again, but then again maybe it wasn't really that ironic. The exact definition of irony had always kind of eluded Naruto's comprehension. The smoke from the attack began to clear as Naruto helped Sakura to her feet, both of them watching the center of the cloud warily. The other 4 genin moved into position beside them, preparing to finish off and no doubt dying if not already dead, Kakuzu. When the smoke had cleared sufficiently, however, Naruto realized that they had severely underestimated the enemy they were fighting. Kakuzu stood where the attack had hit him, hands clenched together, perfectly still. The myriad cuts and bruises they had inflicted looked minuscule on his massive frame, and even a large patch of fresh scar tissue above his heart seemed to be of no immediate concern to the warlord. His head, which should have been a burned, bloody chunk of flesh, was completely unharmed. Earth release, immortal diamond body technique. Oh shit, Kiba muttered, and then Kakuzu vanished. He reappeared inches from Naruto's face, grabbing the blonde genin by his throat and throwing him straight into the ceiling. Naruto's back hit stone and his breath was forced out of him. He gulped down more in a blind panic as he fell hard back to earth. Of all the genin, only Sasuke could hope to react in time. He managed to string together some seals and exhale a medium-sized fireball from his mouth that Kakuzu simply walked through, punching the Uchiha so hard that his head hit the ground before he could catch himself. Sasuke lay still. Sasuke! Sakura shouted, vaulting over Naruto's still recovering frame and doing her best to sink a kunai into Kakuzu's eye. The warlord swatted her down with contemptuous ease, and then grabbed her ankle as she was flying away and slammed her viciously against the wall. Sakura lay still. Hinata and Shino attacked in synchronicity much like Naruto and Sasuke had before, but Kakuzu was having none of it. He blocked Shino's assault and grabbed the boy in a headlock, spinning him around to absorb Hinata's gentle fist blows. The Hyuga recoiled as she realized she had just incapacitated her own teammate, and Kakuzu used the opening to grab her wrists and squeeze until something snapped. She crumpled, and both her and Shino lay still. Naruto struggled to his feet. Beside him, Kiba put up his fists and took a deep breath. Kakuzu turned towards them. Release the fox. He couldn't. They're all going to die. They'd die if he did. The fox didn't have friends. It didn't understand mercy. But it can save you. Naruto didn't want to die. The thought of ceasing to exist terrified him in a way few things did. He didn't want to go to sleep and never wake up again. He didn't want to see what awaited him on the other side, if anything did at all. In fact, the only thing he didn't want to do more than die was be alone. You can't do this. He was Kiji Naruto. He was an unkillable lord of destruction. He felt his chakra stir within himself and focused on it, breaking it apart and gathering the Yin essence within it. His chakra control was still shoddy, but it had increased by leaps and bounds since Mizuki had started work on it 2 years ago. He felt his Yin energy flood through him, provoking his physical Yang energy to respond in kind. His healing, which had always been quick, shifted into high gear, relieving some of the aches and pains that had been bothering him since the initial scuffle in the courtyard. Naruto, Kiba said, as Kakuzu drew closer. I think this is the part where we talk about how it was an honor serving with each other. Yeah, Naruto said, feeling a grin spread over his face. Hey, can you do something for me real quick? Can you hit Kakuzu in the stomach really, really hard? Kiba turned to stare at him. Why? 'Cause I need you to do that if I'm gonna kill him, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. He's getting closer. If you want to be a little beach about it, then I guess dash. He never got the chance to finish that sentence. Kiba shot forward, his speed fueled by desperation and adrenaline, ducked under Kakuzu's swing, and buried his shoulder in the warlord's stomach. Naruto's hands, which had been running through seals as quickly as they were able, finished just as Kakuzu's breath was knocked from his lungs. Wait for it. Kakuzu kicked out, sending Kiba flying. His shoulder hit the wall at an awkward angle and broke with a sickening snap. Kiba lay still. Wait for it. Kakuzu straightened, struggling to draw breath. Wait for it. Finally the warlord managed it, greedily skiing in air. It was a long breath, a powerful breath, a breath befitting a man of Kakuzu's size and stature. And as he drew it, Naruto released his technique. Fire release, ash pile burning technique. Ash spilled from his mouth, through the air between him and Kakazu, and into the warlord's lungs. He gagged, choking, pressing his hands together as the cloud of red-hot ash engulfed him, and Naruto closed his eyes. He pictured his chakra spiraling in his stomach. He pictured the yin and yang energies combining to form the energy that gave him his strength, and then he pictured that energy flowing through his body, imbuing his limbs with power. He pictured that chakra forming a razor-thin thread between him and the cloud in front of him, ready to be exploited, ready to be activated. He spiked his chakra. And for the first time in his life, the cloud exploded in a rush of scorching air. The force of the explosion picked Naruto up and threw him backwards, even as the sonic boom practically deafened him. He landed hard on his side and rolled, managing to bring himself into a sitting position to watch the aftermath of the carnage. The smoke began to clear just as the ringing in his ears subsided. Kakuzu stood, doubled over, hands clenched together. Perfectly unharmed. Earth release. Immortal diamond body technique. He stood like that for a long time. And then, finally, his body toppled. It hit the stone of the floor and dented it, his body apparently denser and tougher than the rock that made up the bunker. The fall separated his hands, the technique was released, and his mouth opened, vomiting his liquidized, half-boiled insides all over his floor. The sight caused Naruto to lose his stomach completely. A strange sort of kinship with the first man he had ever killed. In time it will fade, but they will remember. Half a world away, a man sat in meditation and thought. He sat cross-legged, on the floor of an empty room. In front of him was a large window, overlooking the city, overlooking his city. Amigakure, the village hidden in the rain, was enjoying its daily mid-afternoon shower. The lights refracted in the falling water, giving the busy streets an eerie beauty only those native to the place could truly appreciate. His thoughts were interrupted by a door opening behind him. He turned to see a girl, her hands full of official-looking documents, standing by the door, waiting for his invitation to intrude on his private time further. "Conan," he said with a small smile. "You're already in. You might as well finish the job." Conan was short, for 29, and slender, though her frame was obscured by the heavy black cloak she wore. Her hair was dark blue and hung to her chin, while her pale, delicate face was accentuated by several dark piercings. "I didn't mean to disturb you," she said, coming closer to him. He stood, towering over her in a kind of lanky way. "Don't worry," he said, holding up a hand. "I know you wouldn't have if it weren't important. My meditation isn't so important that it can't be interrupted by crisis." Conan chuckled slightly at that. "Not crisis, but many different things. First and foremost this." She held out her arm, pulling the cloak back to reveal a twisting, elaborate seal that ran up it. Several spirals were worked into the design, and they almost seemed to pulse like tiny, beating hearts, all except for one, which was cracked and blackened. "Kakuzu," he said after a moment of thought. "Unfortunate. And curious. Do you think it was Kakashi?" Conan asked. "Nagato, do you think we underestimated his abilities?" Nagato shrugged. "I doubt it," he said and turned towards the window. His eyes, deep violet and ringed like ripples in a pool, reflected back at him. He cast those eyes over the world, making connections, seeing things that could never have been seen by a mortal man. "I can see his death now. But I can't see the instrument." He smiled. "I love a good mystery." He turned back to Conan. "I'll get on it. Your other news?" "Better, thankfully," Conan said. "Ah, the six paths are returning. I suspect you'll wish to meet with Yahiko." She looked down, avoiding his eyes. "And what about you?" Nagato asked, reaching out and cupping her cheek. "Are you going to meet with him?" "I don't dash. I hate seeing you like this," Nagato said. "It's been years. I know you both miss each other. You shouldn't punish yourselves like this. It isn't fair." "What is?" Conan asked, a little sadly. I can't, Nagato. He can't either. If I showed up, I don't even know if he'd be happy to see me." Nagato shook his head. "Of course he would. He loves you. I love him too." "I know." Nagato sighed. Eventually it will be alright. I promise you. I'll find her and then, maybe you two can work things out. Things can be like they used to. Eventually, Conan agreed, though her eyes told Nagato all he needed to know. It hurt, somewhere deep, for his oldest friend not to believe in him. But after 13 years of failure, Nagato wasn't sure he even believed in himself anymore. I'll meet him alone then, he said, doing his best to keep his voice light. It will be good to see him after so many months. Is that all? One more thing, Conan said, checking her papers. Haydn was spotted by a watchtower a day ago. He should be arriving any time now. He was accompanied by someone, a woman. Nagato frowned. I told him specifically not to return for several months yet, he said. He disobeys me and furthermore, meets someone he doesn't immediately kill? And then he saw it. Simple, bright as day. The pieces were there. Haydn was not a particularly complicated creature. He actually laughed. Oh. Prepare his bed then. And prepare a room for our new guest. Perhaps Kakuzu's old quarters, now that he won't be needing them. Could I ask whom for? Conan asked. An aunt of a sorts, Nagato said with a smile. We only met her briefly, but she is very close to the heart of a man very close to our hearts. Conan sighed good-naturedly. You're being cryptic again, she said. I'll have the room set up immediately and inform you when everyone's arrived. I love you, Nagato said called out as she left. She simply shook her head and smiled. Nagato turned back to the window. Kuro, he said to nobody in particular. Shiro. I told you not to enter this room when I'm meditating. Nobody in particular, two of them, to be precise, materialized out of the walls to his right and left. Shiro, her entire body covered in black robes, bowed respectfully. You let Conan come in here all the time, she said. Besides, somebody needs to keep an eye on you. And it's like we're not even here, Kuro said. His attire matched his sister's in every way except color, his snow white to her coal black. All the privacy of solitude with none of the dangers. You've heard about Kuyuo then, Nagato said, choosing not to engage in their banter. The Zetsu twins could amusing occasionally, but he had other things on his mind at the moment. Nasty bit of business, Shiro said. He wasn't a good guy, but he was a good guy, Kuro said. Nagato rubbed the bridge of his nose. I need you to find him, he said. Recover anything you can from his fortress. You're allowed to take 10 men with you, to aid in carrying it back. Sheet, what would we do with 10? We'll take 5, Shiro said. I apologize for my sister's rude mouth, Kuro said. But yeah, we'll take 5. 5 it is then, Nagato said. Now go. And just like that, they vanished. Nagato laughed and shook his head very slightly. As annoying as their vanishing act could be, it really was kind of cool. He looked out over the streets of Amigakure, and for a moment, he was content. The Chunin. Exams are soon, he murmured to himself, touching the glass of the window and tracing the path of one of the myriad raindrops. We live in interesting times.